Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind. And now, the Freedom Reporters.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rick Walker. Welcome back to the Maverick News channel. Another big day ahead of us. A really big day, actually, with the Emergencies Act inquiry in Ottawa. Moving ahead, we are now into day 12 in what overall is about a 6-week process, and we still have now 4.5-ish weeks left to go. Today, though, will be a really big one. And I'm sorry, I cut myself shaving this morning, and I'm still bleeding just a little bit. So hopefully I can stop this morning. I apologize for that. Today, former police chief Peter Sloly will take the stand. Big story. This is the chief who resigned in the middle of the Freedom Convoy protest in Ottawa last February. So he has been he's been under fire, criticized by many people at the inquiry, with some taking the stand and accusing him or telling people in their testimony that he was very emotional, at times yelling at people. His style of management was questioned by many. There was repeated testimony to that effect. It was clear that he was under immense pressure while the Freedom Convoy was there. At first, the approach was that, in the absence of any credible threat of violence or any credible threat against the government, Sloly was very focused, clearly, on respecting people's right to protest. And as a result, the trucks rolled into town. They took up their positions downtown. They were monitored. And while the protests grew and grew and grew, the protesters were really not doing anything that would warrant any kind of action by police other than just monitoring and making sure that people were kept safe. No charges laid or anything to that effect. That, in spite of rhetoric from the Prime Minister and even the Mayor of Ottawa, criticizing the truckers, being very critical of the freedom movement, going on and on and on about a small fringe minority with unacceptable views. And then when the protest extended into the next week, you can read between the lines and you can see that there was growing pressure on Chief Sloly to do something, to take action. And over time, the approach did change to the point where a decision was made and orders came down that the officers on the front lines were not to give 1 inch to the protesters. And they started to crack down and prepare for the big crackdown, where they moved in thousands of reinforcements equipped with riot gear, and they beat the protesters with batons, beat them with guns, beat them into submission, and put the entire protest down. But even now, it's Chief Sloly who is taking the bulk of the blame for anything negative that came out of the event in Ottawa back in February. The purpose of this inquiry is to determine if the government acted appropriately, if Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was justified in using the Emergencies Act to respond to the protest. Simple as that. That's what the purpose of this is. The inquiry, this hearing, is a mandatory part of the process because the inquiry or the Emergencies Act is the equivalent of declaring martial law, essentially. It's the modern equivalent of the War Measures Act. And so it's supposed to be a tool of absolute last resort because it strips Canadians of their rights and gives broad sweeping powers to government, police, and potentially even the military in order to take action and effect an outcome or a result to protect the government, the country, and citizens from violence. But there needs to be a threat to the very existence of the country or a real credible threat to the safety of Canadians on a scale where other tools that might be available to police and security agencies would otherwise not work. So if nothing else can work, then you go to the Emergencies Act. Was this situation that bad? Well, I would suggest to you that no, I don't think it was, based on the testimony we have heard so far, where senior officer after senior officer from Ontario Provincial Police and the Ottawa Police Service have taken the stand to testify that while the Emergencies Act was a useful tool to them as they went about the business of dismantling the protest, it wasn't necessary. We've heard several officers say that the outcome would have actually been the same, maybe even on the same timeline, if other tools that were available to police had just been used instead of the Emergencies Act. It's an interesting, well, what should I say? It's listening to the officers talk about this. It's like it's there's reality and then there's this political reality that has been overlaid on the event. There's the testimony that you hear from the officers where they're telling you, yeah, we could have used these other tools. And then there's this political reality that's laid on top where some of that finds its way into the testimony. Most of it we remember from the media coverage and from the rhetoric that we got from the politicians leading up to the event and during the event and even after the event, where the protesters, they tried to paint them with this tar, this brush of tar, where they were portrayed as racists, misogynists, Nazis, waving swastika flags, desecrating war memorials, desecrating the Terry Fox Memorial, harassing people, ripping people's masks off in stores, chasing people down the street, shouting at them, harassing them, blaring their truck horns 24/7, idling their engines to annoy people, engaging in violence. The mayor said they came to fight. That's what the politicians were saying. These were a small fringe minority with unacceptable views, said the prime minister. They're selfish people. The so-called freedom convoy, these truckers. Put it all together and listen to that. Listen to how hateful it is. That's the story they were trying to tell. That was the narrative. I'll say it all again. a small fringe minority with unacceptable views. They were chasing people down the street, harassing them, shouting at them, ripping masks off people's heads, putting up posters in stores against the masks, harassing people in stores, stealing food from the homeless, desecrating war memorials, desecrating the Terry Fox Memorial by putting signs and flags on Terry Fox, waving the swastika around, walking around with swastikas. Nazi truckers, fascists, misogynists, Islamophobics, homophobic slurs being hurled at people on the street. They came to Ottawa to fight. They harassed people in the streets. Police said they were investigating weapons charges, but no charges had yet been laid. But they were investigating weapons. String all that together. Selfish, they said, selfish truckers. They wanted them to get out of town. That rhetoric started before they ever even arrived. Continued throughout, continued after, continued now. And the police chief, the interim police chief, after Chief Sloly resigned, said that the public had his commitment that he would hunt these, they would pursue these protesters even afterward, because they had been, when asked in a news conference, he said that he acknowledged that they'd been videotaped and pictures had been taken, and that they would continue to pursue them and charge people and hold them accountable, and that the investigations and the pursuit of these protesters would continue for months. They were going to hunt the protesters down even after they left town. After they had frozen bank accounts using the Emergencies Act and the provisions that came with it, they used that as a tool. Those are very harsh words. Violent. He said, the interim chief continued to say that the protesters were violent, that they were engaged in an unlawful occupation. Not a protest, an unlawful, illegal protest, an occupation. Yeah. Tell me all that rhetoric isn't just over the top. When what did we really see? In the live stream video from dozens and dozens of live streamers and the public, what did we broadcast here? Bouncy castles on the street, hot tubs, a very unusual protest. No evidence of any violence whatsoever. Zero on behalf of the protesters. The desecrated war memorial, the desecration was all that was, and we've shown you the video, was a young lady who stood up on the step of the war memorial, turned around, put her arms over her head, and yelled freedom, and then stepped back down. That was their desecration of the war memorial. An assault at the food bank where people went in and stole food from the homeless. No video evidence of that. No video evidence of any kind of assault anywhere at any time perpetrated by anyone from the Freedom Convoy. Not one. Not a single frame of video anywhere has ever been revealed. Not one incident broadcast on television, on any news media, nothing, zero. No evidence, no physical evidence, and yet they continue to make these claims. Former Police Chief Sloly thrown under the bus by other senior officers from both Ottawa Police Service, Ontario Provincial Police, also, confirming some of the other testimony from Ottawa Police Service officers who say that at times former Chief Sloly was emotional. One of his other senior officers said that if anyone got in the way of implementing his plan to deal with the protest, he would crush them. There was internal conflict with the Police Services Board, with Municipal Council, between the former chair of the Police Services Board, Diane Deans, and the mayor, with a secret recording that she made of a conversation over the telephone she had with the mayor, where they were talking about who was going to replace Chief Sloly after he resigned. And there was conflict there. The Police Services Board had already approved the hire of a new chief from Waterloo. The mayor didn't want it. All of this was going on behind the scenes. Heavy duty politics. Phone calls back and forth between politicians and police officials, including the commissioner of the RCMP, Brenda Lucki, who in a series of text messages revealed this week, indicated that she was very aware that the mood with the prime minister and the federal government, and she was looking for a way to calm things down or calm down the politicians. And so while she was maybe not taking absolute direction from the prime minister's office or from any politician, she certainly was tuned into their mood, and it was having an influence of some kind on her. Of course it would anyone. And there was absolutely pressure being placed on the police service by local politicians who were under pressure by, I think, some left-wing political operatives within the community who were, presenting themselves as just as residents in the downtown area, but they're professional complainers in many cases. You can find, repeated complaints from them, not just from this event, but from concerts and other festivals. And they're, very politically active. Whether it's, former councillor McKenney, who just lost her bid to become mayor of Ottawa, being seen, photographed and seen at very far left wing political activists' rallies, parades where they're flying the hammer and sickle communist flag. Those are the people who are complaining about the Freedom Convoy. And their lawyer, the lawyer representing the residents, is pretty clear that he's very focused on protecting their interests, and that they're, if I were him, I would be charged, I think, with the task of looking at seeking damages in the end to try and get money out of this and use whatever comes out of this commission's report at the very end. That's his purpose. So what of Chief Sloly taking the stand today? Well, who is he? Well, he was born in 1966. He joined the Ottawa Police Service in 2019. But before that, he was a professional soccer player. He played on the Canadian men's national soccer team in 1984. He was born in Kingston, Jamaica, but moved to Scarborough at the age of 10. He is married, has 2 kids, Graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology from McMaster University in '89, a Master's of Business Administration from York University. In 2004, he earned a criminal justice certificate from the University of Virginia, an incident command system certification from the Justice Institute of British Columbia, University of Toronto's Rotman Police Executive Leadership Program is where he attended to become and became a graduate of the FBI National Academy. So he has very good credentials. I can see why they would want to hire him. Very qualified. As a soccer player, he did very well. He played in the 1985 FIFA World Youth Championship. '86, he played in the National Soccer League with the Toronto Blizzard. Played for the North York Rockets in the Canadian Soccer League. He was the recipient of the Canadian Soccer Hall of Fame's Brian Butt Award in 2011. After retiring as a soccer player, he joined the Toronto Police Service in 1988, was an officer there for 27 years. In 2001, 2002, he served 2 tours in the United Nations Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo as a command staff officer and the Canadian Contingent Commander. He was named Deputy Chief for Divisional Policing Command and Operational Support Command in 2009 when he was 43 years old. He was the youngest deputy chief in the history of the Toronto Police Service. In 2015, he was a candidate to succeed outgoing Police Chief Bill Blair, but was passed over in favor of Mark Saunders. In 2016, he gave a speech criticizing the size of the police budget as excessive. And he said, until policing stops being focused and driven on the reactive enforcement model, it will continue to be exponentially costly. Those comments were criticized by the Toronto Police Association, who also filed a formal complaint and were viewed as a criticism of Chief Saunders. So, you know, no stranger to politics and internal policing politics. In 2019, he became chief of the Ottawa Police Service. Around that time, there was a video that emerged of an Ottawa police officer who pulled over a black man and accused him of having expired license plates. So that was in September 2020, and that resulted in, public criticism, news stories. The man had filmed the encounter, including the moment when the officer had pulled him over, went around to look at the plate and revealed that the plate was not expired. So that officer was accused of racism. As a result, the Ottawa Police Service ended up apologizing. And Chief Sloly then directed every member of the Ottawa Police Service to complete diversity training on conscious and unconscious bias, anti-Black racism, and racial profiling. But then in June of 2021, there was more media attention that put Chief Sloly on the spotlight through an Ottawa Life magazine article, which alleged that there had been charges of misogyny leveled within the police service, with a number of women coming forward with charges of sexual harassment and sexual assault claims. And those were leveled at a deputy chief internally, those harassment charges. And in the article, it alleged that Chief Sloly planned to only reveal the names of officers found guilty of misconduct against women in the force if their actions also impacted women outside the force. So former Chief Sloly denied those allegations as false and malicious and said that if he won his lawsuit which he leveled against the magazine, Ottawa Life magazine, which sought $150,000 in damages. He would give the money, if he won the lawsuit, to the local Boys and Girls Club. Ottawa Life magazine's lawyer, Mark Bourne, at the time said that the magazine would seek to have the suit dismissed under Ontario's strategic lawsuit against public participation law. And then along comes the protest, and the truckers roll into town. Chief Sloly finds himself under incredible scrutiny and pressure, I think not just from the, some segments of the community, but especially from politicians. They viewed him as an outsider even after they hired him. There was a lot of pushback, and he was running into a lot of friction within the police service itself, within the police services board, from members of council locally. He was not having an easy go of things as chief. They didn't like the way he was handling things. There was a movement afoot to have him resign. We found out during the testimony already, during the first couple of weeks here, that the media was planning to do basically a hit piece on him. That was again going to be very critical of him. Another one. And it looked like they were going to be highlighting his management style in that hit piece. So he ended up resigning, ultimately, instead of, I guess, being fired. He resigned on February 15th. That was the day after the Emergencies Act was invoked by Justin Trudeau. Some people are reading a lot into that, and that is why it is so important for us to pay very close attention today to what happens with his testimony. And we're just about ready to start rolling, so I am going to now bring up the feed. Because the hearing is just about ready to roll. And here we go. The chair is coming into the room. And day 12 begins.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour.
Good morning.
Okay. I gather we have a new witness. Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead then. Go ahead.
We are.
Al?
The commission calls the former chief, Peter Sloly.
All right.
Sir, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Religious document, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available.
I'll take the Bible, please. Thank you. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Peter John Michael Sloly, S-L-O-L-Y.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
It's Frank Au, Senior Counsel for the Commission.
Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Mr. Sloly. You were the chief of the Ottawa Police Service between 2019 until mid February 2022.
That's correct, sir.
You served also at the Toronto Police Service for 28 years.
That's correct. Well, just 27 and change, but thank you.
You rose through the ranks from being a constable in 1988 to deputy chief in 2009.
That's correct.
You left the service in 2016,
Yes, I did.
and then you spent some time in private sector.
That's correct.
Now, I understand that when you first joined the Toronto Police Service, there were relatively few members who had a university degree who were new recruits.
Yeah, that's correct.
But you had a BA in sociology from McMaster University,
That's correct.
and later you got an MBA from York University.
Yes, I did.
Now, you were trained in the incident command system,
Yes, I was.
and tell us more about your training.
I received incident command system training from 100 to 400 levels. I received additional training here in Ottawa. I consider it 500 level. Essentially, it's a district operations commander, which allows you to command a multi-site major incident over a protracted period of time. So I had designations up to, I don't know if it's the right terminology, but a 500 level. And I had practical experience at every one of those levels in terms of being part of incident command. So either being an incident commander, what is now known as an event commander, major event commander, or major incident commander, through to a district operations commander, mostly in my time in the Toronto Police Service and also during my 2 tours of duty in the United Nations Peacekeeping and Mission.
Now, you also had training and experience with the public order units.
That's correct, sir.
Tell us about that.
Again, I received public order unit training both through the Toronto Police Service. It's a little bit fuzzy now because this is going back to the early 2000s, but there was also a provincial standard training course that took place out in a rural community that I can't remember. And then there was national training sessions that we did from British Columbia across the country.
You also mentioned just earlier that you spent some time on a United Nations peacekeeping mission.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was fortunate enough to have been selected by then Chief Fantino to represent the Toronto Police Service. I think at that time I was the first senior officer from a municipal police service to be part of a UN peacekeeping mission that had been organized through the RCMP. I was deployed to Pristina in August of 2001 and completed 2 tours coming back home in 2002. I was the Canadian contingent commander. This was a mission with where the police of jurisdiction actually had full powers of policing, including use of force detention, while building up a local Kosovo police service. It was also during 9/11 and a very significant and complicated and volatile zone.
When you attended an interview with us and my commission colleagues, you described that experience as the best professional and personal experience you've ever had. Why was that?
I just tested and stressed and challenged and grew me in literally every single way possible, physically, mentally, emotionally. I'm a very spiritual person. It allowed me to see parts of the world I don't think I'll ever get back to see again, and to be involved in a unique, challenging, and often tragic set of circumstances, but one that opened my eyes to the conditions globally. I had a chance to work with 53 different police services from around the world, and so that was also an opportunity to learn the good, the bad, and the indifferent of progressive policing at the turn of the century.
Mm-hmm.
If I could just interrupt briefly, this is being translated and there's sign language, and you're a little bit fast on the output. If you could try and
Thank you, sir. Probably a
slow it
little bit
down.
of nervous energy in there, but thank you. I will try to slow down.
That's quite understandable.
Now, speaking of interviews, you attended 4 interviews with me and my commission colleagues between August and early October. You're very generous with us, with your time. And after those interviews, we summarize the contents of those interviews, and you've had an opportunity to review the summary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you a copy on the screen. The final version of the summary is WTS 6040. Now, is this the version that you approved?
I trust it is, sir.
Okay. Is there any correction that you'd like to make to this summary?
No, thank you.
So this will be adopted and be an exhibit. Now, The reason that we're here today are the events in January and February of this year leading to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. As the Chief of Police in Ottawa at that time, you're uniquely positioned to give us a perspective and to help us understand. But to really understand, I think we need to go back further to when you started with the Ottawa Police Service. Tell us about the circumstances of the Ottawa Police Service in which you found yourself.
Well, when I was being recruited for the position, it was very clear to me through the recruiter on behalf of the board that through their consultative process with service members and community members, that the Ottawa Police Service needed to be significantly changed. Operationally, administratively, from an HR standpoint, the usual sort of change processes that large organizations require on a regular basis, but very specifically culturally. Internally, there was a culture that was less welcoming, less inclusive, less diverse, less equitable, and that had impacts on things like workplace harassment, member morale. Externally, that translated into a real or perceived level of trust in the broader community, but specifically in racialized and marginalized communities, that the service wasn't, in some cases, appropriate enough, and that there was a declining level of trust and confidence. Any one of those things would have been a major change agenda for any external chief coming in. All of those combined required a significant effort of change management and change leadership that I was asked on behalf of the board as the incoming chief to deliver over the course of my 5-year contract.
If I could call up your CV, the document ID number is COM 50759. We can go to page 2. Scroll down. So you see under Ottawa Police Service 2019 to 2022, you talked about how you were given a major culture organization change mandate, and that's something you just outlined for us.
Yes, sir.
Tell us about some of the challenges you faced once you took the post.
I'm not sure the commission has all the time in the world for that list, but I mean, I think that the most simple thing to say is any effort of change is going to be difficult, particularly in a large organization. In this case, I believe the Ottawa Police Service is over a century old. And these were long-standing structural deficit issues. Needed investment in recruiting through staff development training. Leadership development in particular was something that repeatedly our membership identified and external auditors identified. And those things just that's not a light switch you can turn on and off. It's something that you have to build and grow and almost organically move through the organization. Operationally, while they were excellent in some ways, I just want to be clear, Commissioner, the Ottawa Police Service, and one of the reasons why I came here, had a reputation, deservedly so, of being one of the best operational police services. We've heard about their expertise in planning. Their ability through missing persons investigations was second to none. They had really advanced, in some cases, advanced HR systems that were to be seen as a best practice. So this is not a deficit across the board, but there were significant deficits in very specific areas that was contributing to some of the cultural and morale issues. My attempt in the first 3 months was really to go around on a listening process in small groups, large groups, internally and externally, to identify those areas. Bring a command team that was, even in the early days, a struggle. There was significant challenges at the command team level, but people were leaning in and doing their best. I would say, though, that the challenges really came in March of 2020. 3 significant events: the suspension of one of my 2 deputy chiefs, the culmination of a significant internal criminal corruption investigation where 3 of my officers were arrested after an extensive joint RCMP Ottawa Police Service investigation, and of course, the declaration of the global pandemic. 2 months later, the death and murder of George Floyd, the Black Lives Movement and the defund movement. I think that signaled the start, not just here in Ottawa, but across police services in North America, I suggest around the world, as a significant change in the level of public trust and confidence in policing and the broader justice system. It certainly had material impacts in police services here in Ottawa. The defund movement put significant pressure on our board and our council to adjust the policing budget in regards to size and to change police service delivery in terms of integration. And these were real challenges on top of the significant challenge of change mandate that the board had explicitly and expressly given to me as the incoming chief.
Now, you identified a few challenges that are not unique to the Ottawa Police Service, such as the pandemic, such as the defund movement, and so on. What about within the organization? You talked about earlier challenges involving the command team. Tell us more about that.
Well, the command structure, I believe to this day, but I might be wrong, is the chief of police, 2 deputy chiefs, and a chief administration officer. Within my first 3 months in the position, I lost one of those deputy chiefs to a suspension. That then required me to accelerate a succession plan that truly wasn't ready for acceleration, and bring in a series of 3-month assignments to the rank of the superintendent. I had 2 very experienced senior officers at that time. Both superintendents had a lot of experience, and so I rotated them for the first year. But within that year, both of them retired. And after that, the rotation went further into the superintendent ranks. Some were really good fits, some struggled. But it was a very suboptimal situation. In 2021, in the early part of the year, the board made a decision to end the contract of my chief administration officer. That then required me to look at my command level, and the only person that I could put into that position was Deputy Chief Bell. So essentially for almost the full year leading up to the events of the Convoy, I had 1 full-time deputy chief who was in a civilian position as a chief administration officer, and I was rotating 2, for the most part, 2 uniform superintendents through the deputy chief process. Again, full respect to those individuals. They stepped up, in some cases volunteered. When I asked, they stepped up, and they did their very best in very, very difficult circumstances during probably the most difficult time in Ottawa police history and in policing across Canada. And so I have nothing but praise and thanks for them, but it was a suboptimal situation that everyone was struggling to make the best of.
Now, did that happen in 2021, you said?
Well, the suspension of Deputy Chief Jaswal was in 2020. Mm-hmm. The subsequent retirements of my 2 most senior superintendents happened over the course of 2020 into 2021. The separation of the chief administration officer was in early 2021. So for the majority of 2021, that circumstance of Deputy Chief Bell being in an administrative function and 2 superintendents operating in the uniform functions was the situation that I was managing with.
So at the most senior executive level, you were having rotating staff, so to speak. What impact did that have on the rest of the organization at that time?
As a cascading impact on down the way, as you move any officer from one level to the next on a temporary position, not a permanent promotion, you then affect the next level and the next level. I remember once in Toronto, someone said every time we promote a new chief, we have to change out 7 positions below. I don't know if it's the exact calculation, but that's the ripple effect. So it not only destabilizes the executive level, it destabilizes to a degree the other parts. There are always benefits. I mean, people are given stretch opportunities or given leadership opportunities earlier than they maybe normally would have. And again, some rise amazingly to that. Others do an excellent, good job, and others struggle. But it does create churn in the organization that was already in churn based on all the changes that were mandated by the board and the massive external churn by the factors such as the death of George Floyd and the global pandemic. There's another factor that, for me, as a newcomer to the city, as an outsider chief, I think we can all remember in the early days of the pandemic, the lockdown and the requirement not to meet in public was significant. One of the most important ways that any leader can get to know their own members and the community or the clients that they serve is to meet in person. So much is lost on Zoom. Emails and text messages never cover it, as we've seen in testimony here. But I lost that opportunity 3 months into my mandate to actually sit down with my members in the cafeteria and have a cup of coffee with them, to have small group focus group meetings, which I did extensively in my first 3 months. And even when we could get together, we were masked up so we couldn't see facial expressions. And we were spaced out across a big gymnasium, so we couldn't really communicate. We had to literally shout at each other. I think all of that, unfortunately, meant that we couldn't build the level of cohesion internally or externally during a very critical, contentious period of time, a sustained critical and contentious period of time. But we did our best.
We've heard from other witnesses that notwithstanding the OPS excellent reputation in the past for planning for and responding to large-scale events, the pandemic itself has caused a lot of changeover and depletion of expertise. Tell us more about that situation.
I think it's actually been well articulated. I will only add in Mark Ford, who his father was a former chief of police here, an excellent chief of police. Mark was an excellent leader. He was one of those first two superintendents I brought in on rotation, along with Joan McKenna. Mark actually was the most experienced incident commander and one of the most experienced critical incident commanders. Unfortunately, he retired some 6 or 7 months before the events that we're going to be substantially focusing on. So that would be one example of many where we had people who had, gone past their pensionable time, had given their life blood literally to the organization and to the profession of policing, and had made a decision, as many executives in many different parts of civil society did, to take their well-earned retirement and go on with their life with their health intact. We celebrated his departure, but he was missing from our team, and we really needed our best people to be in the best places possible.
Mm-hmm. Now, you told us earlier that you came in to the Ottawa Police Service and you were given a change mandate. How was that mandate perceived when you're about 2 years into your job?
Well, there's probably a not polite saying about police officers. I suspect it applies to everybody. There's two things that every cop hates: the way things are and change. So it was going to be difficult no matter what. Nobody wanted things to remain the way they were, and everyone was fearful of change, to varying degrees across the full human spectrum, of course. And this wasn't just a tinker around the edge change mandate. It was to go right to the heart of the culture and to the most difficult parts of that culture, the darker part of that culture, things like systemic racism, systemic misogyny, the trust factor between police and the broader community, but very specifically the racialized and marginalized and Indigenous communities here in Ottawa. And those were the most contentious topics in policing for my entire career, going back to 1988 in Toronto. Any chief of police or any command team that took on any one of those issues was going to be taking on a major, major challenge. Taking them on in the middle of a global pandemic, in the middle of the Black Lives Matter movement and the defund, abolish police movements, just made it that much more complicated. But it was still necessary. It still had to get done, not because it was my mandate. It was just the right thing to do for policing. It's what our members actually wanted, and it certainly is what the community wanted.
So if I take your mind back to January, early January of 2022, before the Freedom Convoy event arise in mid-January, how would you summarize the state that the Ottawa Police Service was in?
Committed to the direction, worried and tired from the effort to have traveled as far as they did.
And what was the level of trust among the different members within the service and their trust for the leadership?
I don't think I could answer that in any great specificity. Clearly, there was a range. I don't know which one of the witnesses presented. I think it was Inspector Baudin from the OPP that talked about the range of crowd dynamics. Human nature is human nature, sir. No matter what organization you're in, you're going to get some 5% that will adopt everything that's said without questioning, 5% that will resist mightily anything that is said with all sorts of questioning, and then some range in between of people that will move if they're incentivized or if they feel there's a sufficient altruistic value around it. I think those crowd dynamics play out in any crowd group, including the group in this room here today.
Now, with that context, let's talk about the beginning of the Freedom Convoy events. When did you first learn about the Freedom Convoy?
My recollection, sir, was a February 13th Hendon report.
February?
Sorry, January 13th. You may need to check me on dates a little bit. I believe that was a report that came into my inbox for whatever reason that day, and it was an extremely busy period. We were still dealing with a multiple death explosion in our city that killed some 4 or 5 people. But I did have a chance to glance through the report. Certainly there was enough information for me to know that this could be a significant event in the near term. My recollection is that I forwarded that email to Deputy Chief Bell and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. I understand that there hasn't been an email to show that, but that was my recollection. But irregardless, somewhere on or around February 13th, there was a direction to Deputy Chief Bell to commence an intelligence review of all the circumstances around what was being purported to be a convoy coming to our city, and to lead to oversee the work of developing an intelligence threat risk assessment that would then inform Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's assignment to develop the operational plan for the event, informed by the intelligence threat risk assessment.
Now, we've heard from the evidence of your deputies that after you became the chief of the Ottawa Police Service, one of your priorities was to ensure that operations were intelligence-led. Can you tell us more about why that was important to you?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to take a little step back, all operations, not just emergency preparedness and incident command or critical incident, but all of our operations, from traffic management, order management, crime management, that we should be intelligence-led. Information, best practices, evidence-based best practices should inform, for the most part, our systems, our policies, our procedures, our practices, and the evaluation of the outputs and outcomes that came from that. So that was an overarching theme. How it applied within incident command systems, emergency preparedness was, again, a weather report that says there's going to be rain tomorrow. Well, let's try to validate that to a greater degree. Is it going to be raining in a city this large? Is it going to be raining and flooding in one part, or is it across the entire city? Because that will then assess the amount of resources we need and the sequence of events we need to apply. That's an analogy that's not meant as an actual example. So intelligence-led as much as possible, understand the nature of the context of the situation, the factors involved, the nature of the threat, the risk of the threat, the likelihood of it actually taking place, and the resources necessary to mitigate in the first instance and respond to at the back end. And then to recover from the recovery period, which I suggested this is still a recovery period, Commissioner, for the City of Ottawa and the country of Canada. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, and my next question is, to what extent were you satisfied that that was in fact the case at the OPS on or around January?
Thank you. I believe in evidence in chief, Interim Chief Bell did reference his own views on the advancements that we had made, particularly in the previous year, and he's absolutely correct, that we made significant advancements around our intelligence-led approach to our broader operations, crime, traffic, order management. Order management as a subset includes critical incident command and incident command system. We have made significant strides in making sure our information section and our intelligence section were lined up with our operational sections, and that we had sufficient crime analysis, administrative analysis to execute and continuously improve on those processes. We did not specifically take on intelligence-led threat risk assessments as a very specific product. Our priorities at that time were crime, traffic, order management was not at the same level. I think in 2021, we had a very high level of gun and gang related shootings. And so crime, traffic was the #1 issue in the community, always is, no matter what jurisdiction. So those were really our 1 and 2 priorities, and order management was probably at the 3rd level. Because we actually had, up until that point, a very good record of planning and implementing plans and successfully ending a range of demonstrations. But we had made progress. I did make it very explicit, particularly this one I'm not 100% sure on, but particularly around the events in mid-2020, when we started to see large events coming into the city, Wet'suwet'en, Black Lives Matter in June, Justice for Abdi in the fall. These are complex, volatile, political, trust factor events that were contentious and could have gone 1,000 different directions. I was very, very strong at that point on the intelligence threat risk assessment, driving the operational plan. And in that period, I think we did make some significant moves forward around how the Intel TRA threat assessment supported, enabled, enlightened the operational planning.
Right. Now, you mentioned that the first Hendon report you read about the Freedom Convoy was on January 13th.
That's my recollection, sir.
And so I take it that you read it?
Yes, I can't say I read every single line. It was probably more of a skim through read, but I did read it. Yes, sir.
And what was your reaction upon reading it?
This is potentially going to be a significant event, and we probably need to get some people working on the intel side and starting at least to put the framework of a plan in place.
Was that why you forwarded it to the deputies?
That was my recollection of forwarding it, but that's certainly why I assigned Deputy Chief Bell to lead the overseeing of the intelligence threat risk assessment and assigned Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson for the operational plan. By the way, those were their functional areas of responsibility. Deputy Chief Bell, again, I think, has testified that intelligence was one of his directorates and that the planning section was one of the directorates that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson had just inherited. She had just started as the Acting Deputy Chief in January 2022.
And you expected the two of them to coordinate the information or intelligence that the intelligence unit received and incorporate that intelligence in the planning process?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive regular updates from your deputies?
Yes, I did, sir.
How often?
After that first week, that February 13th week, we may have raised it in discussion I had a regular 9 o'clock command meeting, and whatever the deputies would lead their respective areas of command and talk about major projects, things that should come to my level. I have a general recollection that we would have discussed it at least once or twice during that first week period. Coming into the second week, the week leading up to the weekend of January, let's just remind myself to slow down a little bit, coming up to the weekend of January 28th, 29th, and 30th. I recall that being almost on a daily basis. And I think towards the end of that week, or middle to the end of that week, we had my 9 o'clock meeting and then a separate command briefing on the intelligence and planning of around the convoy events.
When you refer to that week, were you referring to the week before the weekend arrival of the convoy?
Yes. Going into that first and before the weekend of the arrival, and then through that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Right.
And what did you learn as a result of these regular briefings about the nature of the convoy that was about to arrive?
My early impressions was there was, to some degree, some doubt as to whether or not this was actually going to materialize.
Sorry, whether it was going to
materialize, whether this series of convoys, it was focused, I think, mainly in the British Columbia area, but whether or not it was actually going to materialize. Clearly, as the days went on and Hendon reports came in, mainstream media, social media started to follow it more. There was certainly a sense that no, there's going to be something that comes from as far away as St. John's, Newfoundland, and from Vancouver, British Columbia, and other parts in Ontario itself. The briefings that I was getting was that those two areas were working together. Our intelligence group were connected in with all of our policing partners, municipally, provincially, and federally. The Ottawa Police Service Intersect program had been engaged early around information sharing, intelligence gathering, operational planning, deconfliction, and coordination. All of those things were sort of standard for any major event that had occurred under my tenure as a chief of police and had been well established going back some 15 years under previous chiefs of police. So there was nothing out of the ordinary. Certainly things from a process standpoint, I saw what I expected to be the level of communication, coordination internally, communication, coordination with our key partners in the National Capital Region, and even more broadly, given the national scope of what was unfolding, that we were engaged with a range of other police services across the country.
Now, in that week leading up to the arrival of the convoy, what was your understanding as to the duration of the event?
Again, all of the reports, the briefings that I was receiving through my chain of command was that this was going to be a weekend event, some arriving the Thursday, more arriving the Friday, the bulk arriving for planned or at least scheduled events on the Saturday and the Sunday, that there might be some remnant that would stay behind, but that remnant would be similar to other demonstrations that had come through where people stayed in the National Capital Region for a variety of reasons, but in some cases setting up small tent cities that would at some point over the subsequent days, weeks, and in some cases months, would be gradually through a measured approach with multi-agency involvement from NCR and the city. They would be eventually moved either to a better location or moved back to wherever they had originally come from.
Now, during that period, did you continue to receive regular hand-in reports?
I was on the mailing distribution, so it came into my inbox. I could also see there were other Ottawa Police Service members on the distribution, and by that point, I had explicitly asked and had been told that members within Deputy Chief Bell's command and Intelligence Directorate were receiving hand-in reports, were involved in hand-in related briefings, and that those reports were informing the intersect discussions of threat risk assessment.
Did you continue to read the hand-in reports when they landed in your inbox?
Not every day, sir. I would, if I had the ability, I would, again, usually skim through a document. I do recall sort of in the middle to the back end of that week on a daily basis doing a deeper, more full read. But at that point, I was anything that was coming in, including emails from private citizens about this, I would try to skim read. And if there was something relevant, I would usually just forward the email over into Deputy Chief Bell's command and copy in his Intelligence Directorate commanders to make sure that they had the information and they could collate that into their larger threat risk assessment.
Now, you spoke about your understanding during that period that it was going to be a two-day or weekend event. Was that understanding based on the executive briefings that you got, or a combination of that, as well as other sources, including the hand-in reports that you did receive or read? Yeah,
the latter. The sum total of everything that I was reading or being briefed on, that was on balance, the assessment.
And the totality of information or intelligence that you got did not change your view at the time that it was going to be a two-day or weekend event?
That's correct, sir.
And what was the nature of your role as the chief at that time as compared to the two deputies who were assisting you?
Maybe not sure.
So let me be more specific. In terms of the collection of or the analysis or the dissemination of the intelligence within the OPS for the purpose of planning a response, what were the respective roles of you as chief as compared to the two deputy chiefs who were assisting you?
Every chief of police or commissioner is accountable and responsible for everything in the organization. But I had specifically delegated those responsibilities to the two individuals, Deputy Chief Bell and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, to oversee and ensure that there was an appropriate level of threat risk assessment, informing an appropriate level operational plan.
Would it be appropriate for you to ask questions, for instance, when you received additional information?
Absolutely. On any issue, whether it was an HR matter or a professional standards investigation, if at any point there was a data point or a context issue, something that didn't seem to make sense, I would always ask a question just to make sure that I understood the circumstances that they were dealing with, and if appropriate, I could provide advice or direction as required.
And did you direct Deputy Chief Bell to conduct or have someone conduct a threat risk assessment?
That's entirely the direction that he had. That was his responsibility.
Was that something ordinarily done in response to this kind of event, or was that something particular to this situation?
Yeah. I want to be clear about something. Deputy Chief Bell himself wasn't to sit down at his desk and conduct a threat risk assessment, but through the resources and the directorates that he oversaw, to oversee that there was an appropriate threat risk assessment. Yes, that was his direction, sir.
But was it an ordinary process for a threat risk assessment to be conducted in response to any major event?
Yes, that was a best practice that I had learned and developed over the course of my tenure in Toronto and other areas. It was something that was to some degree already, significant degree already in place here in Ottawa, but I wanted it at the highest level possible. And I think Deputy Chief Ferguson, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson gave that in her testimony, that was a clear expectation that I had made coming in.
Now, we've heard from Deputy Chief Bell that in this case, a threat risk assessment was in fact conducted. So if I could take you to the document. OPS 403073. Actually, this is not the threat assessment, but this is an email you wrote after reading the threat assessment. Do you recall having read the threat assessment that was prepared?
I've seen a document in disclosure that is titled threat assessment. I don't recall receiving and reading that document. I did read the threat assessment that was embedded in the pre-arrival operational plan that I received on January 28th.
Right. So now this one, this email chain, the part that was sent by you was dated January 26th. So, and if we go, so you see that, actually, if we go down further to see the origin of the chain. So, not so far. Do you remember receiving an email from a concerned citizen about the potential violence of the upcoming event? And if we scroll up, you forwarded this email to your deputies, and you outlined the concern. If we scroll down to the next page, you describe what the concern was, and then you said, yes, yet our briefing note as of last night says that there is no intelligence to indicate that this demo straying will be violent. And you issue this guidance. Please review all available information, intel, incidents, and ensure we have the most accurate threat assessment and the most appropriate operations plan for the event. Now, it's not entirely clear from this email whether or not you've read a threat assessment, but you were certainly aware that there was one.
Yeah, what I'm referring, sorry, thank you, sir. What I'm referring to, I believe, is just a briefing note. I don't know what that would have been in the form of. It could have been an email that was sent around before last night that had that said there was no intelligence to indicate this was going to be violent, but it wasn't the threat risk assessment document in any of its versions that I was referring to.
I see.
And I laid out a series of, I guess it's 4 points here, of data that had come into my awareness over the course of the night into the morning, including the email that I forwarded, that would suggest opposite. So it was, again, just a reminder, there's contradictory information. Just make sure that that is incorporated into the overall threat risk assessment, and that is as optimal as it can be, so that the plan can be as optimal as it can be.
Now, so this is dated January 26th. I want to show you an intelligence assessment conducted by Sergeant Chris Keys on January 25th, and perhaps you can take a look and let us know if you had reviewed that document. The document number is OPS 403086. In the production we received, we've seen a couple of different versions. I assume that the assessment was updated as the week unfolded, but this is version 1. Does this ring any bell? This?
It's the first time I'm seeing the document, sir.
Okay. If I could take you to page 5. So the third bullet, The author says that in 6 years of working large demonstration events from the intelligence point of view, the writer has never seen such widespread community action, which means 3 things for planners. First, the event is likely going to be bigger in crowd size than any demo in recent history, possibly on par with Canada Day events, but more disruptive. Second, there is significant popular support for this event on a scale not seen in recent years. This means the protest groups have access to larger protester pools than they have ever had access to, which means there will be likely widespread disorganization and confusion. Third, local area bandwidth for cellular mobile devices will be impacted significantly, causing communications issues for both the police and the event organizers. Planners should be ready to have police radios on hand to avoid clogged cellular networks. This is an example of the intelligence unit providing relevant intelligence to guide the planning of the events, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's an example of how it's supposed to be done. But there are suggestions here that this event is unlike some of the other recent events. There are signals here. Do you agree that it may be unprecedented?
At this point, I wouldn't say unprecedented. I think Sergeant Chris Keeves is one of our best intelligence operators. I had a chance to interact with him quite a bit when I was at the police service. I think he actually uses some very important language here that caveats his comments. He talks about recent years, not ever, and he does that several times in here. What he's describing is very accurate. We are seeing generally in protests, I'd suggest over the last 15 years in the age of social media, a greater level of mobilization, and increasingly in the last decade, a greater level of a variety of funding and logistical support. This email took me back to Idle No More, oh my gosh, my memory's failing a little bit, Commissioner, sorry, but the Occupy movement, where these sort of sentiments, crowd size, crowd dynamics, logistics, mobilization, larger disaffected populations, polarized populations that would give direct or indirect support, would directly protest or indirectly protest. I'm slowing myself down a little bit here. These were elements that we had seen. What Sergeant Chris Keeves is saying in here, my interpretation of it, is that the planners need to be aware this is likely going to be bigger than recent events. He didn't give a time frame. Is that 2 years? Is that 10 years? And so we need to be cognizant of it. So it's a good alarm bell, but it's not a 5 alarm that he's ringing right now.
It's a warning for
a very
potential
healthy
trouble to
very
come.
healthy warning.
And the last line that was quoted in the last paragraph, as a result, law enforcement is being met with numbers of people beyond the norm. That's what you're saying, a larger crowd size. What would you expect your deputies to do with this kind of warning?
Well, first of all, the deputies would ensure that this information is being shared amongst the planners, as was directed from an intelligence operator over to the planners. I would want to know that they had sufficient systems in place, that when a briefing note like this was produced, that it would go from the intelligence directorate to the planning team, and that it would be, again, used in real time as they were developing the plan in real time. And these are real-time systems. It's not one first and then the other. In real time, information is coming in, very fluid, very fast-moving, very complex situation. My sense from the briefings that I was getting was that that process was in place and it was functioning sufficiently.
Would you expect your deputies to brief up and give you the warning?
On a specific level like this, no.
Okay, so let's go to another document. Now, first of all, let me ask you, since you were reading the Hendon report, do you recall if there's any Hendon report that you could identify that would suggest that it was a weekend event as opposed to prolonged events involving week or month?
I saw Hendon reports that had elements of both, sir. Again, elements of both. In the totality of all of the Hendon reports that were specifically prepared on the topic of the convoy events prior to the arrival of the events themselves, I would literally have to go back through them all. And I think you and I have talked about this in previous interviews. A line in one report, unless you've read the entire report, can be misleading. One report, unless you've read all the reports, could be misleading. So it's the totality of the information. And even then, the Hendon reports, as excellent as they were, and Commissioner, I want to be clear, I've expressed my gratitude to Commissioner Creek on multiple occasions, even after my resignation, about the quality of the intelligence support that we received from the OPP, and specifically around the quality of the Hendon reports. But in the totality, sir, I do not recall, and to this day, even with the benefit of hindsight, I do not have any clear impression or saw any clear conclusions that we were going to have anything more than what I was being briefed on by my team. This was going to be a Thursday, Friday, mainly Saturday, Sunday event with the potential for a smaller group to remain behind, but in numbers that we had managed previously.
Let me show you one example from the January 25th Hendon report and see how you may interpret this report. OPP 401108. We go to page 3, please. Go down. So do you see the section that starts with intelligence gaps? First of all, what do you understand intelligence gaps to mean?
Known unknowns. They know they need some information, but they do not have the information and therefore can't validate the other parts of the assessment, and that there needs to be some effort to acquire that information and convert it into intelligence sufficient to close one or all of the gaps.
So if we look at the first few bullets, first of all, participant numbers, online indicators are unreliable. So this is a known unknown. They knew that they needed the number, but they knew that they didn't have the number. Is that right?
That's how I interpret it, sir.
And then the next two bullets have references to specific dates. Nature of activities in Ottawa by advanced convoy participants, January 28th, January 29th. So when these dates are referenced in these reports, what do you take them to mean?
That we're going to have 2 days of activities. That they don't know what those activities will be on those 2 days.
That's right. They don't know what may happen on those days. Could we infer from this bullet that things were only going to happen on these 2 days?
No.
What about the third bullet? Events possibly scheduled at Parliament Hill on the 30th of January. The same, right?
Yes, sir.
So we know from this that the police didn't really know what would happen on that date, but we cannot infer from this bullet that these are the only dates when things would happen.
You're absolutely right. In the larger context of all the intelligence information, sorry, what was the date of this report again?
25th of January.
I'm certain that by the 25th of January, we were into the cycle of briefings where this is a 3-4 day event, mainly the Saturday, Sunday. So even at the point where these known unknowns were being listed, while we couldn't tell you what the agenda of the activities were going to be, there would be some activities. There would be people demonstrating in the city. It would involve some level of vehicular traffic, likely involving large trucks. But you're right. None of the information in these known unknowns fills in hour by hour or block by block of time as to what exactly will be taking place.
Right. So this is January 25th. And then on the 27th, as we get closer to the first weekend arrival, you attended a meeting with your command team as well as the legal services. If I could take you to a document number OPS 3014559 at page 1, please. So if we scroll down slightly, do you see the last bullet? So first of all, the bullet that says chief questions, it sounds like at this meeting, you asked some questions. In the fourth sub-bullet, interdict tow truck equipment prior to it being used against us, heavy equipment within Convoy to take down barriers, a level of pre-planning we don't normally see. Concern they have this for something that is supposed to be lawful. Is it fair to say that by this date, you had some concern for, given the presence or anticipated presence of the heavy equipment when it was supposed to be something lawful, you were questioning, why are these equipments there?
Yeah, that actually almost reflects, I want to say word by word, but certainly the sentiment of some of the intelligence that was in the Hendon reports. I can't remember the date of that. I do believe, and again, I stand to be corrected, Commissioner, Evidence in Chief was led by Interim Chief Bell that talked about the heavy equipment. There were efforts made to interdict, to prevent that from coming in or at least mitigate it. And I believe he said that this is not information I had as a time of chief, so I'm relying on Interim Chief Bell's testimony, that in fact, much of that heavy equipment did not make it into the downtown core. And he described differently some of the equipment that did make it down there than what has been reported on previously in media.
So as the chief, you had the strategic oversight, so to speak, and you were asking appropriate questions to ensure that those deputies who were reporting to you were doing their job when this kind of concerns arise. Am I correct?
Absolutely. I mean, it could be as simple as, I think, a term that other people have given testimony on. You just need to kick the tires on different parts. Just make sure you ask questions at different levels, strategic, operational, and yes, sometimes tactical, to make sure that they're aware of it and they have put some effort into it and there's a reasonable approach to how they're going to address it.
Now, we also understand from the testimony of Inspector Lucas that there was a potential that the OPS would be overwhelmed during the weekend of January 29th and 30th. I can take you to the transcript, but it was in evidence. So I guess my question to you is this. If there are these warning signs, and as we progress towards the weekend, these warning signals get stronger and stronger, shouldn't the OPS have known what was coming?
To answer your question, no. If you're asking, and I don't want to interpret wrongly your question, so if I go in the wrong direction, please pull me back. As the signals became stronger and stronger, what I would expect is, first, I would know the signals were getting stronger, and clearly we did. Secondly, that whether I asked about it or someone offered it, that we would have a constructive discussion around mitigation for those signals. I can tell you, I think it was the Wednesday that I received my first formal request through Acting Deputy Ferguson to reach out to fellow chiefs of police and request additional resources. If I'm wrong on the date, Commissioner, I'll stand corrected, but middle of the week, I reached out to London Police Service, York, I believe, Toronto, asking for general resource officers, but particularly public order officers. It's my recollection, again, I stand to be corrected, that around this date or on this date, I had another request to reach out for more public order. I believe in Commissioner Creek's testimony that he was aware of that request. He had 2 public order units that were sent to Ottawa. I don't believe they were under our ICS control, but they were in the Ottawa area and available. So that is what I would call Inspector Lucas signaling we might be overwhelmed by the numbers. We'll need to bolster our abilities to not be overwhelmed, particularly that would be public order assets. And I had a specific request to get more public order assets, and I made that request in this case to Commissioner Creek. And thankfully, as he did, provided those resources as quickly as he could.
Now, we heard from Superintendent Bernier when he testified at the commission that after he read the January 27th Hendon report, excuse me, he told Superintendent Drummond about this bizarre disconnect between the Hendon intelligence and the OPS preparation. Do you think that there was a bizarre disconnect?
First of all, while I have the greatest respect for Inspector Bernier, he was not involved directly in the planning or the intelligence threat risk assessment. police services and organizations are wonderful places. Everyone has an opinion. The briefings that I was getting from the commanders that had been assigned to the task, the people that they had assigned through their responsibilities to produce the information, some of which is displayed on the screen here, did not indicate that there was a bizarre disconnection.
And do you think your deputies were doing the best they could?
I think there were, yes, sir.
And knowing what we know now and reflecting back on the way that the OPS handled or applied the intelligence they got, what lessons, if any, should we learn from that?
Thank you. An important question, Commissioner. Frank, if I'm deviating too far, please pull me back. But probably one of my top recommendations for you to consider, sir. While we had excellent intelligence and particularly excellent support from the Ontario Provincial Police, this was from the very onset a national issue. It was a national event. It started in British Columbia. It was joined on the East Coast, and it brought convoys from the southernmost point in Windsor. Probably the greatest number of participants and vehicles came from our border with Quebec across the 5 interprovincial bridges. The vast majority of the formal intelligence threat risk assessment reports that we relied on came from the Ontario Provincial Police. To this day, I have a question. Why wasn't I getting intelligence threat risk assessments on a regular basis of the quality that I got from the OPP, from our federal partners? Again, I want to be clear, Commissioner, they contributed meaningfully, and I'm grateful for their contributions. But I've said this in the parliamentary committees, and I'll say it again to the Commissioner. There's a structural deficit in our national intelligence threat risk assessment process. I'm grateful for the Ontario Provincial Police for filling that gap and doing so to the very best of their ability. But it was not optimal for us or any other jurisdiction that faced any element of these events. And one of my recommendations, sir, with great respect, is that there needs to be an investment in our national intelligence threat risk assessment structure, organizationally, institutionally, through integrated organizations and institutions. Some of that will be a financial investment, but it doesn't all have to be a financial investment. It needs to be an investment to bring this country forward truly into the 21st century, where we are 2.5 decades into it.
Now, in your view, was there anything that the OPS could have done differently to better handle the intelligence they did have?
There is no doubt, sir. And I'm sure you will ask me multiple times over the course of my testimony, could we have done better? Absolutely. I never had a chance to do a debrief. I understand that Interim Chief Bell has conducted some or completed one. I'm not sure of the status, and I'm sure within that document there will be many, many, many examples of how we could have done better and need to do better going forward. I believe in his testimony, lessons were already learned and applied to subsequent demonstrations. So if you're long way of answering, there's no doubt that we could have done some things better.
But specifically about how it handled intelligence, anything you can teach us from your experience?
Low-hanging fruit, and I believe it's already been rectified to some degree. A substantive element of our intelligence and information directorates. I would suggest even in other functional units and directorates, the ability for us to conduct open source social media and other online information gathering. With the caveats of charter rights, privacy rights, absolutely, that would have to be a very transparent process. I stand to be corrected, but when I became chief of police, we actually had a unit that would have, by description and definition, fulfilled much of that function, not all of it. It was either 0% staffed or staffed by one person because we did not have the financial resources to put human beings into those budgeted positions. We didn't have the internal skill sets, even if we could find a human being to sit in there. I believe that's been rectified to some significant degree based on testimony from Interim Chief Bell, but that is something it took me almost a full year, 2 years to convince the Toronto Police Service to do, and this is going back 2010, 2011, after the events of the G20, actually before and after, when we finally got our first it was called a cyber group, but really it was for pre-intelligence and post-investigative online capabilities. There are very few police services anywhere in Canada, municipal, provincial. OPP is an exception. I don't know about Sûreté de Quebec. RCMP and the OPP and the Toronto Police Service are the only ones that I would comfortably describe as a reasonable, trending to optimal level of capability in that area. The Ottawa Police Service did not have that capability.
Okay, now a moment ago in answering my question, you referenced the need to respect charter rights. That brings me to my next topic. You recall that one of the topics we discussed during our interviews was your understanding of how the charter might have limited police options in responding to the arrival of the convoy. Do you remember those discussions?
Yes, sir.
So if I could take you now to the interview summary at page 15. We go to the second paragraph. Sorry, scroll down, please. That's right. The paragraph that starts with Chief Sloly. Chief Sloly was advised that based on the known intelligence reports, OPS did not have the legal authority to deny the Freedom Convoy access to downtown Ottawa simply because some people disagreed with the views of some participants. He understood that OPS did have authority to close roads and restrict traffic if there were public safety concerns, but closures and restrictions had to be commensurate to actual threats or reasonably predictable threats. Highway Traffic Act or bylaw violations alone would not be sufficient to justify restricting access to the city for all protesters. So that was the view you expressed at the time. Is that the view you still hold now?
Yes, sir. With this caveat, I'm a police officer, not a lawyer.
Right, and some of us regret to be lawyers. Now, since our interview, we've received a legal opinion provided to the OPS on this issue. So if I may take you to that opinion. Let me find the document number. It is OPS 403692. Okay, scroll down, please. Now, you see there's the paragraph that starts with, while the convoy has not yet reached the city of Ottawa. By the way, this memo, I believe, is dated January the 28th. Deputy Chief Bell requested the opinion on the 27th and got it the next day. So this paragraph says, while the convoy has not yet reached the city of Ottawa, various considerations will need to be assessed and reassessed to determine the appropriate response, including the balancing of competing charter rights, impacts to public enjoyment and the right to mobility, impacts to health and safety, impact on obstructing emergency vehicles, and impact to public safety generally. Do you remember if you had access to this legal opinion at the time?
Yes, sir, I did.
So in terms of these bullet points, they mention the impacts to public enjoyment and the right to mobility. Do you understand that to apply to the right of the residents to move around freely in the downtown core and not be impeded unduly by the trucks and commercial vehicles? Your answer is?
Sorry, yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay, and then impacts on obstructing emergency vehicles, that's obviously important for reasons we all understand, and the impacts to public safety generally. So in assessing the options available to the OPS to respond, including closing roads and setting up barriers to the downtown core, these considerations were applied at the time?
Well, first of all, just an observation. Deputy Chief Bell made the request on the 27th. Again, if you recall my earlier testimony, this was a 4-day event starting on the 27th, continuing to the 28th, which is the Friday, with the main events on the 29th and the 30th, the Saturday and Sunday. This legal opinion, while helpful to a degree, arrived technically in the middle of what we were already dealing with. There were already vehicles in the city, protest vehicles. There were already protesters and demonstrators in the city as we were receiving, reading, and considering this. This did not arrive a week before or even a day before. This was already in the middle of the events. With that caveat, this is helpful. It certainly articulates to a greater degree what I think most of the police officers and even my general counsel, Christiane, would have known and could have articulated differently. It's not definitive. It's advice, not direction. I understand that's counsel's job. But there isn't a definitive line that says, because there might be any level of any one of these 5 points, you therefore must go to some substantive interdiction, prevention, blocking of the events that are going to happen. Again, language is important, and I think you and I have talked about this before. The reference of the lawyer who drafted this says the convoy, I believe. There wasn't one convoy ever. There were multiple convoys, and there were multiple other individuals and small groups, and I think Superintendent Morris used better language than I will, but affiliated groups that joined or left on a daily basis. I'm always mindful when I read particularly advice documents that use a pejorative term, when what we were dealing with in reality was a massive group of fluid, interacting individuals and groups where there was no one leader, no one spokesperson, and no one thing to deal with. This was helpful, but not particularly instructive.
Now, by the 27th of January, am I correct? And I believe this evidence came from Superintendent Abrams, that the OPS was expecting somewhere in the range of 3,000 trucks to come to Ottawa downtown.
I recall seeing that number presented by Inspector Lucas.
Right. So with that in mind, if we go to page 4 of the same opinion, we scroll down to page 4, please.
Sorry, with
Yes.
with your indulgence, Commissioner, with your indulgence, I do want to be clear though. What was listed in those 5 points materially happened on the Saturday, the 29th. Those, and I think Deputy Bell gave excellent evidence on his own. I won't repeat his testimony. But what we saw in terms of a violation of our community's rights, our business community's rights, the level of unlawfulness and assaultiveness in the broadest sense of that term, including the literal sense of that term, was not what we expected and was overwhelming, not just for the Ottawa Police Service, most importantly, it was overwhelming for those communities that were most directly impacted by those events that weekend and every other day after that. So this was helpful because it to some degree anticipated that there would be competing charter rights, there would be significant mobility challenges, there would be an impact on our emergency services in the ways that they were described theoretically on the page. So there was usefulness in this exercise. It was just a little too little and already in the middle of the events that were still unfolding around us.
I guess my next question, after I take you to the passage I want you to have a chance to consider, is what it would be reasonable to anticipate in light of this guidance from the lawyer. So this paragraph, starting with therefore, while the case law indicates that those who wish to protest have a charter-protected right in doing so, it is not without limits. These limits, as the courts have recognized, prevent threats of violence, acts of violence, and unlawful conduct. Moreover, these limits also prevent demonstrators from obstructing travel on roadways. It is worth noting, however, that there has been at least one decision where it was found that a blockade for a very brief period only constituted a minor inconvenience and was therefore permissible. So this paragraph referenced the need to preserve travel on roadways as a way to limit whatever other competing rights the protesters may have for free assembly and free expression and so on. So having this in mind, can you help me understand why, when upward of 3,000 commercial vehicles and trucks are expected to arrive in downtown Ottawa, that this wouldn't put some limits on where those trucks could access in downtown Ottawa?
Thank you. And as I'm reviewing this document and we're having this dialogue, all of these things were actually within the operational plan. I believe Inspector Lucas has given evidence to you, sir, that he considered that number. He considered it that through the combination of the PLT negotiations engaged by OPP and OPS officers, that there was agreements made with as many of the convoys as possible that would significantly reduce the impact of such events by parking trucks and arranging bus or rideshare into the downtown core that would alleviate much of this, that they recognize that emergency lanes need to be kept open and significant amounts of planning detailed out in the traffic plan and other plans. Again, evidence led by many others in that regard. The Ottawa Police Service were neither ignorant of this, and more importantly, they had taken steps to reasonably mitigate this, based significantly on the intelligence and information available, and as we've heard by other OPS members, including Inspector Lucas, Deputy Chief Bell, based on the previous experience that they had with similar types of events in a reasonable, similar time frame. So I think, again, this was an informative document. It validated much of what we were thinking. It provided a more clearly articulated legal basis for what we were thinking. And we put in place the mitigation pieces that I felt were reasonably presented to me in advance of this. And we had the support of an excellent group from the OPP and their PLT as well. We've heard that, unfortunately, the majority of those agreements were broken. Let me be careful about my language. And I believe, sir, it was Inspector Lucas that gave an insight that I was only aware of in his testimony. I believe it was the Windsor convoy that arrived first and largest into the city and occupied the majority of the red zone area along the parliamentary district. Once that happened, the convoys, again, I'm relying on Inspector Lucas's testimony. If I get any of this wrong, I will walk that back. But once that happened, Inspector Lucas described something, I think he called it like a chaotic scramble of convoys breaking off and going anywhere. The traffic plan collapsed. The extra resources held in reserve had to be immediately actioned to try to get the agreements that were in place, to get the trucks to the designated parking zones. None of that was accomplished in the morning of, and I guess the early afternoon of the Saturday the 29th. The Windsor group had claimed, for the most part, Wellington Street in the parliamentary district, and everybody else wanted to get as close to that as possible. I shouldn't say everybody else, a lot of other participants, for almost the full duration of that event, tried to get to that most prized and prolific public place. And that was another complicating factor on our operations, our traffic plans, our PLT operations, even our POU operations. So I think we had an informative legal opinion sought at a reasonably early opportunity, received literally in the middle of the event, certainly within less than 24 hours. Stop me if I'm going on too much, sir, but my last point in this, and it's a what if, and I don't want to engage in too much conjecture, but other witnesses have provided this what if. I believe Deputy Chief Bell talked about this. Assuming that even on the 28th, Commissioner, that we decided to lock down the city, close off all the interprovincial bridges and the off-ramps from the 416 and 417 highways, we would have needed, in Deputy Chief Bell's estimation, 2,000 officers. I think it would have actually been more. Even if that was our wish, even if that was the clearest conclusion that came from any of the Hendon reports or any other combination of intelligence or legal opinions, on the 28th of January, we were not going to get 2,000 extra officers into the city and deployed on a plan that could execute and implement anything that relates to this.
Now, you pointed out that this became the reality as of the 28th. It materialized, in your word.
On the 29th, sir, sorry.
Although the 29th. But isn't it fair to ask that by the 27th, when OPS knew that 3,000 vehicles were coming to Ottawa, and much of the online messaging suggests that the protesters had an intent to stay for as long as the mandates were not lifted, why isn't it predictable And why shouldn't the OPS be acting on this advice to take active steps to mitigate access to the downtown core?
Two things. First of all, we did take active steps. Roads were closed. We've heard repeated testimony from OPS and OPP senior officers that there were efforts to manage the convoys en route in on the King's highways, a new term. I'm so used to the Queen's highways, but the King's highways. And so there were mitigation efforts. Second thing, and it does relate to the first, the biggest mitigation effort was the work of the excellent PLT teams from the OPP, which is the best-in-class PLT program in the country. I hope I haven't disrespected my RCMP colleagues, but that's a humble opinion. Take it for what it's worth. They have an excellent PLT program, but our PLT was engaged. I believe from Commissioner Carrique's evidence, or it might have been Commissioner Abrams' evidence, engaged as the Western convoys crossed Manitoba, and they were engaged with all the other convoys. So PLT had negotiated in good faith and it received good faith agreements, small a agreements, because I don't think it's a contract, that the 3,000 trucks would be mitigated substantially by their willingness to move those trucks into pre-designated areas and carpool, for lack of a better term, into the core. They had agreed not to block the emergency lanes. We had no indication, even on this date, that we were going to have the type of public display of unlawfulness, terrible term, and my English teacher will turn over a grave, assaultiveness in the broadest sense, sensory as well as physical, hate-related incidents that we saw materialize and metastasize on the 29th into the 30th and beyond.
Let me ask you now, from your perspective, how did that weekend unfolded? Tell us about the events.
Fast and furious.
Right.
In preparing for today, I read through some of my notes, and I think I shared with my counsel. I was reading the 9 o'clock briefing on the Saturday morning. Whether you find this as validation or not, Commissioner, but the 9 o'clock briefing that I received on the Saturday morning, the 29th, was still talking about a weekend event. It described we might have a tent city at the end of this. Tent city in the vernacular, meaning that we would have some 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 20 tents somewhere in an NCR park, Confederation Park, and that we would need to remove it as we had in previous ways. And I'd seen that done during my tenure. There's a bit of a back and forth that I'm quoted in as saying, well, can we make sure that we have our ESU, which is our Emergency Services Unit, down on the ground, and when anybody brings out a tent, can we, in a very smiling and polite way, ask them not to put their tent up so we have less work to do after the weekend? That is literally the substantive assessment. Traffic plan is working, PLT agreements are in place, convoys are arriving, officers are ready to go, Intersect has stood up, NCRCC has stood up, and we might have a bit of a tent city to deal with. That is consistent with all of the briefings, intelligence and operational, on balance, in summary, that I had been receiving up until that point. That wasn't the case probably by 11 o'clock in the morning. It happened that quick.
Mm-hmm. What happened by 11?
My understanding and my observation was by 11 o'clock, we had a significantly embedded, clearly beginning to occupy, and in some cases fortify, elements of Wellington Street, the Parliamentary District, and other parts of our downtown core. That we were not able to maintain the agreed level of cooperation with the various convoys, and that the traffic plan and the staffing and reserve staffing was significantly, if not already fully exhausted. I did not have the detailed descriptions as have been provided in testimony here around what was taking place in the NCRCC, and I can't validate or invalidate the level of chaos and potentially the occasional F-bomb that might have been thrown around in that room of dedicated professionals who were having been, excuse my term, punched right in the nose and engaged in a standing 8 count, trying to get the city back to a level of safety as quickly as they can, and also trying to keep our Ottawa Police Service members and our partner agency members, our city workers, residents, business owners, as safe as they possibly could in a set of circumstances that at this point, sir, clearly was unprecedented. Clearly was unprecedented.
So are you describing the event of the 29th?
the morning, early afternoon of the 29th, which essentially stayed on a steady state with varying degrees of crowd dynamic and other injects like alcohol and drugs into the evening. But that was pretty well the next 72 hours.
So at some point on the 29th, you realized that you're confronting something unprecedented.
Yes, sir.
I believe Inspector Lucas described it as drinking from the fire hose.
That's a very polite description.
How would you describe it?
However many convoys there were, that's as many fire hoses were coming. Add 10 more fire hoses for all the other odds and sods that showed up. Put 3 more fire hoses in for the minus 35-degree temperature. 4 or 5 more for the level of fatigue that our officers already had going into those events. 43 more fire hoses for the level of public trust in policing based on all the events that I outlined earlier on. And I think that's a more accurate assessment of the amount of water that we were taking on at that point.
At the height of the day's events, how many trucks would you estimate were there?
I received an estimate. I never made the estimate. As high as 5,000 trucks and 15,000 participants is the upper end number that I recall receiving on the Saturday. I say 5,000 trucks. I want to be careful. 5,000 vehicles, predominantly trucks, but that might have included a range of other vehicles that I can't detail for you.
And that's just in the downtown core?
Yes, sir.
What about the emergency lanes? Were they kept open?
My understanding through testimony is that they managed to keep the Wellington lane, I always get this confused, the South lane open for much of that day. I don't know if they lost it for portions or at some point between the Saturday and the Sunday, they lost it or made a decision to close off Wellington and then create an emergency lane access egress through other street combinations. I'm not clear on the details, sir.
As the members of the Ottawa Police Service began to focus on responding to these events downtown, what was the impact on the rest of the city?
It's a very important question, and that was, I think, touched on at some point in testimony. The downtown core was clearly was the epicenter and a hyper volatile, hyper complex. I won't be able to provide adjectives, so I'll just leave it at that. But you could drive south of the 416, get that right, 417, into literally still downtown neighborhoods. And you would hear honking and you'd see, unfortunately, Canada flags stuck on vehicles and behavior that was clearly antisocial, but it dropped off significantly once you got south of the 417. Further out into the Canadas and the other parts, there were probably micro things happening. I'm never really sure of it. So the city would be aware of it. It would be obviously on TV, social media is exploding at this point, and people are dialed in to what's going on. But from a physical standpoint, physical location, 98% of it was in a micro concentration, hyper concentration of activity and trauma, unfolding trauma to our community in the heart of our city, in the heart of the parliamentary district. And I don't want to in any way forget, I know there are federal representatives here, but the trauma impacted on federal employees, elected officials, public officials, the entire infrastructure and ecosystem that represents our nation's capital, the parliamentary district. And I believe Mr. Champ quoted 18 or 15,000 residents in that area. I don't know how many businesses. I know the Rideau Center was closed. All of that happened literally within hours. And the relief did not come, I believe, until February 17th, 18th, or 19th.
And we've heard evidence from some of the residents and business owners affected during the first week of hearing that from that time on, they started feeling abandoned by the police, by other leaders, and they felt hopeless. That was one of the adjectives they used. And they started seeing a kind of general chaos and lawlessness. How would you describe what was happening? Were those adjectives accurate?
first of all, I'll never challenge the feelings of a member of our community. They're their feelings. They're as righteous and as accurate as they need to be for the human being that expressed them. So I'm in no way challenging wherever that sentiment came from. I can tell you that I met with, spoke with, walked around and talked with many of the residents, the business owners. I was at a Business Improvement Association meeting that was referenced by one of the witnesses, and I heard a range of sentiments. I saw a range of responses from incredibly resilient and understanding and patient people, an elderly couple, both of them infirm in wheelchairs, traveling through that minus 35-degree temperature, stopped me as I was getting out of my SUV while doing a live call on a board meeting on February 1st, I believe, and talked to me. I think Chair Deans was talking, and I was literally talking to this couple. Chief, we know you guys are doing the best you can. Please, it's hard for us to get around the sidewalks. We're trying to do our shopping. We know this is really tough on you and your team. Please do your best for us. So yes, I heard expressions of hopelessness. I heard accusations of abandonment. But I would have to say the vast majority that I received directly to me was around resilience, impatience. Get this thing resolved as quickly as you can, as completely as you can, but resilience and a level of understanding as to what the officers on the ground, and I don't say just officers, the members of our organization, the partners that were deployed already from OPP, RCMP, London, God bless them. I think people understood how difficult it was, but they didn't see the situation resolving in a day, in 2 days. And I think it's reasonable for people to feel really aggrieved that there isn't a clear solution or a timeline to a clear solution that they could tangibly see and anticipate. And we were simply not in a position to provide that to them.
And
at that time.
In addition to the perspectives of the residents and business owners, etc., since you're the chief of the Ottawa Police Service, can you tell us how were the members of the Ottawa Police Service holding up? Because this was only the beginning. It continued for another 3 weeks or so.
This is always a little tricky part for me, sorry.
You want us to take a break? And
Thank you, sir. It's okay. They were doing their very best under inhuman circumstances, like the city was, like the community was. It was too cold and it was too much. But they did their very best. And I'm grateful to them. And they should be celebrated. Not celebrated, that's the wrong word. They should be understood.
Do you feel that they were misunderstood?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
I think I've given this testimony in parliamentary standing committees. The level of disinformation and misinformation was off the charts. It was crushing to the members' morale. It was crushing to the incident command team's morale. It was crushing to my executive team's morale. I suspect it was crushing to the board. It was crushing to everybody. It was unrelenting. It was 24 hours a day. And I think by the end of the weekend, it had become a global story that mainstream media was following. And none of it was portraying in any way accurate the hard work of the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service and the partner agencies that stood with us. None of it. To this day, it hasn't. And that is very unfortunate because public trust and confidence in any police service, I believe, is the #1 public safety factor. When any police service loses significantly public trust and confidence, that in of itself is a massive public safety threat and risk. It materializes in so many ways. I don't know if the commissioner wants me to expand on that, but I'm happy to do so. And unfortunately, as quickly as the events unfolded on the morning and the afternoon of the Saturday, public opinion against the Ottawa Police Service and its members turned just as quickly and to the same unprecedented levels that were unrelenting, at least from my entire experience up until February 15th.
Well, you spoke of how the officers were misunderstood. Let's hope that this inquiry will be the beginning of that understanding. Commissioner, would this be a good time to take a recess?
If you would like, sure, we can take a morning break for 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Okay, I've got some things to say. There might be time to go to the phones, but I'm going to say this. They don't care. He doesn't care. Never did. Doesn't care about the protesters. Doesn't care about the people who were marginalized, demonized, victimized, smeared, pushed into a corner, and ultimately beaten into submission. What are we hearing from former Chief Sloly? We're hearing about concerns about the community, concerns about resiliency, about the rights of business, the rights of people who live downtown, the impact on the community. He sat there just now and shed tears because of the way his officers, the way his former employer, the way that his police service was being portrayed in the mainstream media, saying that the mainstream media didn't accurately portray what was going on with the police service. You know, at no time during this inquiry, at any time, has anyone ever expressed any compassion, empathy, sympathy, or understanding in any way for the people who drove all the way across the country to express their displeasure, their discontent, their horror with the way the government had treated them? He sits there and talks about systemic racism, discrimination, never using the word discrimination, actually, systemic misogyny, but the word should be discrimination, and yet still can't understand why the people drove all the way across the country. And the reason he doesn't understand is because these people are living in an alternate freaking universe. He was living in a bubble, a political bubble, a social bubble, a bubble of privilege, if you want to talk about privilege. All those politicians, all those bureaucrats, all these elites, completely out of touch, sitting there making excuses, given intelligence reports, telling him exactly what was coming down the highway, unable to get it organized, to keep it peaceful and safe for everyone, including the protesters. And we've heard members of municipal council sit up there and say that the police were paid to keep the residents safe, not the protesters. No, they're there to keep everyone safe. Everything former Chief Sloly has just said about the residents may be true, but so too is it true about the protesters. But nobody gave a damn about them, and they don't give a damn about them now. They don't give a damn about you. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about what the government did to you. They don't care about the way that people were marginalized. They don't care about the way identity politics has been used from the get-go to divide people. They don't care about the venom that the Prime Minister spewed to divide people using hateful rhetoric of his own. And they sit there and talk about assaultive behavior. The people came from all corners of the country to protest because they had been assaulted by the government, not only in the broadest sense of the word, but in the most finely detailed and crafted definition of the word. Forced to take something in the arm that they didn't want to. And if they didn't, they lost their jobs, their livelihoods. They had nothing. That's why they didn't leave. They had nothing to go back to. And even now, this guy sits there and uses his flowery language to cover his butt. And to run cover for his former police service and his police brothers. And he wouldn't question, he says, the sentiment coming from someone in the community who expressed concern but they sure as heck questioned everything about what the protesters were doing. Oh, you could protest to a limit until we tell you have to go. And if you don't, we'll beat you. They should be understood, he said, of his officers, of his police service. I believe that's who he was referring to. But what about the protesters? What about the people? The people who were beaten? What about them? What about the people who lost their jobs? What about the people who underwent what some would consider to be medical rape? Medical rape. Is there any compassion for them? I know people, I know women who submitted, took the shot in the arm because they had to take care of their kids, single moms who didn't want to and cried because of it. Does anyone have any compassion for them? You want to talk about misogyny? How about governmental imposed misogyny on women who had to take care of their kids and had no choice but to submit to a government mandate? Where's the understanding for them? He wasn't prepared because none of them understood. They were all out of touch, and they're still out of touch, even now. Our country has lost its moral compass. Crushing to everyone, crushing to morale, he said, of his police officers because of the coverage in the mainstream media. Have you watched it? The protesters were portrayed as Nazis. They made stories up. They lied, fabricated stories to smear them, discredit them, to turn the population, Canadians against Canadians, with lies, to turn them into the enemy. People who had already been victimized and marginalized. Have you learned nothing from your history, sir? And I say the same thing to the politicians who have done this to the people. Have you learned nothing? Where is your soul? If you think it was crushing to the morale of your police officers, think of what it did for over 2 years to the people who were beaten into submission, not just with your police batons, but with government mandates that stripped them of their rights. They couldn't even get on an airplane or a train. Have you ever heard of Rosa Parks? Sir? Ever? You of all people? A former police chief who was charged with the task of addressing systemic racism? And you sit up there completely out of touch with one of the greatest civil rights abuses in world history right in your face, and you can't see it? What is wrong with our leaders? What's wrong with him? Maybe blinded by the paycheck you were getting, blinded by the pressure you were getting from politicians. Public trust and confidence. I agree. You lost the trust and the confidence of the public. You lost my trust and confidence. And today it is still shaken. Not because you couldn't control an unprecedented number of Canadians who came to your town to express themselves in the face of civil rights abuses, but because you failed to see what was really going on. You didn't see the size of it, the scope of it. You didn't understand why. And even now, today, during this inquiry, where you're trying to figure out what you could do better to make sure that, it either didn't happen again, or that you could do, so that you could handle it better the next time, you're failing to address the core issue. The objective here is not to figure out a way to prevent the protesters from coming and engaging again. You shouldn't be focused on that so much. It's not a technical question, my friend. And I say this to the commission, I say this to our politicians, I say this to Canadians. The question is not a technical one. It's not about how do we stop a protest like that from ever happening again. The question is, how do we prevent the government from ever doing this to Canadians again? You answer that, and you won't have that kind of reaction from the public. It was an unprecedented protest because the abuses heaped upon the people by the government were unprecedented. Until you understand that, you will never get to the truth. And you will never make anything better. Try a little compassion for the actual victims here. Victims who stepped up and instead of being violent, staged the most peaceful protest in world history. Your response, sir. Your response, Justin. Inexcusable. And as long as I sit here, I will do my best to focus on the truth.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
All right, they're coming back in. Wow. They're coming back in, so the commission's about to resume.
Okay. Go ahead.
So before the break, Chief Sloly, you were telling us about the events of that first weekend and how it hit everyone really hard. I'd like to take you now to January the 31st, which I believe is the Monday after.
Yes, sir.
We've heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson that was when the executive team realized that a lawful protest has now turned into an illegal occupation. That was her evidence, and I'm interested in your view on that.
My view is it was unlawful the moment a law was broken in relation to the events. And so for me, that was clearly the Saturday morning. I don't want to in any way interpret Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's impression. I think I would position 31st as we now know this is going to be a longer term occupation. There are fortifications and there is an alarming level of public safety issues writ large, and we're going to have to pivot our plan to now address the current context and near future context that we're going to be dealing with. So it's in that context that perhaps, again, I don't want to misinterpret, but perhaps the full command is fully on the same page and the incident command team is pivoting the plan now into the next phase of this occupying period.
Tell us about that pivot. What did the executive team decide to do?
I don't know if there's any significant decision. I mean, we needed we needed a significant update on the intelligence threat risk. Much of that was in place in the buildup and iterations, but we now needed to escalate to another level. And again, that cycle of intelligence threat risk assessment to then feed the pivoting operational plan. To what extent are we going to need different resources, greater levels of resources in one area versus another area? And to what extent do we need to build out sub-plans and other things? For me at the chief of police level is what resources are we going to need? What do I now need to do to inform and or engage other levels, including the oversight body of the Ottawa Police Services Board, the city of Ottawa and other factors. And I was still trying to understand really what had just arrived in our city. What really was it? And even just level set my own understanding, never mind the work that was being done on behalf of me through Deputies Bell and Acting Deputy Ferguson.
Deputy Bell described that first week as a period of orientation or reorientation. Do you agree with that description?
I understand. I think I understand the theme behind it. I would probably use different language, but I think it's definitely what just happened. How do we now need to reorient, to reassess, and then start to address the situation going forward?
So before the convoy arrived, we've seen an initial plan dated January the 28th.
Yes, sir.
What was the understanding now in terms of going forward, in terms of the need for a new plan?
Well, there was no need for a new plan. There was a need for an evolution of the plan that we had. An evolution of the threat risk assessment that was in that plan. Again, I want to make it clear there was only ever one plan. There were many iterations of it. There was only ever one threat risk assessment. There were many iterations of it.
So what was the understanding then about this, the need for this new evolved plan?
On the Monday, the 31st,
Yes.
probably the number one thing at that point was staffing, 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 staffing.
And how did you go about achieving that?
Again, without the absence of my notes, but as simple as how many more officers can we redeploy from our overall complement of policing a city of 1 million people in the nation's largest municipal geography to that micro core of the red zones and the immediate neighborhoods around it. I think by that point, again, I'd stand to be corrected if the records say otherwise, but at that point, we had already started to look at changing our shift hours to create a greater volume of officers available, officers and civilian members. I don't know if we had at that point reached out to the association, the Ottawa Police Association, to start to negotiate a whole different shift schedule. That might have come later on in the week, but that was the focus. And then external resource requests, requests that went to OPP and other police services to send additional resources on top of what they had provided us already.
So around that period, January 31st and the next few days, did the OPS start reaching out to other external agencies for help?
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us what steps you or the other members of the executive team did.
Predominantly, it sort of happens at two levels. You know, the agency to agency relationships would already be, you know, phone calls and text messages to people that they knew in other agencies. You know, you'll get something formal from the chief, but we need X, Y, and Z. And then the formal request would come up through Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, and then I would make a reach out to the respective agencies. So probably my approach for the main, I may have deviated every now and then, would be a text message to the chief of police or commissioner saying that you'll be getting a formal request, but I'm looking for X or Y or Z. And then my executive assistant would produce the document and I would forward that formally. But once I got a positive response, the positive response I would then forward to our legal services department and they would go through the process of enabling a memorandum of understanding, an MOU.
And now I want to get a better understanding of the options that were opened while the OPS were reaching out for external help. So I want to take you to a document, OPS 405631. So just looking at the top, it says Public Order Truck Convoy De-escalation Planning Meeting, February 1st, 2022. Do you have, perhaps we can scroll down a little so you can familiarize yourself. It says there's a meeting with the chief. Can we go down further? There are a number of discussion points. So, for example, the third bullet, there's a notation that every single option to be explored and is open to discussion. He is happy to come back and further discuss anything if we need him to. He, I take it, refers to you?
Yes, sir.
So if we go down further, PLT would like one more attempt to speak with every convoy to get them on the same page. We scroll down further. Every POU we ask for will not be released to come to Ottawa as protests happening now everywhere. We might not get the staffing numbers we asked for. So there are a couple of things I wanted to ask you to comment on. First of all, there's a reference to things happening elsewhere. What can you tell us about that?
I believe by the 31st, I'm certain, unless I'm really off base, but Coutts, Alberta was already in play at that point. On the Monday, I don't recall any other Ontario sites. I don't even think the announcement of the No, on the Monday, no, sorry, on the Tuesday, by then there might have been some sort of indication that there would be an event in Toronto around Queen's Park, but I don't think there was any other active sites in Ontario. There were, I believe, some demonstrations at other provincial capitals across the country, but for sure Coots was active and clearly being televised, and we were seeing, I was getting briefings from Commissioner Lucky on the events out there.
So by this time, which I believe was February the 2nd or the 1st, February the 1st, I believe, things are happening elsewhere. And if we go back to the top, one of the discussion points, do you see the third bullet from the bottom? It says POU units across the province needed. What does that refer to?
So maybe I could just give some context to the meeting.
Please.
So this is a Tuesday. We are significantly into the pivot at this point. I had received varying levels of input, some of them just random emails, some of them very specific conversations with people with a lot of experience in unprecedented, unusual public safety events. And the validation that I was getting from small I information to large I information based on expertise was this was unprecedented. This was larger than your police service is going to be able to handle. It was national and in some cases international in scope. It was fueled by significant funding, significant deep misinformation, disinformation, and polarization, just to name a few. This meeting was my first attempt to sit down with Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson as a major incident commander. I had asked for Inspector Lucas to be at the meeting. He could not attend, and I respect his reason, although I don't know it specifically. I think Inspector Morin was sent as his designate, I think, but he was a senior officer from the ICS team that was there. Staff Sergeant Mike Stoll, who was the ESU commander, our POU commander. And
what does ESU stand for?
Emergency Safety Unit, I think, or Emergency Services Unit. Sorry, it's been a little bit of time.
It's synonymous with POU, Public Order Unit?
Essentially, but broader, I think actually a broader use of trained officers that are actually more effectively deployed. A really good practice here that Ottawa should be recognized for, Ottawa Police Service should be recognized for. And I had brought with me the two PLT supervisors because I had feedback internally that our PLT members weren't being optimally used and were feeling out of the loop of substantive discussions like this. And I had requested that the two supervisors be there, and they were there, and you see their contributions later on in the notes. But this is the substantive first time that I'm sitting down with the incident command thread, strategic, operational, and tactical, asking, what are you folks seeing? How are you assessing this? No decisions being made here. I need situational awareness. I need your assessment. We had been blessed with commanders of some expertise and experience from other jurisdictions that were in that room. I think London was there. Can't remember if Durham. I believe there was an OPP commander. I can't recall, but there were at least three other agencies in the room. So it wasn't just us talking to us. There was a healthy amount of external expertise. And we went through what I would call, I won't say it's a whiteboarding session, but a consultation discussion session that I wanted to get to at some point to, okay, well, this is good now. What's the move forward coming out from this? So that's the context of this meeting. I'll pause there if you want to come back to the question that you wanted me to answer.
Yes, because I'm interested in this notation that POU units across the province needed.
So I'd say around the midpoint of that meeting, I would have almost turned to Michelle Morin and Mike Stoll, who were sitting to my right, and said, what's the level of POU that you would think we would need to start to dismantle the red zone and end the occupation? And then there was like a real-time discussion between my folks and the other POU commanders in the room. There were others that were chiming in. It was mainly a POU discussion. And I've been in them many other times before, so I know how this feels. I just sort of sat back and watched this new generation of experts do their thing, and it was kind of was kind of cool to watch. And within a really short period of time, it was almost unanimous. This may not be the exact language, but it's close to it. We're going to need everything in Ontario and a bunch more from across Canada. That was one of the moments where I truly understood the scale of what we were facing. Everything in Ontario and a bunch more from across Canada for me was state visits, an Olympic event, G8, G20. Nothing else requires that.
Mhm.
That's when I truly understand from people with amazing expertise from different jurisdictions. Add on to that whatever other resources we're going to request, that's somewhere already in the range of 600, 700, 800 officers, plus investigators, plus boots on the ground officers, plus dispatchers, analysts, special constables to handle mass arrests. The number is going to be well north of 1,000, and it's way more than we will ever be able to supply within the Ottawa Police Service, within the eastern region of Ontario, within the province.
So that recognition came as early as February 1st.
Yes, sir.
Now, if we go down a little, in the first box under discussion point, I read a bit from it earlier. PLT would like one more attempt to speak with every convoy to get them on the same page. Truckers need to clear all the roads and stop honking in exchange for fuel and a place to park. Have zero room to negotiate. If they don't deal with it in this way, they will be removed. Why is it that there was zero room to negotiate?
I don't know. I'm assuming this is the PLT contribution to the discussion. So I don't, these aren't my notes, and it doesn't seem to be attributed to one or both of the supervisors. I don't know if this is their briefing contribution in totality, so I'm not sure what that means.
I was just curious because it appears that the PLT would like more time, more opportunity to speak to the convoy. And then perhaps there was another view expressed, no room to negotiate. I was just wondering if you could enlighten us on what this discussion was about.
So again, there were some 20 people in the room, and it was really an open forum discussion with people just contributing ideas in a very fluid way.
Right. If I could take you now to the next document, the next day, OPS 30-14484. So if we go to page 22. Now, Chief Sloly, do you have a practice of making notes to yourself, sending yourself emails as reminders or things like that?
Yes, I do, sir.
And would this be one of those examples?
Yes, sir.
So here we read, advise that all options on the table needs to consider the...
Sorry, can you, I'm just not sure the context or date or time of this, sorry.
Yes.
Call with mayor, and it's the timestamp, at least on the entry, is 1:30. Okay, thank you.
And we see a name on the top left, Maria
Fortunato.
Who's that?
That's my executive assistant, or was my executive assistant.
So the contents of the email, which is, I guess, note to yourself, says, advise that all options on the table needs to consider the political option. What roles can Premier and PM play in diffusing the demonstration? It is not my legal responsibility to end a demonstration. It is my legal responsibility to provide adequate and effective policing to serve and protect the city/citizens. What was the purpose of this note to yourself?
At this point, I actually didn't have an assigned scribe, so I was trying in real time to capture information around conversations that I thought were important or a point that I was trying to remember. So it's not a consistent practice with every single meeting that I would go back and do this. That's the context of the note. I don't know if that answers your question, sir.
And since the subject at the top says call with mayor,
Yes.
with re-demonstration, does that capture some of the contents of the call?
Some of it, yes, sir.
On the 2nd of February.
Yes.
Now, on that same day, you made a public announcement that turned out to be somewhat controversial. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I can guess what's coming, sir.
Okay, give me your guess.
There may not be a policing solution to this.
Why did you say that?
for all the reasons that we've talked about. The size and scale of the events were not going to be able to be handled by any one police jurisdiction, certainly not mine. That this was a national scope event. It started from corners of all parts of Canada and arrived in our city. It was already by the 2nd in several other locations, Coots specifically. I think by the 2nd, there would have been some indication that Queen's Park in Toronto would have been a location. This was borne out by a wide variety of polarizing issues, not the least of which was the vaccine mandates, but there were many other anti-government sentiment expressed at all 3 levels of government. And some of this was just people looking to come into our city and participate in an event to have an unruly and in many cases unlawful party. This was the underpinnings that created this event and brought it substantially into our city. We're well beyond the Police Services Act mandate of me as a police chief and the Ottawa Police Service in the police jurisdiction. And we were going to have to engage other elements of civil society and likely all 3 levels of government to make in some way a meaningful contribution to a sustainable solution to the end of it.
What was the context in which you made this statement?
I believe there was I can't remember if it was a board meeting or if it was a council meeting that the board was in attendance at. There was a range of questions for hours, and at some point, one of the questions elicited that response.
And how was your comment received?
If there are 35 million people in Canada, probably 35 million different ways.
Do you feel that you were understood?
No, largely misunderstood, but by a lot of people, very understood.
And have you had a chance to reflect on the statement you made since the time you made it?
A lot.
And what conclusions have you come to?
It needed to be more clear.
Okay. What did you need to be more clear on?
That the Ottawa Police Service is doing and will continue to do everything we possibly can do. Just to be clear, that was literally the substantive answer I was giving during that meeting. All options are on the table. We're doing everything we can. We're calling all the staffing we can. We are rearranging our plan. We're calling out to our partners. So before that statement was made, it wasn't made in a vacuum. We were hours into a long meeting with multiple questions from multiple stakeholders. I believe my board were present. I stand to be corrected. City councillors, the mayor, what are you doing? How are you going to end this? When is it going to end? Please understand, we're doing everything we can and we'll continue to do everything we can on a repeat loop. But at some point, this isn't going to end just by the Ottawa Police Service. Even if we could find a way to get all the resources we need, it's going to come back again next week, the month after, Canada Day. This is a larger movement or series of movements. This is a trend that's happening across the country and around the world. And so there needs to be more than just a policing solution to it. That's the context. Now, I did reflect on it. And in the days and weeks and now months after that, I've, in opportunities like this, expanded on that short phrase. I think there's ample documentation in my notes, scribe notes, that talk about me explaining this further to the chair at board meetings and other conversations and meetings. So I didn't just leave it till now to provide a more fulsome explanation. Within hours and days of it, I was trying to provide that more fulsome explanation to my board oversight and to other public bodies and civil actors.
Now, there are those who may say that your statement fostered a perception among the public and the protesters that the OPS was vulnerable and unable to police the convoy. What do you say to that?
Again, like my earlier comment, sir, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and they're certainly entitled to their feelings. And I can understand that if that was the only thing they heard from me and they were not available to hear all the other efforts I made to clarify that could leave them with a sense that we'd just given up. So I'm not challenging that. But let me be clear. I don't know if that is different from any other statement I've made around the role of policing in society. If you recall my earlier comments when I introduced my approach to policing and how I did it, the police are not going to solve guns and gangs and drugs on their own without education, healthcare, social services, the volunteer sector, communities themselves. The police are not going to be able to solve sexual assaults on their own without advocacy groups and legislative change. So there isn't any major aspect of policing, crime management, order management, even traffic management. We can't patrol the amount of highways unless we have bylaw changes, signage changes, engineering changes that are well beyond the remit of the police service to demand and deliver. So for me, this is a consistent theme that I have spoken on and acted in accordance throughout my entire policing career. It wasn't for me an unusual statement, but it was heard in unusual and unprecedented circumstances and misinterpreted broadly, badly.
Do you think that the lack of clarity of the statement might have risked contributing to a loss of public trust in the ability of the police to respond?
I can't rule that out, sir, but I think I made enough efforts after that to clarify that, and demonstrably the Ottawa Police Service kept, with its partners, kept putting out everything we possibly could for as long as we could. I would very strongly suggest well past where we should have been. Our actions should have spoken louder than words, but unfortunately, by Saturday afternoon, there had been a cemented narrative, and I don't think it ever changed. My statement probably didn't help it, but I don't think it was really changeable from that first weekend.
Now, we've also heard from other police leaders who disagreed with the statement from their perspective in the way that they interpreted the statement. And they felt that there was, in fact, a policing solution. And the way that the occupation was ultimately dismantled proved that there was a policing solution. What do you say to that?
Again, if their comment was based on what was said without the benefit of hearing all the other explanations, I certainly attempted through the larger calls to establish the things I just talked about. We are still looking, we're still doing everything we can. We're seeking all the help we can. And if we can get 1,800 resources or whatever number the final amount was to come in, then we could take care of the unlawful aspects of this. But there are broader implications and underpinnings that could bring it back to my city or any other city or jurisdiction. And so sustainably to resolve the situation, we were still going to need larger civil society, all three levels of government. I don't know if this is the time to interject around any of the levels of declarations of emergency, municipal, provincial, or federal. But clearly we have indications, and I believe that there were assistances from those various levels, the injunction, the private injunction. And so there are clearly examples where some additional efforts were needed beyond the efforts of the police to resolve it. Local community mobilized themselves in mostly constructive ways, in some ways less constructive. But there were efforts across the board from private citizens to public institutions that contributed ultimately to that success. While I respect the comments of my peers, I'll be careful with my language here. I don't know any major operation, including that one, that did not benefit material from the supports outside of police organizations themselves. And I think that's unfair to the contributions made by broader civil society, including all three levels of government. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's what they intended in their comments, so I want to be clear about that. But no police organization of any size, operation of any size that I've ever been involved with, that had the clear level of success, no deaths, no serious injuries, no significant damage to infrastructure, no rioting, no burning police cars. I don't know of any size operation that didn't materially benefit from the consent and cooperation of citizenry, the injections of material resources or advice, expertise from other experts outside of policing, legislative change, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so this was on the second, right, that you made the statement.
Yes, sir.
Let's move forward by a few days.
I did recall it was the first, but I'm not going to quibble.
Right. So let's move forward by a few days. And we've heard from other witnesses that the weekends are always the worst. Is that right? In terms of the surge of numbers?
Yes, in terms of the surge of numbers and then the extra dynamics of convoys coming in or not coming in and definitely larger in scale and more complex.
Right. So I want to show you an email dated February the 5th at 6:33 a.m. The document number is OPS 307355. I expect it will show an email from you to Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. And by this point, on around the 5th, what was the state of any evolving plan that the OPS had?
I think on that date, I received a briefing on the 3 options I'd asked for from the meeting on February 1st, the POU options. So that's a substantive sub-plan development. By then, we'd had major changes around our internal staffing capabilities, decisions around how to redeploy resources around both the events for the convoy as well as policing the rest of the city, which still had to happen on a 24-hour basis, obviously. We had made announcements around our efforts to try to address the disorderly, unlawful, and assaultive behavior, the hate type behavior that was happening directly in the communities most affected around the red zone, variously described as surge and enforce and contain. So those are some of the examples of overarching. We were now planning for a week's cycle as opposed to a weekend cycle. Requests had gone out to partner agencies, not just for police officers, but for planners, people with expertise in PLT, POU, recognizing we didn't have the expertise or the number of people necessary to do the type of planning and sub-planning that we needed to do. And I know I'm going fast, Commissioner, so if you need me to slow down, I will. So there's a range of activities that are engaged in evolving the pre-arrival plan into an in-event plan.
Well, that context is helpful as we take a look at this document. Can we scroll down a bit? So in this email, you said you have directed Inspector Dayu to convene a full incident command briefing at 8 a.m. If we go down further, there's a recap, situational awareness, and then below that, we see 2 sets of priorities. First of all, the general priorities has a couple of points: search, contain, and enforce. That's the first point. Second, demonstration, fully implement plan, but close everything, in brackets, roads, bridges, highway off-ramps, etc., as early and as long as possible. Third, shut down secure enablers for unlawful and unsafe protest, funds, fuel, fund. I won't read the contents in brackets. Is there a 4th point? Can we go down? Okay, so that's it. The first priority, general priorities. Explain to us what this is all about.
So this is the 2nd Saturday. You'll recall what happened on the 1st Saturday. Point number 2, around close everything. At the meeting that was held, that was qualified. I want to be clear about that. Clearly, access and egress, access into the city and access into the downtown core was one of the major reasons why that situation on the 1st Saturday so quickly escalated and metastasized into the events that we're feeling right now. It was reasonably predictable at this point that we were going to have another large influx of convoys, 1s and 2s vehicles, and walk across bridges demonstrators that would again likely overwhelm the amount of resources even at that time that we had in the city. And so that was a major public safety risk that on the 2nd Saturday was now even more likely to happen. And so that's the point there. The surge, contain, and enforce was announced on the Friday morning at a media conference. And this was specifically to address the level of ongoing disorderly, assaultive, hate-related behavior that our downtown communities and businesses were experiencing, particularly in Councillor Fleury's ward and Councillor McKenney, although I'm not sure she's in office now, but former Councillor McKenney, her ward. And the overwhelming amount of community complaints, business complaints were coming from the unlawful, assaultive type behavior in that area, and we needed to, that surge containment in force is not for the red zone, that is for the areas outside of the red zone. And the reference around stacking the day shift and the night shift is to hold back the night shift officers and then deploy the day shift officers. So we have a larger amount at that time to be visibly present in the mid-morning to mid-afternoon when the bulk of those arriving demonstrators and activities, unlawful assaultive type of activities would be taking place. The third point is around probably less of a public safety piece, but still unlawful, unsafe, funds that were enabling to some significant degree the ongoing activities here and other locations, but certainly here in Ottawa. Fuel, the trucks needed fuel, and we were already trying to deal with the jerry cans and that, the open flames, propane in residential areas that I think has already been spoken about. And the fun, probably not the best word to use, but these were, I think, significant emotional and psychological impacts on those that felt captured, abandoned, that elements of the demonstration and the convoy events were fun, where they were suffering. And I think there was a reasonable need for us to take whatever lawful and ethical actions we could to stop it or discourage it and negotiate it in some way. And those were largely the actions that PLT, I believe, were involved with.
Mm-hmm. Now, let me focus for the moment on the second and third point, the directive to close roads and so on, as well as shutting things down like fuel seizure and so on. In earlier testimony from Deputy Chief Ferguson and I believe Deputy Bell as well, they expressed the view that this is an example of a strategic level executive going down, crossing the boundary into the operational or even possibly tactical level of command. And there was some question about the propriety of a strategic level commander doing that. What's your view on this?
This is me crossing that boundary, and for a very specific reason. It's the first full week. The entire service is fully deployed and fully exhausted. We are getting massive complaints from our community, and they are suffering. By this time, they're suffering. The resilience I talked about is still there in a lot of people, but it's waning. We are now reasonably able to predict the cycles of increases on Friday, Saturday, into Sunday and down. We know what's coming, and we knew what hit us the week before. And this is the Chief of Police calling a special incident command meeting to say, are we ready? Do we have the capacity? Are we able to significantly alter what took place last Saturday to what is going to take place this Saturday? And I need to look around the room and eyeball everybody and get a nod or a head shake, and then figure out what you need for resources. So I framed out something that people could come prepared to discuss and invited them to that meeting.
So just so I understand, you're acknowledging that you were in fact stepping into the operational tactical levels, but you're saying this is justified under the circumstances.
I was stepping into the operational levels to make sure that strategic intent was really clear to the operational commanders.
Now, at this time on the 5th, who was the event commander in charge?
Well, I thought it was Superintendent Chris Rielm. I found out at the meeting that transpired later that in fact it was Superintendent Jamie Dunlop.
So when you made these directives, you weren't aware yet that it was Dunlop, Superintendent Dunlop.
That's correct.
Now, some may say that the proper way to do this is not for the strategic commander to step into the operational level, but to have a discussion with the operational commander and provide strategic direction. Or if the strategic commander did not have enough confidence in the operational commander, to replace that person rather than to start directing operations him or herself. What do you say to that?
If you scroll up to the top of this, please. So this is, what's the timestamp on this email? Sorry, I just can't see it.
I believe it's 11:33 on Saturday, February the 5th.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, I'm told that this may be Greenwich Mean Time, and so is it 6 hours difference?
So I think this is around,
5 hours.
it's around 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. So to give you context, Confederation Park had become a significant site that we were conducting PLT negotiations. The issue of fuel coming into the downtown from Coventry Road was escalating. The level of complaints, legitimate, desperate complaints coming in from businesses and residents are escalating. We had spent most of the Thursday and Friday trying to build towards the announcement on the Friday of the surge in force contain. The statements, all options are on the table. We are putting all of our resources on the ground. You will see a visible, different amount, greater visibility of police officers engaged in a wider array of activities, including enforcement, to address the substantive complaints and concerns affecting our community. And I know I went way too fast there, so I'm going to take a breath and let people catch up. Coming into the Saturday night, I woke up because I wasn't getting a whole lot of sleep those days. I woke up somewhere around 3 o'clock in the morning, could not get back to sleep. I checked the situation report that came in from Duty Inspector Frank Daou, and he laid out information that is contained in this email. The Confederation Park, I'm not reading exactly, but the Confederation Park negotiations ended badly. The Indigenous elders that had come in were treated badly. There was an attack on one of our sergeants at one of the sites. Other city workers were being attacked. This, for me, was an alarming situational report in the middle of the night that no one else was likely reading. And I wouldn't have been reading until I'd woken up with my alarm at 5 o'clock in the morning. But I read it. So I got in a shower and I got into my car and I got down to the station and I changed into my gear and I looked around. We were thinly staffed. I understand why. There was not much to staff with, but we were thinly staffed. And when I went down onto we call the 0 level of our headquarters and asked the watch commanders there and the sergeants, what's our staffing levels look like for 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, when the bulk of the resource, when the bulk of the convoys are coming in, the numbers I got were really concerning. The level of threat from the situational report from Inspector Daou at 3 o'clock in the morning was alarming. So overnight, we had an escalated level of threat at multiple different sites. And in the morning, I wasn't getting a sense that we had the staffing commensurate to what we had announced and what we actually needed. And so I needed to make sure that I could pull together an incident command team and ask these operational level questions to be assured that we were in a better state of affairs than what I was getting at that point in the morning. And I think that is a reasonable level of situational awareness for a chief of police in an unprecedented crisis to ask of their operational commanders.
Would you agree then that these priorities set out in this email were conceived by you and directed by you?
They were conceived by me. They weren't directed by me. These were the areas that we were going to explore at the commanders meeting.
But then we also heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson, we confirmed through her testimony, the notes that she wrote, that you expressed the sentiment that that this plan was not to be changed, not changing the operational plan, need to implement the hell out of that plan for the next 72 hours. The plan we have is excellent. So I believe we asked Deputy Chief Ferguson whether that was what you said, and she confirmed it. Do you remember?
At what point was that? Is that the subsequent meeting that we had when I called for the incident command meeting?
Perhaps it would help if we go back to OPS 000-14479. Those are Deputy Chief Ferguson's notes. If necessary, we can also go to a transcript from last Thursday's testimony. So if we go to page 43, Can we go down? Sorry? Oh, sorry, we need to go back up a little. Sorry, go up. Further up. Sorry, just further down. There we go. Need to turn the corner on this today. Not changing the op plan. Need to implement the hell out of the plan for the next 72 hours.
Yep.
So does that refresh your memory?
Yes,
So you said that,
yes.
and you consider this an excellent plan? And it was
Just-
not to be changed?
I'm a little confused. Sorry, sir.
Yes.
The three-pointer that I put in my email inviting is not the ops plan I'm referring to here.
Could you clarify that?
Yes. I sent a meeting request. I'm concerned about these three areas. We're going to discuss them. We have this meeting, and I'm saying our ops plan is the right plan. What I want us to do is implement the hell out of it. So, surge, enforce, contain was part of our ops plan. Implement the hell out of it. That means you're going to have enough resources to do that. To surge into the neighborhood, I think the number we said was, I might get the numbers wrong, but I think it was 30 per shift over 3 shifts in 2 neighborhoods where you would see 15 extra uniform officers in those neighborhoods. But if we can't staff to that level, we can't implement the heck out of it or even implement it. So the staffing request is around make sure that what we've announced as part of our excellent ops plan, which is not changing, has the staffing to implement it. That's the reference. The reference around the traffic plan, we're supposed to be reducing the amount of convoys coming into the city. Make sure the traffic plan is staffed adequately and implemented effectively so we don't have the same level of surge of trucks and vehicles coming into the downtown. But we're not changing the plan. There was a clarification, and there was a misunderstanding from Inspector Frank Dawu when I first contacted him at probably 4 o'clock in the morning, where he interpreted close everything as literally get the OPP to close every highway off-ramp of the King's highways across the entire municipality of Ottawa. He would need probably 1,000 police officers to do that. And I would never intend that to happen. I would never need that to happen. I never needed it to happen. That misinterpretation has stayed alive to this day. I clarified in this meeting, off ramps that give direct access to the downtown core where our red zones are area, that's what I need. I wanted all the interprovincial bridges closed because all of them give direct access to the downtown core. And I wanted to know that we had more roads closed internally than we had the weekend before. But I never publicly in the media, and I never in these meetings said, get the OPP to close everything everywhere and keep it closed.
Right, that's helpful introduction to my next question, because there was a public announcement the day before on the 4th, right? What's your best recollection as to what was said at that press event in terms of what was contemplated?
My best recollection was around the concept of all options are on the table. We are looking at greater levels of road closures, including highway off-ramps and interprovincial bridges.
But would you agree that the purpose of the meeting on the 5th was to establish the resources required in order to carry out these priorities?
Not at all, sir. I wanted to ensure that the resources that had been said that would be in place were actually going to be in place.
Right. So we could have misunderstood, but let's see if we could clarify this. If I could take you to your interview summary, WTS 6040 at page 27. If we go down further.
Actually, if you scroll up a little bit, sorry, right there. On February 4th, Chief Sloly announced at a press conference that the OPS would be making greater use of road closures, including closures of off-ramps for Highway 417. There's no statements there saying that we're going to close everything.
No. I agree with you on that, but that's the announcement. But I'm asking you about the purpose of the meeting on the 5th, the morning meeting. So if we go to this paragraph that says, Chief Sloly saw the situation report early on the morning of February 5th. In response, he held several early morning meetings to ensure that OPS's search and enforcement strategy and efforts to harden the downtown core were proceeding properly. He wanted to ensure that OPS had the staffing to implement what it had announced on February 4th. Specifically, he sent Inspector Dayu an email with a list of meeting topics and asked him to organize a meeting with the members of the IC, I believe that's Incident Command, and the command team. So, and so it goes. So am I correct that on the 5th, this meeting was arranged in part to ensure that the OPS had the staffing to implement what he had already announced the day before?
Yes, but the plan was already to have those staff in place. I wanted to make sure they were actually available. A lot can happen in 24 hours. Potentially, without me knowing, the incident commander could have developed a plan that was going to take resources away from those commitments. If they had said, we can't staff your surge and enforcement because we've got all those neighborhood officers doing something else, or we had a shooting in the West End last night and it's an extensive scene and we can't redeploy our traffic to that, then I would have understood. We couldn't staff what we planned, but we weren't trying to figure out just then if we had the staffing for what we had announced. That is not correct.
As a best practice, would it not be preferable to first ensure that OPS had the resources before announcing these plans publicly?
I was told we had the resources, sir.
All right, but do you agree with me that it might be problematic to make announcements when it turns out that the resources are not there, or for other reasons, the actions cannot be carried out, because it might contribute to a loss of public confidence?
If that was the case, and clearly there was no understanding that the resources were available and reasonably predictably going to be available, that would be problematic. That was not the case in this situation.
Okay. So we've covered the events on the 4th and on the 5th. Now, the general priorities, and if we go back to the email on the 5th, we've looked at the general priorities. Mr. Clerk, do you need the document number? OPS 307355. So I've already asked you, Chief Sloly, about the general priorities. I want to ask you now about the location priorities, which is further down. There we go. So there are 4 locations listed: Confederation Park, Rideau. I take it that this refers to the intersection, Rideau and Sussex.
I believe so, sir, yes.
3rd is Wellington, and then 4th is SJAM. Who set these priorities, the general and the location priorities?
So those were the locations where our red zone, Rideau, Wellington, and SJAM are the 3 basic footprints of the red zone. Those were established, I believe, through the incident commander up through Trish Ferguson. She was the first that I recall hearing about the red zone, and the footprints were described to me in subsequent meetings from probably the Sunday through till now. Confederation Park, as I had advised, I think that started up somewhere around the Thursday. I might be mistaken, but Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but certainly had escalated to a significant event for us to be managing on the Thursday night, Friday into the weekend. So those weren't my priorities. Those were already priorities established by virtue of the briefings I was getting, the situational reports that were coming into.
Are you speaking now of just the location priorities, or does that apply as well to the general priorities?
I'm sorry, what general priorities I may be missing?
The previous list, if we scroll up, the 3 points.
Well, we were dealing with a demonstration, so that's literally the entire theater of operations. Number 2, surge, contain, and enforce was to address the trauma impacting our communities and shutting down the ability for this thing to sustain itself. Again, those are just priorities that we've been working on literally since the previous weekend. Those aren't new priorities. That's essentially what we have been working on.
Well, perhaps I'm not clear, but my question is, who set these priorities? Or is your position that shutting down fuel funds and fund, these are priorities known to everyone?
Sorry, in terms of shutting down enabling factors at a broad level, that was already well underway. We had already had established, I think through Deputy Bell and Christiane, contacts with the city to try to shut down the GoFundMe. I may not be using the right terminology, but not allow those funds to continue to enable the ongoing occupation of the city. Diesel and propane and wood had already been established through briefing cycles coming up to me as priorities that the incident commander and the team were working on. And there's lots of communication around that and questions in public forums. So that was already well established. I would probably agree the fund piece was something that I had inserted in there, but clearly had become a significant problem and a public trust problem. And so if that's probably the only newer element, but already a well-established part of our briefing cycles that we had been discussing.
What about close everything?
I've explained, again,
with the
context that was misinterpreted and then clarified in the meeting that happened subsequent.
But who set that priority? The direction to close roads, interprovincial bridges, and so on.
The pre-planning document.
Then what I don't understand is, I thought a moment earlier you said you did cross from strategic level to operational level, but for a good reason.
Yes, well, then let me further explain. I'm not introducing new priorities. I am asking, these are the priorities that we've set. Are we able to implement them? We have a plan. Are we able to implement them? Do we have the resources? Are we ready to go this morning? Because we weren't ready to go the last morning. We did not have the ability to have the resources to address the level of surge coming into the city. And now we have additional priorities that we've identified over the week. I wanted to make sure I'm not setting new priorities. I'm ensuring that we have the resources to actually fully implement the vernacular, the heck out of the plan that we have in place. It's an excellent plan. Do we have the resources? Can we fully and effectively implement it? That's my mindset going into the meeting. That's why I've called that meeting.
Okay, so just so I understand, your position is that whoever developed the plan that kept evolving, they decided the priorities. You didn't set anything new except for the third point, the fun part.
Even that, sir, I would suggest. Clearly, we were already aware of the issue of the bouncy castles and the DJs and the dancing and the fireworks. That's a very short list of all the things that were afflicting the neighborhoods in and around the red zones. Open barbecues, people blocking lanes, tearing masks off people's face. I could go down the list and detail the incredible range of assaultive type behavior. But the broad thing is, shut down these enablers and let's not allow our city to look like it's a theme park in the middle of a public safety crisis. I hadn't introduced anything more than articulate the obvious. And these were briefings that I was being given for days in advance of me calling this meeting.
All right. And another point to clarify, because you told us earlier that this is not the plan, that this email, these priorities are not the plan that you thought was excellent. There was another plan, the one that has evolved.
There's only one plan, sir.
The one plan that kept evolving. I want to take you to a document and see if you can confirm that was the plan as of this time. Could we go to OPS 406941? So it says Freedom Convoy, Canada Unity Phase 2 Operational Plan. There's a date that's partially cut off, February 4th, it looks like. If we scroll down to the table of contents, perhaps. Does this look familiar?
It's the basic template of our operational planning.
If we go down further, maybe we can just scroll through so the former chief can familiarize himself with this document. Let us know if you're ready to scroll down.
Yes, please do. Okay, thank you.
So would those priorities be reflected? Well, assuming that this is the plan, because the cover says February the 4th, and we had the email saying February the 5th, it should be proximate in time.
Sir,
So when you said we had an excellent plan, were you referring to this plan?
I don't know if I was referring to this plan. I don't know if
Or
I
another
ever,
iteration
I don't
very
know if
close
I
in
ever
time?
received it, but at whatever point I was last briefed on our plan, that's the point of reference that I'm making on the Saturday the 5th.
Right. And should those priorities, general or location-wise, be reflected in this plan?
Again, unless there's sub-plans that have those priorities identified in there, I can't recall ever receiving or reading through this version of the plan.
But you have read a version of the plan that you called excellent.
I had been briefed on versions of plan. You'll recall I only got the pre-operational plan on the 28th, 2 days technically into what the event was. So I wasn't required to sign off on these plans. There's no signature block for me. I'm not approving plans. They're happening on a real-time basis. So I don't have a timestamp in my head that I saw a document at point 0 and said, that's the excellent plan. The briefing cycles that I've been getting, I have an understanding of what the priorities are, how they're being resourced, how they're going to be actioned, what requests for resourcing is coming to me. But that's based on a briefing cycle, not me sitting and flipping through pages of a plan and saying, wow, this is excellent. This is the one we have to implement.
So just to be clear, the initial plan, the one dated January 28th, that one you did read.
Yes, it was delivered to me the morning of the 28th.
And any subsequent evolvement of that plan, you learn about those developments through briefings, but not through your reading them.
With the exception of the February 9th version.
Right. So as of the 5th, when you describe an excellent plan, is an excellent plan that you haven't read.
It's an excellent plan based on the briefings. I can't recall whether or not this was sent to me.
Okay. So if we move on to the next topic, which is something that you've alluded to, the event commanders, there was some switching of commanders, and at the beginning of the events, you weren't always apprised of those changes in a timely manner. So I'd like to ask you about that. Let me find the page reference. OPS 404771. So you see that this is dated January the 30th. It's an email from you to Deputy Chief Ferguson, Deputy Chief Bell. Who's John Steinbachs?
He's the executive, was at that point the executive director of communications and strategy.
And then it was also sent to Russ Lucas and Chris Rayom. So I assume that that was because Superintendent Rayom was the event commander at the time?
That's my understanding, sir.
Now, according to Superintendent Rayom's notes, he was removed as the event commander on or around February the 1st because Trish Ferguson, the Deputy Chief Ferguson, received direction from you to remove him. Is that correct?
No, it's absolutely false.
Right. So that's what I wanted to clarify, because we actually heard from Deputy Chief Ferguson that he was removed for other reasons. But we do have these notations in Superintendent Rayom's notes. That's why I want to bring those to your attention. If we could go to document.
I was told by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that the switch for Dunlop was because, my recollection was because Inspector Lucas needed some time off. He was tired. I may have misinterpreted that. Maybe it was Chris Riom, but that's my understanding, that there was a temporary switch to give somebody days off to go and sleep, basically.
Mhm.
I gave no direction whatsoever at any time for Superintendent Riom to be removed from his role as event commander.
Okay, but we do have notes from Superintendent Rayom. So first, I want to take you to two sets of notes.
Can I see those notes, sir?
Yes, that's what I'm taking you to. So OPS 30-14537. I believe it's page 5. So 1930,
Which day would that be? Is it the first or the
it
second?
would be the first, I believe, because the date after the line is February the 2nd. We can go back and check. The date might have been on the first page, actually. So can we go back to the first page to establish the date? Or the second page, I guess? Oh, no. Okay, so keep going down. Right, so this is page 2 of 7 is February 1st. Now we scroll down. That's right. That's the next page. I was informed by Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson to report to duty tomorrow at Greenbank and to take care of my teams. No reason why I was removed from NCRCC and that I am no longer the event commander. So the notation on this date suggests that he was removed and he didn't understand why. Now, if we go to page 6, go down a bit. Okay, so now we have his notes on February the 10th, and the notation says, advised by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that Chief Sloly had me removed by her on February the 1st. So it appears from these notes that he was removed on the 1st, not told why, and then there's a notation on the 10th that giving him the reason that he was in fact removed by her, well, through her by you. So I just wanted to get your position on what happened.
Absolutely false.
Okay.
Never gave that direction.
So in fact, you were not aware that he was removed?
Again, I understood from my recollection, and I don't know if there's notes to support it. My recollection is hearing that Inspector Lucas was very tired. He'd been gone through the entire planning cycle and had survived through that first weekend, and he had requested time off, and it was for him that Superintendent Dunlop was replacing. I don't recall a reference to Superintendent Riom. I have no recollection whatsoever of any conversation in which it was suggested to me or I directed that Superintendent Riom be removed as the event commander.
Right.
Zero.
Okay. Now, if we could go back
And it's very concerning that it's articulated in that way.
well, that's why I want to bring these to your attention so you have a chance to respond. OPS 30-14484. And if we can go to page 10, please. So these are notes to yourself again. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Stated February the 5th. Title is Meet with Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson and DC Bell. I advised that I had only just officially heard that Superintendent Dunlop had replaced Inspector Lucas as the incident commander at the previous briefing. So you just learned on the 5th that Dunlop is now the commander. And
Well, and sorry, again, here's the confusion for me, because either in that meeting or before, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson said Lucas needed time off. We brought Dunlop in. So that's why I'm referring to Lucas, not Riom here. In my mind, my notes, contemporaneous notes are Lucas got replaced. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I had no idea about the Riom piece. I had no idea about why he was removed. I had no idea he was removed. My only context was Lucas was removed, and that was surprising for me.
yes, I'm not challenging your version. I'm just trying to understand from your perspective just what happened, because it was pretty confusing when we're trying to go through the record, as you can imagine. The next paragraph, DC Bell advised that he was the new incident commander installed this week, referring to Dunlop, and was leading the implementation of the preferred POU option. I asked why I was not advised of the change in the incident commander from Inspector Lucas to Superintendent Dunlop. Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson took ownership of that failure to communicate, and DC Bell admitted it was based on his recommendation. I counseled Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson that she was accountable for all incident command decisions, so I hold responsible for this change and for not advising me of the change. I counsel that DC Bell, that he's to stop interfering in Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's role as Major Incident Commander. I counsel both that such major changes in the leadership of the Incident Command was to come to me for final approval outside of operational exigencies. I advised both that I did not have confidence in Superintendent Dunlop as the Incident Commander based on his performance at the Panda game and so on. So I just want to clarify a number of things. First, when Superintendent Riom, as the event commander, was replaced by Jamie Dunlop on or around the 1st of February, you had no knowledge of that until on or around the 5th.
Even on the 5th, I don't think I realized what had happened to Riom.
Right, but you did not understand that the event commander is now Dunlop. You did not know that until the 5th.
Yes, sir.
And that was concerning for you.
Extremely.
You addressed the situation with both Ferguson and Bell, and that is because as the chief executive, you needed to know.
I needed to know who was running our operations.
So what effect, if any, did that incident have on your trust of your team, your command team?
It was a massive trust hit.
Tell us about that.
I think it's pretty clear. Honestly, we're in the middle of what is now, I consider, a national security crisis. My opinion, doesn't have to be held by others. Certainly a local public safety crisis. And one of, if not the most important functions, is the incident commander. The major incident commander, event commander, incident commander, that is my entire understanding of the leadership capability and capacity to orchestrate all of what needs to be done across the incident command system, just so that we can continue to provide adequate, effective policing. That is a major level change, and one that was made without any consultation, any communication to me, and one that appeared to have been kept secret from me until literally it came up in the briefing meeting that I had called. I don't even know if to this day that I didn't call that briefing meeting, that I wouldn't have known about it until the Sunday, the Monday, or the Tuesday. What's also materially important here, if you scroll back up, please. Right there. I asked why I was not advised, he was the new incident commander installed this week and was leading the implementation, this is Dunlop, was leading the implementation of the preferred POU plan. Superintendent Dunlop was not at the February 1st meeting in Canada, that 2-hour plus meeting where we had that discussion around where are we now and how can we get out of this. He was not a part of the discussion of the public order unit commanders who were expert in that area. How could he have been replaced to lead this if he wasn't part of that essential meeting. I left explicit instructions, and it was in the notes that you showed earlier. If you need anything more from me, if you need to clarify, I'm available to you. This is clearly one of the most important things that I've asked Trish Ferguson and her incident command team, who were there represented as fully as they could be. Lucas couldn't attend, you recall, for whatever reason. This is critical. I need a set of options in 3 days before the weekend events come. And somehow in that time frame, without me understanding or even knowing, a switch of that magnitude was made and then put in charge of the planning for that I was expecting a briefing on. I finally got a briefing later in the afternoon on the 5th of those 3 options. Could it have meant I could have had a briefing on the Wednesday or the Thursday? Possibly. And could that have meant that we could have started 2 days, 3 days, 4 days earlier to actualize that scale of operations, including making the request for the public order commanders on scale that I was told on the February 1st meeting? We lost time, and clearly there was a lot of confusion. Even this note demonstrates I'm still not quite sure who's running what. And for a chief of police, with the citizens in the trauma and victimization that they were under, our own members, as struggling as they were, at best I can call this a significant lack of judgment on behalf of my 2 operational deputies. At worst, probably this would have been a review that I would have done after the events had concluded and looked at it even more closely.
Did your level of trust in your 2 deputies change from that point on?
Yes,
Did they regain your trust afterwards?
significantly. But at that point, it was low.
And to support some of the other things that you've said, can we go to OPS 3014479?
While that document's being pulled up, Commissioner, I would just note, it's Paul Chant for the record. Just taking a look at the testimony of Deputy Chief Ferguson, it wasn't put to her by any witness about whether she had been directed by former Chief Sloly to remove Superintendent Rayom from that position. So I'm just noting for the record that we don't have any other evidence on that in the background. Thank you.
I believe my friend is correct. I think she simply said the reason she believed he was removed, but she wasn't given this document.
Yeah, we'll just look at the transcripts and confirm that. Thank you.
So if we can go to page 67. Do you see the notation? The chief began by saying, we floundered last week, and because we switched riders partway, can read the next word?
Through, I believe.
Right. Through, perhaps you're better at reading this. Can you help us?
I don't know if I'm better, sir, but what I can read here, the chief began by saying, we floundered last week, and because we had switched riders partway through, the switch between Rayom and Dunlop to indicating the switch between Rayom to Dunlop to Patterson. The chief and the team will not change any of the players until the operation is over, unless Bill gets hit with a truck. I don't know what that means.
Well, that comment was supposedly attributed to you.
I've never used that term in my life, so I don't know what that means. Bill gets hit. Who's Bill?
But apart from that phrase on the last line, do you agree that this was the message communicated on this day, which I believe is February the 9th?
These are her interpretations of what was communicated, so I don't agree with.
No, but I'm asking for your recollection, if anything was said of that nature on February the 9th.
So of that nature, we will not be changing out any of the major incident command positions unless there's exigent circumstances. If it's 3 o'clock in the morning and someone got hit by a truck and you got to switch, tell me in the morning at the first early opportunity or call me. Because I had a standing position that any major issue, I could be woken up out of bed for a phone call, operational officer safety issue, or a major issue like this, you can call me, and they all knew that. So, but other than that, the team we have, the plan we have, implement the heck out of it.
Right. You expressed the view that things were delayed because of this unfortunate miscommunication, or for whatever reason, the lack of communication of the change to you, or to seek your approval first.
No, to be clear, things were delayed, things were confused. There was a churn of 3 incident commanders within a way too short period of time. Yes, some of that might have resulted in delays. I can't tell you specifically. It felt to me that the POU plan was delayed because of Dunlop's insertion and his need to get up to speed and his then reinterpretation of things. That's about the only thing I can point to that was materially delayed. I don't know if there's any other material delays, but the confusion was clear. This is also around the same time, I believe, that we're starting to get some concerns that are articulated from the OPP that there's confusion with the incident command team. I recall a phone call from Commissioner Creek in this period where he was saying, my folks are saying there seems to be some confusion with your incident command team. I took that to mean what was happening in this circumstance. And that's why on February 9th, when the integrated planning team was coming in for their briefing, that we weren't going to do this to ourselves again.
So do you remember saying something about floundering the week before because of a switch in commanders?
I might have used a term like that, yes.
Okay, that's helpful. And you talked also about the discussions around...
Not across the board, that's not a pejorative term. We were floundering around the incident command switch.
Right, precisely. And you mentioned PLT was discussed around this time too. Well, okay, let me take you to where I want to go. I want to talk to you about the use of PLT. In fact, I think we may be going back in time because these notes were made on the 8th or 9th, and this is a discussion about the week before, whether things were delayed the week before. So I'm going back to the week before. We've all heard about the Coventry incident. I believe you know what I'm referring to.
I believe I do, but I'll let you carry on.
Right, so specifically, the PLT was involved with some successes and challenges during that first week. Do you agree? So for example, we've heard about Coventry, we've also heard about Confederation Park. And would you consider the PLT's involvement at the Confederation Park, the clearing of the Confederation Park, to be a success?
One they significantly contributed to, yes.
So I want to get your perspective on the role of the PLT within the operational system, because we've heard from different witnesses about these diverging approaches, emphasis being put on enforcement as opposed to engagement, so to speak. And we've heard evidence that you and perhaps Mark Pedersen, Superintendent Pedersen, at the time, during that week of what one witness has described as ad hoc enforcement periods, that the two of you were favoring more enforcement, in contrast to Deputies Ferguson and Bell, who were more in favor of PLT. I'm sorry, that's a long preamble, but do you get what I was trying to
I understand that there's been a theme around that. I
Perhaps you can
completely
explain that
disagree
better
with it. From my earliest days in training as a public order unit commander, and in all of my times as a public order incident commander, major incident commander, duty operations commander, the use of engagement, community engagement, pre, during, all the way through, even in the restoration phase, has been something I was trained to and did in both police services that I had the honor to be part of, Toronto Police Service and the Ottawa Police Service. While the PLT program expanded from an RCMP, OPP kind of technique to broader, to other police services, for that most part, I was out of policing at that time. I had left the Toronto Police Service and was a partner at Deloitte. I came back into the Ottawa Police Service, and the term police liaison team was a new term to me, but their function was not new at all to me. I had deployed such tactics, seen them work effectively and less effectively, and fail, but always had that approach. Come back out of incident command, and I know I'm going too fast. Come back out of incident command, the concept of community engagement is something that I had been championing for and had done at multiple levels for multiple decades. There isn't anyone on God's green earth that would have to convince me of the necessity and the value of community engagement, trust building, negotiation, mediation, de-escalation in any aspect of policing, not the least of which in incident command, critical incident command. I have never in my entire life as a police officer, certainly as I became a senior officer and an executive and chief of police, have advocated for more enforcement over anything else. My record in the public is exhaustive on that. The operational plans I led in the Toronto Police Service, when I had 4,000 officers under my control, responsible for anti-gang activities, always had a significant element of mediation, negotiation, and engagement. I built the Toronto Police Neighborhood policing strategy and brought that here to Ottawa. So this concept of Peter Sloly as being some sort of ultra enforcement driven focused leader is a narrative that someone has constructed to attack my character, but bears no resemblance whatsoever to my actual record in policing, including my time as chief of police here in Ottawa, including the 3 weeks that I was in charge of the Ottawa Police Service during these events.
Is it fair to say then that the view attributed to you as less inclined to allow the PLT team to do its work and to prefer quick win, as one witness has described it, by enforcement methods, that is inaccurate?
I did talk about quick wins, as I do literally in every major operation or administrative project. You need quick wins. I think that's just basically standard around. To do something different, you need to prove you can do it different, and it builds morale and confidence. In that concept, quick wins was my contribution to that, and I didn't get any sense that there was a wrong or a misunderstood contribution. What unfortunately has happened is that has been tied by someone or some people for some reason unknown to me to mean that PLT could not or should not be used, or could not and should not be used properly, or worse, that somehow I had to approve every single PLT action, otherwise it could not occur. And that is a complete fabrication and a lie.
And just to clarify your attitude on the role of the PLT, so let's go to the next document and see if you can enlighten us. OPS 304568. Now, just to give you the context, I believe these are the notes of Staff Sergeant Ferguson, not Deputy Chief Ferguson, Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who was the lead of the PLT team at the OPS.
Sorry, just for correction, John was brought in partway through the events to provide additional supports and leadership to the PLT, but that wasn't a function he had before.
Right.
That's a decision that I was aware of and fully supported.
Yes.
For council, does that OPS 30144568?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if we can go to page 15, please. Can we enlarge? So I believe the date is February 5th, but we can confirm if we need to. So do you see, Chief Sloly, here the notation that says continue to negotiate PLT doing a great job. Need more of them trained. So maybe we should scroll up just to give the witness some context.
This is February 5th?
We can go scroll further up.
Okay.
So it's February 5th. So it's a conference call, critical incident command. Go further down. Go down. I thought there was a reference to the chief briefing.
Reference to what?
That it was the chief who was.
Well, it's further up. There's a reference.
Oh, okay.
to
So
the
I
chief.
just missed it.
I saw.
So Chief Sloly, do you remember congratulating or encouraging the team?
I don't
because
have
they
a,
were doing a good job.
sorry to interrupt. I don't have a specific recollection, but I on literally a daily basis, that would have been a comment that came from me. So I'm glad it was captured by John Ferguson. I'm glad I said that because they probably deserved it based on the success of Confederation Park. I don't have an explicit recollection.
But there are other occasions when we see notations in other people's notes, not with regard to this incident, but PLT or negotiation more generally when the comments are a little more ambiguous. So I want to get your help in illuminating that. I want to take you to another document, OPS 30-14454. If we go to page 55, so we're now on February 5th. If we go down, can we go back up, please? It appears I may have the wrong reference. A moment, indulgence. Okay, I don't want to waste anyone's time. Let's move on to another document. Can we go to page 32, same document? So here, there's a notation, what is our trajectory? And then there are two branches, enforced end, or negotiated occupation end. Need to take a decision today. February the 3rd.
Sorry, whose notes would these be? And
I believe these are notes taken by the legal services.
okay.
So,
Third, and sorry, what time or what's
I'm not sure we have the time. We just have the date, which is February 3rd. If you want to scroll up, we can see if we can find out more, but that's redacted, so that's not helpful. So we're left with these notes. It may be that you cannot help us with more information, but I thought I'd try. Do you recall anything discussed along these lines on the 3rd?
Again, I don't know how many meetings I would have had on the 3rd. Do you have a sense of what, this is a morning meeting? Is this an afternoon meeting?
Unfortunately, the context, we don't have much to guide us on these pages. So I'll just leave this and move on to the Coventry incident. Okay, so I have a new note. Let's try page 59. Same document, page 59. If we go to the bottom, please. right here. So here, there's a notation. This is again on February the 5th. The notation that says, negotiation gives us legitimacy to use force if negotiation fails. I take NEG to refer to negotiation. You can.
It's not my handwriting, so.
No, these are the
I would
the
assume
notes
so,
from
yes.
the legal
Yes, sir.
services. But PS, I take it refers to your initials.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any discussions around the use of negotiation as a way to give the police legitimacy to use force should it fail?
Well, somebody's interpretation. In every aspect of policing, a measured approach is the preferred approach. From our use of force continuum through to incident command, communication, negotiation, de-escalation, risk mitigation is the preferred route. And if you can't demonstrate you did it, even for a second, even if you had a second of opportunity, if you can't demonstrate that you attempted to do that, then you have less legitimacy around your decision to use force. That would be the context in which I'm talking about it. What I am not saying here, to be clear, is let's just pretend to negotiate while we put on the armor and go in there and hurt people. I would never say that.
And if anyone suggests otherwise, they would have misunderstood your view on the matter.
It would be really hard to understand how they could misunderstand that, but that would be the most charitable thing I could say.
Right. Now, we spoke earlier about the success at the Confederation Park, the involvement of the PLT. Now I want to take you to the event involving Coventry. That didn't go so well, did it, for the PLT?
Well, thank you for that clarification. From my limited understanding of it, there was a lot of moving parts there.
Mm-hmm.
In the net, I'm still not sure whether as a whole it advanced our operations. It certainly caused, again, confusion and contention among key elements of it and demonstrated that we were not at the level of maturity and optimal alignment around these things, but some good things did occur as well.
What good thing occurred in your view?
This was part of the change to the transition from the pre-plan into a new phase of involving more attempts to stop fuel coming into the location. We had just, I think that week, had the success of at least temporarily ending the GoFundMe piece. We were starting to see some effect from the efforts of addressing unlawful and unruly behavior in our neighborhoods. We were starting to get a sense of what the priorities are. We had the Confederation Park win. I would call that a full win, largely through PLT, which I've talked about. So we were starting to show that we could aim at a priority, at a problem and an objective, and get a material result out of it, not just be paralyzed into complete reactive, immobilized periods of time, which we had suffered in the first 72 hours. So for me, this was a sign that we were starting to get somewhere towards the front foot rather than being completely on the back foot. So while I would completely agree, it was a challenge for the PLT and a substantive one, and I won't in any way change the commentary that others have brought to it. But to suggest that it was a complete failure, I can't agree to that.
As I understand it, the issue was not so much whether it was legitimate to seize fuel or to prevent people from taking fuel downtown. As Superintendent Bowden explained, that wasn't the issue. The issue was for the PLT team to tell the protesters that something is okay, but then to turn around and arrest people when they take the fuel away. That's the problem. That's leading to mistrust between the PLT and the protesters. Do you agree?
And I don't want to be obtuse on this. That level of detail, I was never aware of. After the fact, why didn't that happen? The morning I'm briefed on it didn't happen. I have no idea if it happened or didn't happen. I think one of my complaints is I actually didn't get a call the night before to say it wasn't going to happen. So I don't know what was said by what PLT member to who, what promise was made. I have no level of understanding, even to this day, what the PLT log notes say that they told them and versus what happened. I've heard repeated descriptions of what took place, and even to this day, I'm still not quite sure what the sequence of events was. Clearly, though, I am aware that there was a significant departure from the optimal way that PLT should be utilized, and it had a major impact on the PLT's abilities to move forward. That I am aware of, and I'm confident enough in that evaluation, and that's why you will see even more after this point. I'm requesting additional PLT expertise from Commissioner Creek. I'm reinforcing PLT and the need for it to be properly utilized literally at every meeting that happens after this.
Just so we're on the same page, it may be helpful if I take you to the interview summary of Staff Sergeant Ferguson. If we can go to WTS 6027, please, at page 8. So he provided a description of what happened that day. I'd like to read that to you and then get your thoughts on it. So at 4:40 p.m. on February the 6th, Superintendent Patterson advised Staff Sergeant Ferguson that POU was going to Coventry Road and would be seizing fuel for evidentiary purposes. At that time, POT had been at Coventry Road for at least 2 hours, engaging with protesters. Staff Sergeant Ferguson informed Superintendent Patterson that POT was negotiating with the protesters and that they were compliant. But Superintendent Patterson indicated that he intended to proceed with the public order operation. Staff Sergeant Ferguson attempted unsuccessfully to convince others in OPS not to proceed with the public order operation at Coventry Road. At 5 p.m., Inspector Marin reiterated Superintendent Patterson's direction to Staff Sergeant Ferguson that they did not want the fuel from Coventry Road to be displaced and that they were proceeding without warrant. At 5:10 p.m., Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacted Deputy Chief Bell and advised him that the enforcement operation would undermine PLT's negotiations, which had been proceeding for at least 2 hours. Staff Sergeant Ferguson informed Deputy Chief Bell that protesters were compliant. Shortly after the call ended at 5:18 p.m., Deputy Chief Bell contacted Staff Sergeant Ferguson and informed him that he agreed with Superintendent Patterson's decision. Later that evening, Staff Sergeant Ferguson learned that Deputy Chief Bell supported Superintendent Patterson's decision because 3 convoy vehicles had left the Coventry Road site and were transporting fuel to supply protesters downtown. In a nutshell, that's what happened. Do you have any view on what transpired there? And any thoughts on how these kind of problems or troubles could have been avoided?
Well, if that is accurate, again, it's one person's account, but for the purpose of, there's so many problems in this paragraph beyond the PLT.
Mm-hmm.
Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacting Deputy Chief Bell.
Sorry?
Staff Sergeant Ferguson contacting Deputy Chief Bell makes no sense to me.
Why is that?
Deputy Chief Bell is not in charge of operations in any way on February 6th. That is an internal incident command contact out of the incident command system to another deputy chief that doesn't have a functional role in the incident command system. So that alone is very confusing and concerning for me.
So problem number 1, keep going.
Problem number 2, I'm going to assume that at any given time across the theater that we were dealing with here, even in the micro red zone and Coventry Road being a 10-15 minute drive from that, there's a lot of moving parts. If Staff Sergeant Ferguson, who probably at that point was a couple of days into his assignment, is not trained on PLT and has not up until that point been materially involved in the intelligence threat risk assessment, all of the various iterations of the operational plans and the sub-plans, is all of a sudden in the middle of PLT world, he's likely not aware of the larger intelligence and the larger frame of operations that Superintendent Patterson is. Even Superintendent Patterson is probably 24 hours into his job. So there's a lot of people who've been all of a sudden moved into different positions after a period of Rayom, Dunlop, Patterson. There's a lot of confusion happening at this point. This is clearly an evidence of a suboptimal system trying to right itself. People trying to do the right things, but not really coordinating, in some places conflicting. And people trying to get help, but going up the wrong chains of command, and the wrong chains of command getting involved in areas that they shouldn't be getting involved in. if this is accurate, Deputy Bell should have contacted Deputy Ferguson. There's a concern from PLT. I'm making you aware of it. Can you manage that back down? That would have been more appropriate. So there's a lot of things happening in here. It's on the basis of one individual's concept, and that's an individual who's probably relatively new into their position and has never been trained on PLT.
Sorry,
So
which one
problematic.
you're talking about now?
That big long paragraph that I'm.
No, which one? Who wasn't trained on PLT?
My understanding is that John Ferguson was a trained and excellent crisis negotiator,
Right.
but was never trained on PLT as a police liaison officer. That's my understanding. I stand to be corrected.
Right. So to summarize, we have confusion regarding the command structure. Who should be reporting to whom about what? You were giving us the example of Staff Sergeant John Ferguson seeking direction from Bell.
I suspect John's substantive position is under Deputy Bell's command. And so in his brain, if I have a problem, I escalate it to my deputy. I'm assuming that.
Right.
That's the only reason, logical reason why he would go to Deputy Chief Bell and not go through Patterson, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson to get a resolution to the problem that he's facing.
And there were a lot of movement from one unit to another for a lot of people during those periods,
Absolutely.
right? And the fact that the event commanders has changed a few times, Patterson being the third commander, also didn't help. What about the fact that the PLT and the enforcement arm, which we learn were the two sides of the command triangle? What about the fact that they didn't seem to be coordinating their actions in carrying out their respective responsibilities? Is that a big concern?
It's a big concern, sir. And again, I reiterate, this is an Ottawa Police Service that its PLT program was a part-time program. PLT officers, I had approved them to get training, I think in the late summer, early fall of 2021. So they're a part-time group of people who within 6 months get some training. We're still in COVID. I don't know how many times they've been able to utilize that training in any substantive way before the arrival of this massive unprecedented event. And then they're literally asked to do the impossible from the beginning to the end and do the best job they possibly can. But no, there isn't an optimal optimization within this incredible unprecedented event between that command triangle. There isn't. And even with the extra help that we got from the OPP and the arrival of experts like Inspector Baudouin, we weren't going to be able to flick a switch and all of a sudden go from OPS immaturity to OPP excellence within the dynamics of what's taking place in real time in the city of Ottawa.
So without any unrealistic expectation of flicking a switch, what are your thoughts on what we can do better in terms of avoiding this kind of troubles? What can we learn from all of this?
Thank you. Well, first of all, again, Commissioner, if you, with your the incident command system, I had the honor and pleasure in, I think, 2008, 2009, along with Mike McDonnell, then of the RCMP, and Sue O'Sullivan, who was then a deputy chief here in the Ottawa Police Service. All of us had been trained up on the incident command system. We believe that that was the appropriate incident command system for the types of demonstrations we were seeing in the new century. Hate to make myself sound old, but that's what we were back then. And we had made presentations to the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police that to avoid integration challenges, we should have a standard incident command approach across the province. We were able to get the OACP executive to adopt that, and that became, through that process, I don't want to say the standard because I can't say for sure it's written into the current Police Service Act standards, but that became the default standard for incident command across the province. We attempted to do that at the CACP level. I got promoted and I don't know where that ended up. I now know there's a national framework. Long way of saying, we're going to increasingly have to bring large organizations together across potentially multiple sites. We need to be working off the same understanding, nomenclature, processes. We need to narrow that gap of a gray zone between strategic, operational, and tactical. I would suggest we also need to narrow the gray zone around a working incident command structure as it sits into the regular business of policing in any jurisdiction or multiple jurisdictions. Training needs to be standardized, nomenclature needs to be standardized, equipment needs to be standardized, joint training needs to happen, and all of that has to happen a long time before a major unprecedented paradigm shifting event like what we just saw arise in any jurisdiction. This is one of those structural deficits, sir, that have existed for decades in policing. It doesn't all require money, but it's going to require a little bit of investment on that end. But it requires an investment of time and resources and focus. And what this event did to Ottawa, to Ontario, and Canada was exposed that type of structural deficit. It's the same concept of structural deficit around intelligence gathering. We can't afford to duct tape our way through these incidents anymore. And unfortunately, this reads like a duct tape effort to get through a really complicated, dynamic situation. I need to be clear. Every name here did their best in the circumstances they found themselves in. I don't read into anything here a deliberate attempt to undermine or frustrate or cause risk to the public. It just didn't go off very well.
Thank you. Commissioner, I note the time. We're past 1 o'clock. Would this be an appropriate time to break?
Okay, so we'll take the lunch break for an hour and come back to continue the evidence. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
Okay, folks, lunchtime for them, work time for me, talk time for you. So sit tight for about 60 seconds or so. I'll fire up the phones and we'll have a conversation.
Fighting the Great Reset by leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, the phone lines are open. Here's how you can call.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
We are back, and the phone lines are open. You can call in at 1-833-975-3733, 1-833-975-FREE. And here's Errol. Welcome back.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Rick. A long time no chat.
Yes.
Yeah, just like to comment on the break, the morning break, an hour and a half ago, whatever it was. Yeah, it was a good thing the commissioner called that break. It gave Peter Sloly a chance to dry his crocodile tears. Yeah, and nice to see the room there where the hearing is happening. It's nice to see that filling up. I'm sure that's mainly because of Sloly's appearance, but I'm sure it will continue to fill as we get closer and closer to Trudeau and his cabinet appearing as well. I'm thinking it'll be standing room only when those yahoos show up.
Yes.
Anyway, I just wanted to thank you as well for your awesome editorial. I think that might be a good way to describe it during the morning break.
My Rick rant.
Yeah, just
my Rick rant for the day. That's
your what?
My Rick rant. That's what people hear.
Oh.
I know you're fairly new to this channel, but when I do that every once in a while, people call those Rick rants. Yeah. when I've just had it up to here with the government, it sometimes boils over the pot.
Well, yeah, but I hope you're not offended by that term. I don't think,
not
given all of the circumstances, we all need to be ranting much more. Having said that, I'll wrap up my rant quickly here by simply pointing out my disgust with Sloly and his frequent use of the term assaultive or assaultiveness to describe the behavior of the convoy and the freedom fighters.
Yes.
It reminds me very much of I forget which of the previous witnesses it was, perhaps Bernier or anyway, and his use or abuse of the word violent.
Oh, that was
behavior.
that was the deputy, the interim chief, Steve Bell.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. And him defining violence as feelings. Like if somebody's feelings were hurt, that was violence. Well, yeah. I think the same goes for Sloly's use of assaultive behavior or assaultiveness, whatever he calls it. Anyway, I'll let you go on that note for now, Rick, and have a great day. Thank you again for all of your awesome broadcasting. Oh, one more quick note.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed I'm literally half deaf. I'm totally deaf in my right ear. But during much of the broadcast, I noticed what sounded like a radio or TV. That's what my first thought was in the background of your broadcast, of your live stream. And then it occurred to me maybe it was some sort of an echo, but I found it really quite distracting.
How long did that go on?
Oh. Well, I made note of the time. It was around 9:30, and it persisted for quite a while, and perhaps still going on. I don't know. Maybe some of the other callers or commenters in the chat can confirm that. But
okay, I don't know.
Yeah,
because I normally, if I'm not on, I mute the microphone and take the camera offline, and then it's just the straight up video feed filtering in. So I'm not sure where it might have come from. And there was nothing else in the room, even in the studio here, that would have been making noise like that. I don't know. I'll have to review the rebroadcast and see if I can figure out what that was. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Like I say, it was quite faint and quiet, but in the background. And if I remember correctly as well, I believe I actually heard a dog barking at one point as well. But
oh, that okay.
so
Well,
yeah,
the microphone would have been open someplace then, and that would be my dog. Yeah, because my dog's always with me wherever I go. So somehow my mic was left on. So I apologize for that.
No worries. For a moment there, I was beginning to think maybe it was just my imagination. But
and if you hear
anyway.
if you do hear me shouting in the background, it's not me attacking the dog; it's the dog attacking me because he wants to go and play and run. So that's what it is.
Sounds good. And if in that event, we'll call Peter Sloly and he'll send all the appropriate authorities to deal with the dog.
That's right. Okay, because he's being very assaultive to his I would say master, but it's the other way around. I'm the pet. He's the master. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Sounds good.
Take care. All right, let's see who else we have on the line here this morning, or I guess this afternoon now. I don't know who this is. Who do we have on the line?
Helen.
Oh, hi, Helen. How are you?
I'm great. I heard your dog too, and I thought that was cute. He was adding to your rant. Anyway, I don't think understanding people's character and personalities and also how the mind works, I really do not think that these men will ever change things because of the structure. You can't change anything. They talk about change, but you can't change anything with the same mind that created it. And so we need some people outside that broken system to educate them on how, and few know how to do that because of the Marxist education that we have all experienced, and that change is not normal for most people. When for me, I love change, and because it flows with the infinite universe, infinite conscious universe. And that's what makes my passion and love for learning.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're too linear thinkers. They're too left brain thinkers. There's not enough merging of the left and the right brain and then into the body and then beyond. And a good doctor from England wrote a book about the divided brain. His name is Dr. Ian McGilchrist, and he became a psychiatrist in the United States. And it's very hard to get that book. I tried to get it through Amazon, but they somehow didn't want to accept my, I think, a credit card at that time or whatever. So we have to, there's so much censorship going on because a lot of spiritual people really they really do know and understand or comprehend that things won't change unless we have somebody who is that can think of the box and can direct them, and as well understand the system, their system, at least a bit of their command. But everything is meant to destroy. It's not to empower and master and have mastery over yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and it starts in our education system. It starts in pre-kindergarten and kindergarten. Or whatever, I'm glad I didn't have to go to kindergarten. I'm glad I didn't start school until I was 6.5. I'm glad I had a grandmother who was born in 1900 and came from the United States, and then came to Alberta, And, we're supposed to be the most conservative province in Canada. And it was never conservative at all, although I do like Daniel Smith now standing up against the WEF, and that we're going to implement a new or a broader understanding of what really is health. And we have to do a broader understanding of what education is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If the foundation is weak, we're all weak. And I studied myself for 6 years. So I sort of know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like calling in, really, to tell you the truth. I hate it, but I felt that I might have a little bit of contribution of where the problem is. And I like getting at the core of the problem.
Yeah, no doubt. I agree. It's throughout our institutions now. I think it's like a cancer that has spread.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I mean, even I was getting my master's and I had to, and the only reason why I wanted it is because I knew I had to probably fight against scientists, because I knew intuitively that science was not being properly done. I could see it at university in the courses I took, and the few courses that I took. It was a joke. It was a circus. It was making teachers just so dumbed down and so stupid that they couldn't even begin to think. And if you didn't comply, like I didn't comply, or I asked questions, you get told to go to the University of Toronto or go, move somewhere else.
Yeah.
Rather than, I said, no, I'm not moving anywhere else. I finished, a bachelor or my education degree there, a diploma in education psychology, and I was going to finish my MN. And I had to finish my last 3 courses at home.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there are professors there that really want to change, but the majority don't. And who was it that, there's lots of activists at our academia, all kinds of leftist, Marxist, communist activists.
Yeah, and it's becoming more complex now because there's a blurring of political ideological lines that has taken place, especially over the last 2.5 years with the pandemic, as I've seen people from the left side of the political spectrum join with people from other parts of the political spectrum because of the civil liberties issues. But on the other issues, like the economy and just a range of other things, there's still a big divide there. So there has to be some sort of a reconciliation at some point that will take place if the various political groups that have amassed over on the freedom side are going to be able to live together. I don't know exactly how to get to that point. Then everybody wants their freedom, but it's not clear how you get there when you have people with really conflicting political ideologies advocating for it and trying to drive to the destination, but heading off in different directions.
Well, ego and pride and arrogance gets in the way of that. And in the past, at least if you had a uniform, the divide was only between two. Either you were. But now, and you could tell who your enemy was by the uniform they wore.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now, like you say, there's so much complexity. It's so complex.
Yeah, like just to give you a kind of a real world example, it's like I have friends who are sort of more left wing, right? And they are appalled with the assault on our rights and freedoms that we've seen from government, as I am as well. Now, I tend to be far more conservative and I want far less government involvement than they do. And when they start to embrace more left-wing Marxist kind of ideology again, I become alarmed, because to me, that's the kind of thinking that led us to this destination we've reached now, where the government has all this control over our lives to the point where they're stripping us of our rights. I think it's inevitable when we drive in that direction. And it's hard to explain to
And it
them
began
why,
in the
right?
60s.
Sorry, what's that?
Hmm. And it began in the 60s.
Yeah,
Really,
very
I
much
lived in
so.
Ottawa then.
Yeah, it
Hmm.
did. Yeah, it's true. And,
And then we have also the cultural and immigration issue
Mhm. Yes,
that changes the demographics and the culture and the values and the morals and the and everything of how we used to live.
Right. And, that's the reality of it. And that's not said from a perspective of prejudice or discrimination at all. It's just the reality of it. If you have someone coming from another culture or a large group of people from another country, they're going to eat different food. They're gonna dress differently. They're going to have different views on of the world, on religion, on politics. And so they become part of the fabric of our society, but that changes uh, things overall, right? So we have to accept that and figure out
In
ways to live
Montreal,
together.
Yeah, that's right. In Montreal, though, I lived there, and there used to be, different quadrants used to different cultures. Used to live, the Italians used to live in one area of the town, and but what where maybe in the United States, I don't know because I haven't been to the States much. I think they have more of a philosophy of blending together, maybe, or a melting pot. I could be wrong, totally wrong now with the Black Lives Matter thing, but what do you think about that, about the melting and the merging of cultures into one, so that you have neighbors that you get to know, and you respect their culture, and you understand, and you learn, and you can connect and communicate with them?
Well, when I was a kid, we were told that the United States was more of a melting pot where people would come from all over and they would all become Americans, whatever that means. And then in Canada, because it was the Trudeau era, right? And multiculturalism was really, the concept of it was really taking hold, and he was driving that. Then we were being taught in school that Canada was more of a mosaic. So two different sort of views and the way the immigration should be handled. But today, I would say the United States is embracing that idea of a mosaic, diversity, instead of a melting pot. But that's because they've embraced this concept of identity politics, which ultimately I think is somewhat dangerous, because the politicians use it as a wedge to drive people apart and divide us. And that creates conflict, which they capitalize on. I don't like that. I think I believe in individuality, individual rights and freedoms, the power of the individual. Every human being is different. That is what true diversity is to me, because every human being is like a snowflake insofar as every snowflake is unique, every single one ever created, right?
Or your thumbprint.
Yes, that's right, a fingerprint. Yeah, every fingerprint is unique. And that's true diversity. It shouldn't be about your skin color, your religion, or anything else. It's like you as an individual. What are you? But then as individuals, we also have things that bring us together, like our nationality. We're Canadians. We work toward common goals to make our communities better, stronger, so that we can all work together and toward prosperity for our families and a better future, and safety, security, all of the things that come with building a better country and better cities, better neighborhoods. That's the way I view the world, but these days, I think I'm in the minority.
Oh, yes, I feel I'm in the minority as well. But so globalism has brought that on, and the infiltration of the WEF and even in high schools now, there are, WEF groups or UN groups that they're not talking about unifying as a country and prosperity for all and safety. It's about division and segregation.
Yeah. Well, like
elitism.
These days I see that the whole concept of identity politics is flawed, because if you I know people, friends, neighbors, people I work with, some people I know are like part black, part indigenous,
Chinese,
part white,
whatever.
part, they have there are a bunch of different things. And so where do they fit in? It's like, and so when you start to look at people like that, and the more our communities, our country becomes, how can I say this, integrated, like people, because it's too mixed up now. Like, I don't know. That's you have to fit in this category, and you're this percentage of this, so you belong to that category. I don't know how that works. So I just, in the end, people are people, and you have to judge someone on the quality of their character, and that's just the end of the story.
Certainly, the end of the story is depending on your character and what you can do for your community, or being of service. But that wasn't constructed that way, and it's not being. The lane is very crooked. The lane.
Yeah.
And until we get it straight, it's not going to be very good for any of us.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're going to move on because we've got calls stacked
thank
up.
you.
But, hey, thank you for calling in. Great call. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Who do we have on the line now? Is this Alice?
Oh, hi. Hi. Wasn't expecting to be on so quickly. Hi. Since you've been watching every day of this hearing, and I haven't, I've just been watching bits and pieces. Objectively, is there any evidence to support the invocation of this Emergency Act? Have you heard anything that would make you,
Me? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. They've had.
I've been watching all of it.
I was giving it a lot of thought again last night. We've had multiple officers up there, senior level police officers, OPP, Ottawa Police Service. They've said having the Emergencies Act at their disposal was useful, but not necessary. This is supposed to be a tool of last resort. It's supposed to be used only in times of extreme emergency, when no other tools, legislative or technical, would be available and would be effective. You're supposed to exhaust everything else, because it strips people from coast to coast to coast of their rights. It's like declaring martial law. And they did this for what? Because the cops, because Sloly couldn't get his act together. They had a parking problem downtown with some bouncy castles and a bunch of people who he even referred to as a party. And the other thing that he mentioned today, this really got to me too. He acknowledged that there was no burning police cars, no destruction to buildings, no damage to infrastructure, no serious injuries, none of that stuff. And yet the cops sit there and take credit for that. But I'm going to flip it back on them. And who should get credit for that? The protesters. Because they were peaceful. There was no violence. He keeps saying they were assaultive, and yet over here he's saying, but there were no major injuries. There was no destruction.
Well, but I did watch the whole thing practically live when it was happening, because it was 25 below when they were up in Ottawa.
35 below.
And initially 35. Okay, it's cold in Toronto too. But initially, the police, they just seemed all very friendly and helping them out. And, they just seemed very friendly. And then all of a sudden, somebody had to put a stop to that. And I remember it some kind of edict saying, oh, the police officers are bringing, gasoline to the trucks and we can't have any of this. And the whole tone changed.
Yep.
And and to the credit of the protesters, I was really impressed that there wasn't any violent incident, that there wasn't any weapons. I think that's remarkable given the number of people that were there and how frustrating it must have been for them, especially since the Prime Minister wouldn't speak, or not necessarily the Prime Minister, but anybody from the government came down to speak to them, to see what was going on.
Sure.
It's such an offense to Canadians. So offensive.
Yes, it is offensive. And you know what? When they talk about things like violence, when they talk about assaultive behavior, they're not talking about people committing actual physical assaults. They're talking about feelings.
Yeah, I know. And then Steve Frey, actually, I could never understand, because I heard even friends of mine saying that their friend said that there was, feces in their backyard. And I'm like, I couldn't for the life of me understand why the protesters would have to go into people's backyards. And Viva Frey pointed out that it's because the homeless people that were on Wellington, who I guess reside on Wellington Street normally, were kind of pushed into the residential areas. And that's possibly who was responsible for those incidents, which aren't violent and which do not warrant the invocation of the Emergency Act in any event. But anyway.
Even if someone is, even if you are getting that kind of behavior, right? If someone's taking a leak on your front step, or if someone's defecating on your front lawn, that doesn't give the federal government cause to declare war.
I know, but it's very interesting how people got so incensed over that. And then the next thing is that it seems to me, I haven't watched the whole thing, but they spend a lot of time blaming each other. And what would you have? I think there was a question just before the break. What would you do differently next time? Like, that's not really the focus of this hearing. I don't know why nobody's objecting to those kinds of questions, but that's not the focus of the hearing. And so much time is being spent on whose fault it is that whatever. And then the hierarchy. We need more money.
That is why I got so jacked up during the my first commentary in the first break. It's because these cops, these government people, they're approaching this inquiry from the perspective that the protest was bad. And I put it to you that the protest wasn't bad. The protest was a natural expression of frustration from the people who had been oppressed, abused, literally beaten.
I know. When I remember when the truckers first started coming, I was watching on TV, and I was too chicken and too cold to actually go out to a bridge and root them on. Probably more cold than anything. But I was crying. I was so happy that I'm a big chicken. I've been sitting here, all of this time complaining to myself. And these people had the guts to go out there in the cold with their families and at a loss of income. And then, anyway, and I'm not alone in this. I'm not alone, I come from the left, no longer. There's tons of people like me who feel the same way. And if Trudeau thinks that he's got the support of the country, I think he's wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm in a bubble, but I think he's wrong. And we haven't even heard from the protester side yet.
Right.
From the people, the other witnesses, the participants, and so on. So anyway, I just wanted to find out from you who had watched for 11 days, because I think it's over. Like they should just say, okay, like I can do the report now. I can prepare the report. There was no basis for it. And that's all that we're going to get at the end of this hearing. We're not going to get some kind of a condemnation or charges coming out of this,
No charges, not from this, no, but I do hope that the commission finds that it was not justified. That ultimately is what is supposed to happen here. And we're not supposed to be putting the truckers on trial. That's not even the issue. It isn't about whether the protest was right or wrong. It's about, was the Prime Minister justified in going to the lengths that he went to in order to deal with it?
Well, I remember right at the beginning thinking that, especially when I heard the Prime Minister's half brother or step, whatever he is, I never knew he existed, talking about talking about Justin, and anyway, and I thought, oh my God, he is going to invoke the Emergency Act because it has some kind of Freudian, psychological thing to do with his father. I don't know which one is his real father, but yeah, and then I mean, I was just speculating this in my own fantasy land, and then there you go. And there was no basis for this. He wanted to create. I think he wanted to create a situation where he could wield his strength, and kind of. He's kind of imitating January 6th or something, some kind of insurrection. And anyway,
that's what they wanted. They wanted it to be that in the worst way, and they keep on. Yeah, because they wanted to use it as a political thing.
Exactly. Why not block off? I mean, I don't know about you, but I could see thousands of trucks coming across the country. Why not put a stop to them in Alberta? I don't know. A road blockage or something, whatever. Like he had to wait until they arrived in Ottawa and then escalate it. Like there was one Confederate flag and one Nazi sign, and they keep referring to that as if the Confederate flag has anything to do with Canada. Like what relevance that would have, or what kind of. Anyway, they keep referring to the Nazi insignia and the one Confederate flag. Anyway, they're still doing it. I think I heard it yesterday or today.
Yeah, they keep on saying it.
Confederate flag.
Nazi truckers.
And the
that's
arson.
what they think.
Yeah. And the non-arson, that keeps coming up too.
Yeah.
The arson that happened, the paper that was burned by two hooligans, nothing to do with Convoy.
Yep.
Anyway, I could start ranting on your show. So I'll thank you for taking my call and keep up the good work.
In. All right, let's move on. Right. Okay, who do we have now? I'm not sure. Hello there.
Hello, this is Cindy.
Hi, Cindy.
We had the opportunity to speak a few days ago.
Well, now we have the opportunity to speak again.
Yeah, for sure.
Go ahead.
Well, just to comment on the truckers, as I indicated a few days ago, we were down there. My husband's been a transport driver for 34 years. We went down there with friends, and I wonder if these people, Chief Sloly and everybody, what if they actually went down there and walked through it without their blinders on, and were able to see it. It was beautiful and loving, yes, but see that we were there for a reason. It wasn't a big block party, and we had to do something for entertainment, but that's not what it was all about.
Right.
And if they just took the time, and even the citizens of Ottawa, nobody was afraid to go walk down the street. Those streets were maintained. The truckers, they, minus 30, minus 35 weather, they were out there. They were cooking for the homeless. They were warming up the homeless and giving them coats and mitts and hats and you name it.
Yeah.
They were feeding the homeless. They were supplying the food banks and helping out. Yeah. They were shoveling the sidewalks and cleaning garbage and keeping everything so clean. The crime rate was down to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if more people opened their eyes and actually went out there and walked around, and instead of watching their newscast, which was full of BS, misinformation,
yep,
they would have seen it all in a different light, like we all do. We were only there for the very first weekend it started, and it was absolutely wonderful. And when you traveled, we only traveled from Sudbury to Ottawa. And when you traveled and it took you, a 5-hour trip took you 8 hours, 9 hours to get there because of the people on the road, the thousands and thousands and thousands of people that swarmed in the middle of the night, minus 30 weather. They had bonfires and fireworks. They were in parades and standing on the edge of the road, giving you lunches and paper bag lunches, boxes of chips, gallons of windshield washer fluid. You've never seen that. This is Canadian history.
Yeah.
Andrew Otten wrote a book, and the Freedom Convoy, the 3 weeks that took the world. And people need to wake up. And what backfired on Justin Trudeau is he had created such a division, but when we all came together, we were together. It was everybody. It didn't matter your color, your race, your denomination. It didn't matter anything because everybody was together. I still get emotional. It was a wonderful thing. And I can't wait to hear the people on our side that are away to get up there and testify. Because all you hear is either the police, trying to stay on the straight and narrow because they're under oath, but they're talking between the lines, or they're throwing somebody under the bus, or they're afraid. Yet we all know that there was a political hand involved to tell them what to do.
Well, the thing that I found, incredibly frustrating this morning was when former Chief Sloly did again talk about how he spoke about his statement during the protest, where he said that told the public there might not be just a policing solution to this. And then he did elaborate on it and explained it. And he did realize that there were larger issues in play here, that he didn't come out and actually mention the pandemic and the mandates and all of these things. But I think it's clear he was aware. He knows what the score was and is. And yet he still attacked this from the perspective of these are terrible people and we have to shut this thing down, and then still sits up there and uses words like assaultive when he knows darn well from his own words he has the perspective. He did understand, and he does understand why the people are upset, but he doesn't have the backbone to stand up and do what was right. And people have speculated that maybe he resigned because he didn't want to follow through with the plan to beat the protesters with batons. But it's quite clear from
he absolutely did.
It's quite clear now from what he's been saying. No, he was on page with that, man. He was just going along. Just going along.
I agree 100%. I agree. Well, I can't wait for Chris Barber and other people that are traveling now to get up there and talk. And I know James Bowder is coming, and the things they did to him and Sandy, and these people that traveled coast to coast, and the way they were treated in the end, and it was just awful to see. And it's all going to come out. It's all going to come out, and I think in the end we're going to win somehow.
I sure hope so. We're going to move on. I have a lot of calls to get through here, so thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Greatly appreciate the call. Thanks. Okay, let's take this call. Is it Jason?
Yeah.
Hello, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Yeah, I'd just like to give my 2 cents in. I went on the first and second weekend, I believe, and then I went to Toronto, and then I was also in the biker convoy that went there.
Oh, yeah.
I drove my bike there, and then I also did another run. We actually were from Vaughan to Toronto that a lot of people don't know about and the reasons behind it. But I guess a couple of points I want to make. First is this talking about the horns and all the noise and everything else. I actually have video on my Facebook that shows me on the street that runs parallel with the Parliament buildings. I'm not familiar with it, but it's the next one over, that the whole street was quiet on a Sunday at 11 o'clock. I was down there drinking a coffee. You couldn't hear a pin drop. It was like amazing. And then all you're hearing on the media, the news, I don't call it news because I believe it's just media because they don't give facts, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that it was that quiet, but the media is sitting there telling us about how noisy it was and people. I actually stayed in a hotel right next to that on the 17th floor. And I didn't have trouble sleeping all night and all of that. Was there some noise? Absolutely. I'm not disputing the fact that there wasn't, just the level of noise that they're talking about. And I guess one of my first experiences down there that brought me closer and have a really close friend to is one of the truckers, well, he was actually drove his truck, not a transport truck, but he was carrying gas to his truck. So I said, do you want a hand? And he says, I'd love to. He has these 2 big cherry cans, right? Well, we ended up having to walk about 1.5 kilometers to his truck to bring this fuel, right? And there's him and his wife, and they're all cold and everything else. And I can tell you the reason why they came is simply for freedom. And when everybody talks about the bouncy castles and the dancing and everything going on, the reason why that was going on was simply to show what freedom really is. It had nothing to do with trying to be disrespectful to anybody. It was trying to show people this is why we were here. And the main reason why I went down to support is simply because they were making rules that was taking the livelihood away from somebody for no apparent reason.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then the other point is, businesses, they're saying they lost money. I'm telling you, we look for places so we can buy food. You know what I mean? We look for places, and the businesses that did stay open, people don't hear this, but people were in, strangers were in mopping the floors and cleaning and helping keep these businesses that actually did stay open. Were people walking around? Well, I'll tell you, my good friend, I brought him to Canadian Tire on the second day that I met, right? And we went to the beer store, and both times we walked in, he didn't wear a mask, I didn't wear a mask because we're against him. But as soon as we were asked to, we did. There was no fight from, you know what I mean? We actually did. So when they're trying to say, was there some people? Absolutely, that didn't or refused to, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But my major point, I guess I want to say, is the one thing that I noticed, I'm a Northern Ontarioan, so I grew up on the French border, blah, blah, blah. And the one thing that I noticed that I think was the best thing ever was watching Albertans and Quebecers getting along. Because if there's a divide in this country, I find it that that's where it is. You don't get no French speaking hardly in Alberta, right? And then you get the Quebec thing about trying not to help Alberta.
Yep.
And it was just amazing to see both sides together. You know what I mean? Having the struggles, communicating with each other at times and that, but it was absolutely amazing. And the support, like, it was nothing. There's so many people hidden. And then I guess my final point to all of this is, I come back, I'm living in the Toronto area, right?
Yep.
And I go to work, and everybody's now known what I've done, right? And I talk to them. And I'm not just talking about liberal people I'm talking to conservative people as well, right? Yeah. And their whole narrative of what went on here is exactly what the media said. And that's what they took from it all, and that's what they believe. And it's totally, totally wrong. And if there's a way for the people that were there to get out what actually happened, it would make a whole pile of more people understand really what it was all about, and that there was actually a reason for it. You know what I mean? And I guess that's my point.
Well, that's why we're here, right? We're trying to cut through that, the real misinformation and disinformation, which is being distributed through the mainstream media, because they're just a mouthpiece for the government now. That's why I came back.
Absolutely.
And did this idea that these police services didn't see this coming. I resurrected this news channel. I was with CTV for over 25 years, and I've been doing other things. And I had this little news channel I started years and years ago. And then I said to my buddy Brendan, I said, hey man, look at what's going on with these truck convoys. We need to do something. What are we going to do? We're going to go to Ottawa, or what are we going to do? And we decided that the best thing to do was I was going to resurrect this news channel, and then this has been rolling ever since, right? If I could see what it was, why couldn't they see what was going on? This is crap.
Yeah, and to add to that is, on Tuesday, say Wednesday morning, right? After this, Trudeau put in this act, right? Why did the police services, when they had over 2,000 plus cops, not dismantle it then when there was very minimal truckers and minimal people? Why did they wait to the Saturday and Sunday when they knew there was going to be thousands and thousands and thousands, right? I think that's the big thing you got to ask here, because they could have had that all done by Thursday, right? After when they implemented this, and there wouldn't have been, a lady wouldn't have got run over by a horse, right? And why that's not a talking point of anything, right?
Yeah, because what day was it that they did? What day was it when they finally moved in? Was it Sunday or Saturday?
No, Saturday they started pushing.
Yeah, see,
it was,
that made
I
that.
believe.
I remember
believe so, right?
talking about that too. I thought that they would start, implementing their plan on like a Thursday or a Friday, or maybe wait until a Monday when a lot of people would go home. But why do it on a Saturday or a Sunday on the weekend when he just even acknowledged today in his own testimony that the crowds were at their peak during the weekends? So why not wait until you have a smaller crowd?
Absolutely. Like, and if they say they had all this planning put together for this, right? On any given Tuesday to Thursday, right? The Ottawa Police Services could have dealt with this all on their own because there wasn't enough people there, right? To do it, right?
Yeah.
You could have simply said to my friend, you get off the road or we're arresting you. There's laws for that, right? Arrest the people, pull their vehicle, you got it all clear, and then just send them home. You know what I mean? And whatever. But there was ways of doing it. This was just Trudeau trying to show this, oh, look at me, I'm Mr. Man, and it totally backfired on him. We've seen it across the world now, right? He showed what our governments are all about. And I'm not going to get into my thoughts about Trudeau, but you see it in all levels of our government, right? Look what Ford's doing now, right? On the conservative side, same talking points. You know what? The point is, our governments aren't held accountable for decisions like what they've made, right? You have a prime minister and what's her name, push all of these vaccines and everything on people, and now it's proven that they weren't so right. Why isn't anybody being charged, or why isn't people? Because there are different reasons, you know what I mean? So much come out, but nobody's held accountable. So when they can just talk out their butts and say what they want, right, and have no accountability, because guess what? Well, Trudeau doesn't need it, but so I don't get elected next run, right? I still get my pension.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You or I talk like that at work, right? I'm down the road and I don't have my pension anymore, right? And I'm looking for a new job.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's, I find that's our biggest problem with our governments, right? Is that they get to do what they want. They can screw us over. I don't care who it is. And they don't have no accountability. You know what? They've been promising us it, and I don't really know if Pierre is going to do it, you know what I mean? But I'm hoping he sticks to his gun and puts some accountability in for these people, because when a career politician like Biden, and I'm not getting into, right, can become a billionaire from just being a politician, there's something wrong in our systems, right? And we have people that have gotten rich in our system too. You know what I mean? So there's insider stuff going on, and that's not right. That doesn't mean you're there for the people, they're there for themselves.
Yeah.
And until we change that.
Yeah, we're going to have to move on, Jason. We've been on for 10 and I've got
no
calls
problem.
stacked
Thanks
up,
a lot.
but thank you. Appreciate the call. And
all right, man.
Okay, take care, my friend. And we've got Marina on next. Are you there, Marina?
No, it's still me.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Oh, no, no, we got
no, it's
Marina, are you there? Maybe Marina's not there. Let's move on then to Nigel. Hello, Nigel. How are you?
I'm good, sir. What about you?
I'm still trying to decide. I'll let you know at the end of the show.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something. Reports are coming out in the media about secret Chinese police forces operating in Canada. And I witnessed with my own eyes and my own ears Chinese sailors on Canadian warships, members of the Canadian Navy of Chinese descent, pretending they don't speak English. One example was a gentleman was trying to go on leave back to China, and the clerk had a very hard time understanding him because with his broken English. But then she explained to him that there was something wrong with his leave pass, and then all of a sudden he could speak fucking English, like fucking bang. My job on ships entailed me researching every compartment, and I went when I had to go down to highly secret and restricted areas. I met up with Chinese people with these credentials that were serving for the Canadian Navy that pretended not to speak English to keep me away from their compartment, but that I didn't let that stop me. So that's all I got to say about that. I'm going to move on to firearms real quick, and then I'm going to hang up. I have a feeling Trudeau and Freeland are trying to disarm soldiers and police officers that know how to use AR-15s. Who would be their biggest adversary when their system completely fucked and shits the bed? It's going to be police officers and soldiers who know how to use those weapons as they run for their bunkers. Okay, I'm out. Have a good day. Love the show, dude.
Okay, thank you for the call. There was a lot to unpack there. Let's take a brief break. We'll be right back. Stay with me.
Fear not the storm, for truth is on our side. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, I'm back. You're back. If you would like to support the channel, support what we're doing here, if you like what we're doing, you can donate at maverickdonations.com through the Give, Send, Go account, or you can donate at freedomreporters.com. So that will work as well. The other thing you can do is you could send an e-transfer if you like to do that at maverickmultimedia@mail.com. That's not Gmail, just mail.com. maverickmultimedia@mail.com. If you do send one, I suggest that when you assign the answer to the security question, you use the word Maverick. For simplicity, just make it all lowercase. Just say Maverick, and that would work. You do have to assign the security word to it, or we can't complete the transaction. We do have a little bit of time left, so you can call in at 1-833-975-3733. We'll be going back momentarily to our live stream coverage of the inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act by the Justin Trudeau Liberal NDP coalition government. But there's also this that I should bring your attention to as well. If you go to mavericknews.ca, that's our website, and scroll about halfway down, there is a button to click that says polls. And if you click on that, you can take our news poll, which is asking the question, was the use of the Emergencies Act justified by the government? So you can vote one way or another on that. And we also have a petition that's still ongoing at maverickpetitions.com. Let me just see if I can find that for you here. A lot of different banners, but at maverickpetitions.com, it is a petition to protect journalists working in Ukraine, specifically US and Canadian journalists. And we're still collecting signatures there. When we get enough, we will present that to the Canadian and US governments. The petition demands that they apply pressure on the Ukrainian government to remove an online list of journalists, activists, artists, and others that is about 4,000 names long. And this is a hit list. These people are being targeted for extermination or incarceration simply because they are sharing information that runs contrary to what the government of Ukraine wants. Critical of the government, essentially. They're government critics. And some of the people on the list have been killed. So we're just encouraging people to go to maverickpetitions.com, read what is written there. And if you agree with what's on the petition, we encourage you to sign that. And we are about to go back now to the commission where the hearings are about to resume. So let me bring that back up on the screen. And here we go, folks.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. For the record, Eric Brousseau, Commission Counsel. Very, very briefly, I just rise to give notice formally of the documents that the police team is bulk entering this week. My colleague, Mr. Mather, sort of explained the process on the record, I believe, last week. We circulated a list. Last week, we received objections. Those documents have been removed from the list, and Commission Counsel will deal with those objections with the parties. The final list was circulated to the parties this morning, and those documents will be marked as exhibits. They are a number of emails and other documents from the OPS, the OPP, the WPS, Windsor Police Service, as well as a few RCMP documents and City of Ottawa documents, and including witness summaries for witnesses who, importantly, are not going to be called to testify, but whose evidence we wish to put in by way of summary.
Okay, thank you. So with that parenthesis, go right ahead. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, before I continue with the examination, just to clarify for the record, when I put the notes of Superintendent Rheum to the former Chief Sloly, Mr. Champs correctly pointed out that those notes were not put to Deputy Chief Ferguson in our examination, but she did, in fairness to her, say both in her interview summary as well as in her evidence that Superintendent Riom was removed for personal reasons. He needed a rest or some rest days. So she did not say anything about his removal being connected to the former chief. I just wanted that to be clarified on the record.
Okay.
Now, Chief Sloly, just before the lunch break, we spoke about a number of issues that I also wanted to clarify so that there's no misunderstanding. First of all, I asked you about the date when you found out that Superintendent Riom was replaced by Superintendent Dunlop, and I believe you said that was on the 5th of February. Now, if I could take you to a document, I want to see if that would refresh your memory. OPS 30s14484. So if we go to page 2. So it appears that on the 3rd of February, these are again notes to yourself. On the 3rd of February at around, well, in the morning, you attended a meeting with both deputies on Teams with Superintendent Dunlop. What was your understanding as of the 3rd about Superintendent Dunlop's role if he was not the event commander?
Thank you. On the whole, sir, I wasn't sure what his role was. I had understood that Staff Sergeant Mike Stoll would be the primary presenter of the analysis that came out of that meeting on the 1st. A range of 3 options. I've described them, but not necessarily accurately as to what they would come back with, and a preferred option, including the implications of resources, et cetera, et cetera. On the 3rd, if that's the Thursday, that would be the Thursday, there were 2, yes, there were 2 meetings, one at 10:30, and then another one, I think, maybe around 12 o'clock, where I was waiting for Mike Stoll to give that presentation. I think the notes indicate that he wasn't available, the presentation wasn't on what I had asked for, and I was saying, look, I just want that presentation that I'd asked for. So there are 2, I would call aborted attempts to provide that. On the Thursday morning, the first one around 10:30, the next one around 12 o'clock or so, if my mind is accurate. Finally, the 3rd attempt, which occurs on the afternoon, I think, of the 5th, the Saturday, I get the 3 options. I get their preferred option at that point. So I'm still not sure, even at this time, why Jamie Dunlop, Superintendent Dunlop, is involved in the presentation and what his role in it is. My recollection, I stand to be corrected, is he wasn't introduced as the interim event commander, the event commander. That's my recollection, and my confusion is based on that point.
Okay. The other thing that we spoke about was with respect to the Coventry incident, and we were attempting to draw some lessons from that event. One of the issue you identified was the fact that Staff Sergeant John Ferguson went outside the incident command system when he sought guidance from Deputy Chief Bell. Now, if Staff Sergeant Ferguson if he had concerns about the direction that he was getting from the event commander, Mark Pedersen, Superintendent Pedersen at that time, who should he have gone to?
While it was confusing, again, I don't want to characterize it as he did the wrong thing. I just want to be clear about that, John Ferguson. There would have been options. John could have gone to the incident commander, which at this time should have been Russ Lucas. He could have gone to the event commander and explained attempted to further explain. And if that wasn't happening, he could have gone to the major event commander in that case, major incident commander in that case would have been Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. So there were options for him to engage. I understand it seems to have been he was doing his best to get people engaged around something he thought was important.
But just so we understand, Superintendent Patterson was Inspector Lucas's superior. If he was challenging a decision by Superintendent Patterson, wouldn't it be problematic for him to go to somebody who reported to Superintendent Patterson?
Challenging, but still appropriate. There is an incident command chain of command, and then there's an organizational chain of command. So at any point when there's a disagreement in the chain of command, if done professionally, if done timely, and if done seeking a constructive outcome, not for rumor mongering, not for undermining, not for any other personal agenda, you can engage that chain of command in trying to reach some sort of a better outcome. I think that would be appropriate.
Now, I understand from Inspector Lucas's interview summary that he thought by that time, around 5th or 6th of February, his role had diminished to more akin to an operations chief at a tactical level. So if Staff Sergeant John Ferguson had issues about the operations, is it not arguable that he shouldn't have gone to Inspector Lucas?
And again, I want to be careful. I perceive that through information that's been presented at the testimony myself. I wasn't aware of that. So it's new information for me that Inspector Lucas's perspective on his changed role is new information for me. If that was materially the case, if that was known to everybody, and if it was known to John Ferguson, yes, he would then have another challenge of who could he turn to. I would accept that. But this is all new information to me too. So it's just conjecture at this point to try to answer your question, sir.
And I appreciate that you're doing the best you can. We're also trying to understand what lessons to draw from it, and we just don't want to draw the wrong lessons. So the other option that you identified was for Staff Sergeant John Ferguson to perhaps approach Deputy Chief Ferguson, because she was by then the major incident commander. But wasn't that also problematic because they're married?
At some risk to go into the realm of conflict of interest and relationships and organization, I mean, that there is that challenge. But in the frame of the Ottawa Police Service at that time, there wasn't any breach of policy. And so it would have been appropriate if he felt it had, again, constructive, objective, not unprofessional, not undermining, not self-seeking, to have sought the intervention of, or at least to provided his information to the major incident commander. I do also recognize, if I understand the context as to what happened, this is sort of a real-time unfolding event. It seems to me, again, I may be wrong, it seems to me that there wasn't an opportunity for Staff Sergeant Ferguson to wait for a briefing cycle to raise the concern when all the people would have been around the table. And then that would have allowed Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, or even Superintendent Patterson, to reconsider. It seemed like he was trying to get a real-time decision in the midst of an operation. So the third option would have been to wait for a briefing cycle, raise it as part of the briefing cycle to try to deconflict it and make it better going forward. I don't think it was appropriate in that circumstance.
Right. So because there are some uncertainties about the circumstances, we shouldn't be too quick perhaps to
I certainly can't be quick to judge or to in any way attribute blame, but I think, Commissioner, goes back again. These are the still need to be developed areas of consistent across the board understanding of incident command systems within the operation of a policing service that clearly here in the Ottawa Police Service and other jurisdictions, we need to get to a higher level. There are examples of excellence across the country. I think we need to try to raise all boats in the harbor as high as we can, sir.
Thank you. So let's move to a new topic. You've told us earlier that the Ottawa Police Service was badly in need of external help. You needed more resources to resolve the situation on the ground. I want to take you to a document. This is OPS 30-14454. So you see that the document is dated January 31st. So this is the first Monday after the arrival of the convoy. And looks like it's a meeting with the RCMP and the OPP. You were there. If we go down the page, you see the notation, can't safely remove them unless we have hundreds of officers to maintain risk. And then if we go down further, no way we can come by, not sure what's that word, 4 more days without something help, lots of help. Was that and then the next line says now transitioned into an occupation. Does this reflect the thinking at the time on or about the 31st that the OPS will need hundreds of officers in order to safely remove the protesters?
Yes, sir.
And then if we go to the next page, we need, sorry, go down a bit. Oh, sorry, go down. Oh, go up, sorry. We need resources. And what is that next word?
It looks like communications.
Saying together, join together at 3 p.m., question mark. Do you recall these discussions at that meeting?
Yes, I mean, specific lines not as clear, but I recall the meeting with Commissioner Lucky and I believe Commissioner Creek. I don't know who else would have been on the call.
And if we go down the page a little, there's a comment from Trish. Maybe go to the next page. Here, looking for boots on the ground. What did you understand her to mean?
Those would be your sort of general duty officers, traffic direction, taking a traffic point along the red zone, patrol, just general duty officers that could be utilized in a variety of different ways.
So do you understand the request at that time was for general duty officers from the RCMP and the OPP?
Well, she outlines.
And then the other.
Yeah, that's the running list that she was asked to sort of, come up with on the spot. I think it's actually a pretty reasonable list based on what we knew at that time and where we were.
And how did the commissioners, Carrick and Lucky, answer?
Well,
I can scroll down. From Commissioner Carrick, will facilitate all of your requests and get embedded in the command structure.
Yes.
So you had a commitment from Commissioner Carrick as of the 31st that they would do all they could to assist, and they were willing to embed in the OPS command structure. And then Commissioner Lucky from the RCMP, why did negotiations fall through last night at 8 p.m.? What was that about? What negotiations?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she's referencing.
And then if we go further down, there's a comment attributed to you. Reach out to, you see?
Gatineau and Sûreté de Québec.
Right. So you extended the ask to Gatineau and Sûreté as well.
Yep.
Do you know what kind of help at this time the OPP and the RCMP were offering? We know what you asked for, but do you remember what they were committed to providing?
If I understand the question, they had already had resources in the theater. again, I stand to be corrected by other information that might come up. RCMP, I believe, had 3 what they call troops, public order units, in the National Capital Region. They were not under our incident command system control, but they were available in an emergency, and they had certainly a range of important duties to manage. I believe at that point we still had OPP public order units. Again, not, if I understand correctly, not under our incident command, supporting parliamentary protection services, but again in the theater, general area of the theater. Within what I would say within the incident command system deployment, there were general duty officers from the OPP, somewhere in the range of 30, 40, 50, again, stand to be corrected on numbers, as well as a range of other municipal police service agencies' contributions, London Police, Durham Region Police. I think Toronto might have been up at that point. Most of those were public order unit officers, though, as opposed to general duty officers. That's my recollection around the January 31st.
Okay. If I could take you to the next document, which is an email that you sent to Commissioner Carrick, dated February the 2nd. The document number is OPP 401576. So this was sent February the 2nd. On the first line, you see that you wrote, "I'm seeking your assistance in providing resources to assist the Ottawa Police with our operational plan." The subsequent bullets mention 50 to 60 uniformed officers, PLT and POU supports, as well as incident command supports. And then the next lines talks about a tactical dispatcher. So were these the nature of the request?
Yes, so those have been, I'm assuming that that would have been a refined list of requests that I'd received from Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, who she would have received it through her incident command, chain of command.
Now, in testimony yesterday from Commissioner Carrick, he was asked about a formal request and the implications of a formal request under the Police Services Act, Section 9, subsection 6. Just to be clear, your request here, was that the kind of formal request under the Police Services Act?
I may not be understanding the question, sir, sorry.
So it may help if we take you to the Act. COM 50819. You're familiar with the provision I'm referring to, right?
I'm not that familiar with
Okay,
it.
so let's go to the Act and look at it together. So this is the Police Services Act. If we could go to page 12. So under request of Chief of Police in emergency, this is section 9, subsection 6, a municipal chief of police who is...
Sorry, I'm just not seeing it on my screen. Am I missing?
Oh, at the top.
Oh,
see?
Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, I missed it.
Do you see the heading?
Yep.
Request of Chief of Police in emergency? In bold.
So I thank
Maybe
you.
it's the screen.
I'm aware of the language in the Act, but I wasn't in my mind referencing this. If it happens to fit it, that's fine.
But that's my question. When you wrote the letter, you were not having in mind this section under the Police Services Act.
I was simply sending a communication to another chief or commissioner asking for resources.
What do you understand to be the difference of requests made formally under subsection 9.6 or the kind of informal request that you appear to have sent?
I will say I've never in my policing career relied on this section, so I don't have other than what's written on the page, this would seem to be, if we needed more officers, we could ask or resources, we could ask the OPP. But I mean, if this is intended to, and again, I'm not aware of what's underneath it, if this means we can't manage, we can't adequately, effectively continue to be the police of jurisdiction. Can you come and do this for us? I wouldn't interpret that way, and that was certainly not the intent of me sending that letter to OPP Commissioner Karik to ask for those resources.
Well, that is where I'm going, because perhaps it is open to interpretation, but certainly one interpretation is that the OPP had the ability to step in and take the lead.
I believe there's certain conditions that would have to be met. They couldn't just arbitrarily make that decision.
And that's why I'm asking you, if a request is made under this section, would you have been comfortable to let the OPP take more of a lead role under this section?
If I felt the conditions in Ottawa required that level of intervention from the OPP or any other police service, I would obviously be making that request and therefore be very comfortable with it, subject to all the usual discussions as to how that would transpire. But I was not making that request.
You were not making that request. And I guess my question is, given the situation that you found the OPS to be in shortly after what you call the paradigm shift, after the first weekend, isn't that something that should have been done logically?
Not at all, sir.
Why not?
We were 3 days, 72 hours into a situation. I don't think anybody in Canada at that time really understood what was going on. And I think it would have been irresponsible and unnecessary to burden another police service with that level of request without having any real understanding. So I just don't think listen, you could talk to other police chiefs and they may have their opinions, but as of the 31st or the 2nd when I sent that letter, that was not a situation that I was considering at all. That's not a situation that anybody had raised to me, either within the Ottawa Police Service or from the Police Services Board. Just not in the realm of considerations.
Did the situation in Ottawa escalate at some point to a stage where you would have considered that appropriate?
Not during my tenure, sir, no.
So in your view, up until mid-February, February the 15th was your last day as the chief, the situation was not desperate enough in Ottawa for the chief to be requesting that kind of assistance from the OPP?
That's correct, sir.
What would be the downside to the OPP stepping in when they had the resources and if they were willing to help?
The OPP never had the resources necessary, sir. They could coordinate the resources and they did a good job of that, but the OPP on its own could not have come in and with its totality of its complement provided the full level of some 2,200 officers that were required.
Well, they alone might not have been enough. As we know, during the final days, both the OPP and the RCMP stepped in, but certainly the OPP had more resources than the OPS had at the time.
The quantity of resources, while being a factor, would not be, even in my humble opinion, a significantly weighted factor for such a decision as for a chief of police in any jurisdiction to request through Section 9 of the Act for another police service to come in and run its police service.
But in addition to quantity, they also seem to have the right expertise, such as as we'll come to talk about it, the group led by Chief Party, the Integrated Planning Group. They had the expertise, they had the capacity, they were willing to help, they were offering help. Why not?
There's a lot of things they had, and they offered those things, and we utilized them as quickly and as effectively as we could. And ultimately, through to my end of my tenure and beyond that, there was a very successful outcome. But you've asked me before, did the circumstances in Ottawa rise to the occasion of what I now understand to be the function of Section 9? No, they didn't, sir.
Right. So this is the letter, sorry, if we can take this off, the Police Services Act. You remember we looked at an email, this one, that was your request. I want to take you to another email that you sent on the 4th. So this request was sent on the 2nd. On the 4th of February, we have another email, OPP 401582. That's right. This is the part I want to take you to. You addressed this email to Commissioner Carrick.
Sorry, what's the date of this, please? Sorry.
The 4th of February.
Yeah, thank you.
So you addressed this email to Commissioner Carrick. You said, once again, let me express my appreciation for the significant and ongoing support that you and your OPP team have provided to the OPS over the course of the demonstrations. It would appear from this reply that you received the additional resources that you requested?
The short answer is yes. I don't know if we got everything that we asked for and when we got it, but again, at this point, I have no concerns whatsoever. I think this is more just, I'm actually seeing some of the most well-turned out OPP officers and vehicles operating in and around my sphere, and they really just look good. They were like the cavalry coming over the hill, and they were just really well turned out, really professional group of officers. So I'm just complimenting Chief to Commissioner, the quality of his people.
On the 2nd of February, when you sent the request to the OPP, I believe you also sent a request to the RCMP. Let's take a look at pb.nsc.can.401743. So this is actually, this is your reply. February 2nd. Thank you, Commissioner Lucky. If we go further down, that's right, we see an email from her to you. And at the bottom paragraph, sorry, let's go up a bit. The paragraph that starts with at present. At present, all of our public order units are actively deployed, and I'm not in a position to be able to redirect any teams to Ottawa. Do you have a memory of what you were asking for and what this response was meant to address?
Sorry, just again, the date is this February
the 2nd.
So this again, this will be around the time that we are pivoting the plan. We know we're going to need, this is the day after the February 1st Canada meeting. We know we're going to need a substantive amount of POU, short-term and long-term. And so this was a request that I sent out to the RCMP for POU at least. I don't know if there were other things that we asked. And it seems that the substantive response here is, our POU units are deployed. You can't get them. Reasonable. I'm not challenging that. They're having their own resource challenges, and they're exploring the possibility of the other 50 resources. I'm assuming they're police officers, but they might have been a variety of different knowledge, skills, and abilities that we were asking for.
So these are examples of the kind of early request following the paradigm shift and the kind of responses you got. On the 6th of February, I understand that you told the mayor and Chair Deans that you needed 1,800 additional resources. Am I correct?
It's 1,790 odd, but yes, I think the number 1,800 has become the most functionally used number.
Let's go to an OPS document 3014454. Page 98. So there's a reference here, 1,800 additional members that came from other services.
Sorry, the date of this again, sir? Sorry.
Can we scroll up?
Okay.
February 6th.
Thank you.
5:10 p.m. So am I correct that that the number 1,800 was communicated as early as the 6th of February?
Yes. So again, just context-wise, There's an emergency board meeting held on February 5th. During that meeting, the public session, I received a direction from the chair of the board to produce a list of all the resources that we thought we would need to, my words, safely, successfully, lawfully end the events in Ottawa. I needed explicit understanding from the chair. Did she need that on the spot, or could I and my team take that away and then provide a more thoughtful and full response? And she said, yes. The team had asked them to try to turn that around in 24 hours. And I think by this time, which is almost 24 hours later, we had a substantive list that was drawn up. And it wasn't just police resources. This also included discussions around what other things could the city help us with, increased bylaw fines, other potential supports from the city and civil society. I think we were looking at the insurance industry, whether they could help us to address some of the issues around the trucks and vehicles. So that's the background to, I think, this meeting.
How did you derive the 1,800 number from?
Again, without the benefit of notes, but at some point after the board meeting, there would have been a request at 2 levels within the incident command system for their planners to identify the number, types of resources, and associate that to the overall operational plan and the relative sections, sub-plan sections. Then across the organization, I asked each of the functional command areas, so that would again include Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson in her functional role, Deputy Chief Bell in his functional role, and Chief Administration Officer Dunker in her functional role to identify supports. The reason for the 2 sort of coordinated requests, we needed a certain level of capability, resource capability, predictability within the incident command structure to work under that structure to achieve the goals of ending the events in Ottawa. But we were still struggling with staffing for our police of jurisdiction responsibilities. And I don't know if at this time we'd finished the negotiation with the Ottawa Police Association for the shift schedule change, but we were struggling on both ends. Staffing to a level beyond just maintaining the red zone through the incident command piece, and staffing to maintain our contractual obligations and member health and wellness requirements in the general police services to the rest of the 1 million residents in the city. The sum total of those 1,790 odd resources reflects all of the different aspects that we were looking for, and they were broken down short-term, mid-term, longer-term. The bulk of the resources, I would suggest, were more short-term. A significant amount was mid-term, and then another amount would have been long-term. That would have been assisting in prosecutions after the fact, case management, crime analysts to pull up all that together. But the bulk of that request really was in the days and weeks as opposed to the months and years portions of some of it.
Now, I understand that later that day, on the 6th of February, there was a command team meeting where you asked your team about the resource needs.
Later on the 6th?
On the 6th.
Okay.
Does that accord with your recollection?
Again, just so many different meetings. If you could show it to me, I might have a recollection.
And the commission has heard evidence from Superintendent Abrams that he was present and overheard some of the things that you said to your team. Well, not overheard. He was there. He was invited to attend. And the next day, he wrote to his superiors, including Chris Harkins, among others, about what he observed on the 6th. So can we go to that email? If only I have the document number. OPP 401546.
Just for clarity, sir, just while the document's being searched, my understanding, again, stand to be corrected, I had a meeting with my command team on the afternoon of the 5th after the board meeting was over, where I was interrupted for part of the meeting had to leave to go out for a phone call and come back. And it was in that meeting I said, look, we've just gotten direction from the chair. We need to produce this over the next day. Start thinking about what you need. This is a big lift that we're going to have to do. Then on the 6th, after my team had worked through the night, through the day, the number of 1,790 odd was broken out into various functions. So if Superintendent Abrams' recollection of that comment, it should have been in my memory on the 5th, not on the 6th, but I stand to be corrected.
I could be off on the date. But the date of the email is not in question. The date of the email is the 7th, as you can see on the screen. And it was on the 7th that Superintendent Abrams wrote to his superiors, including Deputy Commissioner Harkins. And this is what he wrote. Deputy, I did not want to mention this on the call with the group, but I feel it important for you to have this information. On my call with OPS Command last night, Chief Sloly asked his people to send him their resource needs. They told him that they need 250 members a day to run things. Chief Sloly told them that if they need 100, he will ask for 200. If they need 200, he will ask for 400. He seemed very comfortable asking for twice what he really needed. He looks at it that if the other partner police agencies can't meet the ask, can meet the ask number, then Ottawa may still get more than they really need. It was a very strange call to be a part of. Hearing the commissioner say that he may ask for 1,000 members, I felt you should be aware of the above. So that's what he wrote about his observation the night before when he attended the meeting with the OPS command. What do you have to say to this?
It's a very strange interpretation by Superintendent Abrams. What I can tell you was that at one of the meetings that I recall on the 5th, maybe it was the 6th, but what I recall on the 5th, I said to my folks, up until now, I've been getting requests that I would call incremental, what we need to get through this day or this weekend. What we need to do and what the board chair has asked us to do is what do we need to get to a safe, complete, successful, sustainable end to the events happening here in Ottawa. This could take weeks. So I need you not to think incremental. I don't want you just to think in a short-term cycle of planning. I need you to think exponential, short, medium, and long-term. It's in that context. I don't know if I gave the exact, if they say 100, 200, but don't let your thinking be incremental. You have to be able to consider the full range of resources. We're not going to get to be able to make this request again. So think about everything you might need: a special constable, a crime analyst, a computer dispatcher, someone who can do open source social media, whatever you don't have right now to meaningfully contribute to the end of these set of events, or to not be able to continue delivering our basic police services. This is the time to put that resource request into this. So I was not in any way trying to put any other police service in a situation where they would need to give us things that we did not need. If it was interpreted that way by Superintendent Abrams as a guest on that meeting, that's unfortunate. If it was reported that way to the commissioner, that's very unfortunate.
Now, we've heard from other witnesses, we've asked other witnesses the question, what should go first, the plan or the request? Is it the number that drive the resources, or sorry, the plan, or the other way around? What's your view on that?
You'll very rarely hear me agree to an or. I'm always an and person. So it isn't one or the other, particularly in fluid events that literally up until the day of the 29th, no one really knew what was coming. The plan will always need to make adjustments in real time sometimes. But at any point where you have to make a commitment to some portion of the plan, you need to have some relative assurance of the predictability of the resources available. So these are not consecutive exercises. They are almost inevitably concurrent exercises. a lot of my concern about how this whole issue has been portrayed is it's been portrayed as one or the other, and the preferred one seems to be plan before resources, consecutive. In this instance, in real-time events, whether they be natural disasters or unplanned protests or protests that are so fluid in the making that you don't have the benefit of months or even weeks of advanced planning, you're literally making resource requests in real time as the threat assessment or the context of the circumstances change. We saw that play out in the pre-arrival plan. You asked the question earlier on. As the warnings increased, did your resource requests increase? Yes, they did. Not because we stopped everything and wrote a perfect plan for the next resource request. We continued with the planning process while we continued with the intelligence process, while we continued with the resource request process. And quite frankly, that has been the way that I have seen the Toronto Police Service work in all my time there. That has been the way that the Toronto Police Service supported many other jurisdictions. That is the way that my experience with the Ottawa Police Service was during my time as chief. I had never once before in my entire career been asked to provide a fully detailed plan with sub-plans laid out, timing and exact details and logistics as to where people were going to sleep, what uniforms they should bring, before we sent out a request in good faith to good police partners and said, we got something big, it's happening right now, or it's happening 2 days from now. This is our best guess of what we need. There might need to fine tune that. Can you help us, yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Now, a moment earlier, I think you clarify that it was on the evening of the 5th that your team started working on the numbers?
It's my recollection, but again, if my dates are off, I stand to be corrected.
I don't know which dates may or may not be off. I just want to bring to your attention what is in your summary and give you a chance to correct anything if necessary. Can we go to the former chief's summary at page 31, please? So
can we just, I'm seeing, sorry, I'll let you finish, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. It looks like it was my mistake, but just to refresh my memory, can we go to the 5th? Is there any reference of the board meeting on the 5th of February?
Well, here's the thing. The reference is in the previous page and this page to the 6th and the 7th. I don't think there's a reference to the 5th, but you saw an earlier email dated the 6th where you had the 1800 number, right?
Yeah. So
I'm just trying to get some clarification in terms of when your team worked on the number in order for it to be available on,
again,
on the 6th.
My recollection, sorry to interrupt you, sir. I shouldn't talk over you, sorry. My recollection was that we started those discussions immediately after the conclusion of the board meeting on the 5th. Now that might have been the command team and my immediate chief staff might have started that discussion. And then on the 6th, the incident command team and other command areas were briefed and then involved. So that there might be some of a bit of a bleed over from my recollection, me actioning these things on the 5th to whatever the meeting was on the 6th that Superintendent Abrams was participating.
So depending on your best recollection, it could be that the date in the summary is in error, in which case I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct it if necessary.
I'm not suggesting it's an error. I just recall having discussions with people in my organization about the staffing numbers immediately after the board meeting where I'd been given that instruction from the board chair. I wouldn't have waited until the next day to start having people engage in the exercise of the planning exercise around getting that number.
Moments, indulgence. Okay. Now, this number, the 1800 number, was publicly announced at some point, was it not?
I believe, yes, it was, sir.
Do you remember the date? Or should we go by the summary?
It looks like there was, it was announced at emergency council meeting, I believe.
Right. So if we go to page 32 of the summary, Chief Sloly publicly announced the request for 1,800 police resources during a special city council meeting on February the 7th. Is that what you remember?
Yes, sir.
This was not his normal course of action, but the Freedom Convoy was unprecedented. Specifically, Ms. Deans asked Chief Sloly in a public OPSB, that's Ottawa Police Services Board, meeting to provide a detailed report on the level of resources required. Could you explain the circumstances in which you made the public announcement?
Yes, so it definitely was not the normal process. There were a series of communications from the end of the board meeting on the 5th through the 6th into the 7th as to what role the board and the city could play in supporting the police service to get the needed resources. The substantive outflow of all of that was a desire by the chair and the mayor. They arrived at that through some level of discourse to have a joint letter to the other two levels of government to seek their direct support in securing those resources.
Now, in the ordinary course, would it be the practice for the request to go from chief to chief, from one police service to another, and not through these political channels?
In the ordinary course, yes.
And was that not sufficient in these circumstances?
These were extraordinary circumstances. And there was a increasing and significant desire would be I think not quite the right word, for the board to be seen as actively supporting the service in one of its few ways that they can, which is securing resources for adequate and effective policing. Again, for context, the start of the February 5th board meeting, the chair in her opening comments talked extensively about whether or not the circumstances in Ottawa would allow the Ottawa Police Service to be able to provide adequate, effective policing. The transition from her opening statements to me was a question directly to me, Chief. I'm not quoting exactly, but as close as I can, Chief, do you have the resources necessary, the ability to provide adequate and effective policing in the city? And then there was a substantive period of that board meeting spent on that topic. The sum total of that was the request, the direct request from the chair for the list of resources that we would need. This is not ordinary, but I do believe it falls somewhere within the realm of the Police Service Act for the board to make sure that we had the resources necessary to provide adequate and effective policing. And I believe this is one of the ways in which, again, Chair Deans former Chair Deans may choose to frame it differently, but I interpret it as a genuine effort to exercise some level of their mandate to support getting those resources. There was then the additional layer of whether the chair would sign this alone or the mayor would join in signing. I wasn't very much involved in that, so I can't really speak to it.
Now, there are those who are concerned about the public announcement of this larger number of requests. For example, there may be legitimate concerns that this announcement exposed the OPS's vulnerability to the convoy participants.
I presume someone could come to that conclusion on their own. I'm not sure why that would be so enlightening, because I think almost every public statement that I made after January 29th, I talked about how desperately we needed resources and how we were seeking resources and asking for resources. I think in the middle of the February 5th board meeting, the topic of resources came up. And in fact, in the middle of that board meeting, I received a communication from the RCMP saying that 250 officers were arriving, and I literally made that announcement on the board meeting. So nobody should have been surprised, I think reasonably surprised, on the 7th that we were significantly in need of resources and that we were going to be asking for a lot of resources.
And to those who hold the view that this announcement was made outside the proper channels and invited inappropriate political influence into the intra-police resourcing discussions, what do you have to say in addition to what you've already said about the context of these?
And thank you. Again, listen, I think there would be as many opinions in this room or all the rooms across Canada on any one of the aspects that took place here. So I'm not in any way going to try to suggest that no one should ever hold that opinion, including another police leader. But I suspect they would have the same problem about previous political announcements around staffing numbers that took place the week before.
Now, another criticism that could be leveled against this public announcement is, especially in light of what we've heard from other police witnesses about the lack of an adequate plan at the time this announcement was made. Was it really appropriate to make this kind of public announcement when OPS didn't seem to have the kind of plan sufficient to deploy this large number of resources, even if it were given then?
Again, I can appreciate concerns raised certainly throughout this process and in discourses well beyond these walls. This again is not a practice that I've experienced in my policing career, where there would be a requirement for detailed, completed plans submitted and then analyzed prior to any substantive release of resources. It wasn't in my experience around planned events like the G8, G20, and it certainly wasn't my experience in unplanned or highly fluid and contentious events like the one that we experienced here. If this had become a new standard and a new expectation in policing, I was not aware of it. And I had at that point been a chief of police for over 2 years. Secondly, we did have a plan. It was an ongoing, evolving plan. I would by no stretch of imagination suggest to anyone, the commissioner or anyone else, that it was an excellent plan. It was a robust plan, given that we were still pivoting from what we had experienced just a week before. Canada was still trying to figure out what was going on across the country, just as we were trying to figure out exactly what was going on in the city. And we had been literally using every resource possible just to get through hour by hour, day by day operations and the planning for those operations. There was no additional capacity to be able to produce such a level of standard plan while we so desperately needed those resources. I think, unfortunately, it became a misinformed issue around an unrealistic expectation. And unfortunately, that caused a lot of concern across the board, inside our organization and clearly outside of our organization.
Now, this commission has heard evidence from both Superintendent Bernier of the OPS and Superintendent Abrams from the OPP that officers from the OPP already in Ottawa were not receiving adequate instructions for them to be properly integrated or deployed in Ottawa. If there were officers in Ottawa who were not being effectively used, then one may ask, what's the point of sending more?
Well, from what I've heard and what I've seen and what I knew at the time, yes, there were occasions where officers were not optimally deployed. Can I tell you, I have never been involved in any police operation where we have brought in resources from across our own city or brought in resources from outside of our city into police services, including my time in Kosovo, where there was suboptimal deployment and utilization of resources. What tends to happen is the incident commander almost exclusively will be from the police's jurisdiction, will utilize the resources that they know best and use the most frequently, and then go and tap into the other resources. Inevitably, that means that the external resources will be underutilized. It is in no way surprising for me to have heard that at points during the entire 3 weeks that I was involved in this, that there might have been officers from some police department that didn't get their briefing at the right time and may have even spent the better part of the day not doing the things that they thought they were going to be doing. I'd experienced that many, many times myself.
Now, the last criticism that could have been made that I can think of, and that we've heard from some witnesses, is that between the 3rd and the 10th of February, the OPS was using RCMP and OPP officers simply to relieve OPS officers who were exhausted and not as part of a plan to end the occupation. What do you have to say to that?
That's probably very true, sir. Our officers were exhausted, frozen right through. They needed relief, and there was no other place to get relief from. And that's part of the reason why the very first request on the 31st of January that Trish Ferguson announces to the RCMP Commissioner and the OPP Commissioner is to send us some general duty officers. Our people are asleep on their feet or they're frozen to their post. I'm not surprised. That is not an optimal situation, but that's the reality of what was going on.
Okay. Now, I'd like to take you to a new topic. We've been talking about your request for resources, but before we leave that topic, actually, now that it's clear to you as of the 7th, the 6th or the 7th, that Ottawa would need at least 1,800 officers in order to effectively resolve the convoy events. Why is it still not a good time to resort to sections 9(6) of the Police Services Act?
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a second go round on this. The concept of a measured approach, I think it's been talked about usually in terms of PLT and secondarily in terms of use of force. A measured approach is, we need more resources, let's ask for it. We need help with the planning for those resources, let's get that. We might need to integrate our operations to a greater degree than we have ever considered before. Let's work on that. Okay, so we're getting more resources. We are stepping up integration. Our planning now is getting to a much greater level of efficacy. Now we're going to consider unified command. That is a measured approach of stepping up. I think it would be irresponsible, as I said before, and I'm sticking to that. I think it would be unprofessional and unwarranted to go from, wow, we just had a really bad weekend, let's get the OPP to come and police our jurisdiction, to, we just had a really bad weekend. Let's figure out how we need to get better. Let's start to use everything we possibly can. And let's be as clear as we can, but as quick as we can in requesting the things that we can reasonably anticipate we'll need in the short, medium, and long term. Let's be very open to, as we have always been in Ottawa, even during my time, to integration. Nothing was off the table. I think I probably said that statement 453 times. Everything's on the table, including greater integration, and including unification. And ultimately, through greater integration, ultimate unification, and some 2,200 officers, the Ottawa Police Service, as police of jurisdiction, and the amazing supports we received from across the country, were able to safely and successfully end the events here in Ottawa.
Perhaps this raises a more general question of how should we deal with multi-jurisdictional event that requires external support? You've mentioned that Ottawa is the police of jurisdiction, but the reality is that you're asking these external agencies, the OPP or RCMP, to supply tremendous resources that at the time Ottawa did not seem capable of effectively deploying. You've acknowledged that there were issues with officers already present, but for different reasons.
Just on that point, I just want to be clear, and I think it was, I understand somebody clarified this before. There were instances where clearly that was happening. I believe Superintendent Abrams was a direct conduit to Deputy Chief Bell, organization to organization. He raised it. I believe it was received well and it was actioned. I don't recall that being a continuous problem or a problem on scale. I will not deny that it happened sporadically and particularly in the early parts, but it's my understanding it wasn't a daily occurrence on scale where hundreds of officers were sitting around being unutilized or underutilized. I just want to make that clear for the public record.
Yeah.
And again, that level of underutilization is something that I've experienced in my entire 3 decades in policing. That was not a unique situation to the events here in Ottawa.
I do not wish to exaggerate the problem in Ottawa, but surely you won't deny that OPS was struggling. That's what we've heard from all of the other witnesses.
I think I've said that repeatedly myself, sir.
And OPS was struggling on many different levels. It needed to develop a plan, but it was struggling to the point where it was finding it difficult to have the expert planners to make that plan. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the OPS officers were tired, exhausted. They needed external agencies' help just to maintain a regular level of policing. That's the reality at the time.
We needed external police agencies' help primarily for the incident command system to address the crisis happening in the downtown core. We needed less help for the policing of the rest of the city. We still needed help there, but we were nowhere near by comparison.
So again, I think my question is, wouldn't it be very simple to let a bigger organization like the OPP or RCMP to have a greater capacity to help? They wanted to help.
I'm not sure they wanted what you're suggesting, Section 9. I never received any suggestion from Commissioners Creek or Lucky that they wanted to come in here and bring the necessary lift of 2,000 plus officers and have them on the ground here for days, if not weeks on end. I stand to be corrected if there's information out there that's different from that. Here's the challenge. Then you're going to have to get 3 levels of government to invest differently in 3 levels of policing. I don't know how the formula would work, but if we're to go down the what if scenario that you're asking me to entertain, and please, if the commissioner doesn't have time for this or you want to move on, just let me know. But here's scenario number 1. Take a percentage of every municipal police service, just say 10%, fold that up into the OPP, because every single year, some event is going to come to some municipal police service where they don't have enough resources. So automatically, the OPP will get 10% cut of every police service because when, not if, they will be required under the new components of Section 9 to come and take over policing for a day, a week, a month. They have the lift to be able to do that. I don't think any mayor or any regional authority is going to go for that. And I don't even think the province would want that responsibility. Now, just layer in that on top of the RCMP. With how stretched they are with contract policing, national policing, Indigenous policing, force protection internationally, there's probably 8 functions that not one of them are staffed adequately. Now, are you going to take a 10% cut from the provincial police services to allow the RCMP to do that? And now you come to the National Capital Region where there are 6 police services operating in here at any given day. How do you divide the pie there? I understand the intellectual desire to explore that. The practical and financial side, I'm not sure merits the effort. I think what we need to do is get standards across the board, really clarify how and when we work together in integrated and or unified, clarify the gaps between strategic, operational, and tactical, and how that fits into police of jurisdiction, adequate and effective. That's going to be a lot cheaper and probably a lot faster. And it can be iterated over the course of time from lessons learned from experience to experience. You're talking about a major structural change, legislative change that would take years to hammer out and then years to get to a point of efficacy.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go back to what happened on around the time that Chief Party led his group, the Integrated Planning Group, to Ottawa. He arrived on the 8th and he had a meeting with your command team on both the 8th and the 9th. I want to get your best recollection of the meeting you had with them in the afternoon on the 9th.
Okay, well, I think it was around 12 o'clock. Again, for context, if I get the dates wrong, I believe somewhere around the 6th or the 7th, there was a communication between myself and Commissioner Creek where we had talked about a significant increase in integration. I forget who raised it, whether he did or I did, but we were very quickly in agreement that that would be very helpful and that we would need then to bring in senior folks that had experience and expertise and that type of thing. He referenced Carson Party almost immediately. That name, I believe, came up in our first conversation, and I welcomed him and anybody else that he could send to support that. And to his word, I think within 24 hours, we were contacted. 24 hours after that, there was an initial meeting out at the RCMP headquarters. That was a meeting, unfortunately, and I realize I'm going really fast, so I'm slowing myself down now. That was a meeting, unfortunately, that because of the distance to travel to and the Teams meetings problems that we had, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was only able to get a portion of her incident command staff on there. While there was somewhat of a productive discussion, it didn't get to the level where there was any substantive move forward. There was an agreement to have another meeting on the 9th of February, right? On the 9th of February. And there was additional efforts during that period to continue to improve and evolve that plan, a substantive lift that day. I referenced earlier on that I got involved in that lift to try to elevate the plan to as great a degree as we possibly could for these partner agencies coming in. I believe around 12 o'clock, 12:30, Chief Superintendent Party, Superintendent Abrams, RCMP Superintendent Liu, and I forget there were other members, but those were the three primary members of the team arrived at our headquarters. I'll take a pause there. But that was the context to the start of that meeting. I had my command team and my incident command team there as well.
So I'm glad you paused there because before we get to the actual meeting with the integrated planning group, do I understand correctly that that morning, the morning of the 9th, you had another meeting with your the OPS command team? Mm-hmm. Can you tell us more about that meeting first?
Yeah. And we debriefed from what happened the previous night, look to see where we could, again, continue to evolve the plan in advance of this next meeting and put every effort into that so that, again, we could have the best product available. It was clear to me that the arrival of this team was not only to support what were the ongoing efforts here, but they needed to assess where we were with our ongoing efforts here, specifically assess the plan.
Now, let me take you to some notes. These are notes written by Deputy Chief Ferguson, I believe. OPS 3014479. And I want to take you to page 66. So you see from the top there that this is Wednesday, February the 9th. If we go to, what time did you say the meeting was?
I see a note here, 7:10. I don't know if that's accurate, but that would seem about right. It was relatively early in the morning.
So this is the day after the group arrived, and your attendance was delayed the day before, and then the next morning we have this meeting. Do you remember Mission Hydra?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the name.
Ancient Greek civilization, an old myth about a multi-headed monster. When you cut off one head, it would grow back.
And was there a reason why this is called Mission Hydra?
A bit of creative license on my part, but the idea was we were struggling to take a section of the red zone or a Confederation park and then hold it while we continued on. And so that was a constant challenge as our officers made efforts to secure portions of the theater, particularly in and around the red zone, that the challenge was as much to take the portion and then to hold the portion. So the concept of the Hydra, if you can cut off the head and cauterize it, it can't grow back. Mm-hmm. If you can take a piece of ground and hold it, people can't come back. We can then focus on a smaller theater with more resources. Smaller theater, more resources, smaller theater, more resources. That's the concept behind the.
Right. Now, I understand from the testimony of Deputy Chief Ferguson that the day before, on the 8th, when your command team met with the integrated planning group, she presented a strategic concept of operations plan with 8 points with a mission statement that included elements of engagement by the PLT and so on. And part of the discussion at this morning meeting on the 9th is a new version with a different mission statement. And there's a reference here that this was a very aggressive posture, language throughout the whole briefing and mission statement. I'm not sure the next word, as asked if anyone needed clarification. Chief laid out his plan, omitted negotiation, and when I brought it up, he reacted angrily, saying, "We are not negotiating." Then said it's implicit. I advise, is it all CIC mission statements? Our CIC mission statements always has explicitly stated in the mission statement. And then the next comment, I believe, is attributed to you. If it doesn't reduce the size of the footprint, that is not a good negotiation. Do you remember this exchange?
These are Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's recollection of that. I would not in any way characterize what took place in that meeting to reflect what I'm interpreting in language here. So again, without the chance to hear these concerns and understand, we had a very healthy discussion, yes, around whether the term negotiation should be explicit in, I believe, the mission statement. But other than that, I'm not really sure as to why she has interpreted things the way that she's chosen to do so.
So let's hear it from your perspective. You've told us about this as well, I believe, during our interviews. If I could take you to your interview summary at page 36. So we go to the section under discussions. That's right. Chief Sloly recalled that on February the 9th, he held a special meeting with Deputy Chief Bell, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, OPS General Counsel Christiane Hunold, CAO Dunker, and Inspector Kevin Maloney. This meeting took place after an internal OPS planning meeting, but before the February 9th, 12:10 p.m. meeting with Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu. His intent was to emphasize that the entire command team was signed off on the February 9th plan. At the meeting, he stated that he would crush anyone who undermined the plan. Chief Sloly recognizes that it was an unfortunate choice of words, but public safety, member health, wellness, and safety, and the successful conclusion of the local convoy event were all at a critical juncture, and this required absolute command commitment to supporting the implementation of the updated plan. He restated the need for unity within the command to support the updated plan, including the level of integration and the acquisition of the needed resources to safely and successfully end the event in Ottawa. There were to be no major changes to the plan, the concept of operations, the elevated integration, and the senior ICS assignments without discussion about the need for such a change. Does this reflect your recollection of what happened?
Yes, sir. It's my statement.
So there appears to be an emphasis of committing to this plan unless there were significant changes that would have justified a different course. Why this emphasis?
We had had the challenge of the previous week where senior people were swapped out without any communication, where we had delays around the development of a significant portion of the plan, that being the public order plan. This was a reminder to folks about the problems that we encountered last week. We are now bringing in a significant amount of resources, a significant level of integration, and we simply cannot have a individual make a change that could affect the strategic intent of what we were trying to accomplish at this point. We needed to have, on the positive side, we needed to have a full commitment across the command team that we had reached a position now that we could move forward with. There were still going to be evolutions of the plan and sub-plans and as resources became available, but that the base of the week and change of pivoting from where we were into this new position, particularly with the request of resources and integration, This required a very firm and full commitment from the command team going forward.
Now, you acknowledge that the word choice crush was unfortunate.
Absolutely, sir.
But you meant to convey an emphasis that no one should deviate from the plan lightly.
Lightly, at the strategic level, no major changes in the plan, no major changes in the concept of operations, the elevated integration with RCMP and OPP, and the senior ICS assignments, major incident commander, event commander, incident commander, without discussion first. Probably the only thing I forgot to add in there, unless there were exigent circumstances. And again, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, exigent circumstances is always implicit in any one of these circumstances.
Is this consistent with the incident command system where the operational level commander required a certain degree to adapt and to respond to quickly changing circumstances?
That's the concept of exigent circumstances, sir. That would not fit within what I was relaying to these folks here.
So would your colleagues have come away from this meeting understanding that if there were to be changes, that it would require some kind of an approval from the chief?
Not at all, sir. At the operational level, no. Again, I'm very clear. No major changes to the plan, no major changes to the concept of operations, not objectives, not sub-plans, not operational decisions made during the course of a day. The elevated integration, I wasn't going to have a superintendent, inspector, a staff sergeant, or a deputy chief tell the OPP and the RCMP, you know what, we don't need that integration. Never mind what Sloly says. So this was me being very clear at the strategic level of where we were. No major changes outside of exigent circumstances for these areas.
So we'll come back to this very shortly, but just to clarify this point, I may take you to the notes taken at this meeting by the legal services by Ms. Hunnode. If we go to OPS 3014454, please, page 130. So this appears to be the same meeting. Do you want to scroll up and take a look at the date?
Thank you. February 9th.
Okay, so we go back to page 130. The point I want to draw your attention to is the second arrows from the top. No changes to plan unless chief approves.
Yes.
So that was the question I put to you. Would someone walk away from this meeting thinking that there were to be no changes to the plan unless the chief approves?
Again, to be explicit, no changes to the architecture of the plan. But that is not me saying you can't have a tactical change, you can't have an operational change unless I approve it. It would be, even if I wanted that, it would be impossible for me to validate, approve, or not approve every single aspect of any potential change to the plan. It would just be impossible. I would never have said that. And I can't see any experienced person in that room taking such a literal interpretation and walking out, particularly after being in this theater for almost a week and a half. And if they had that interpretation, with the maturity and the rank in that room, I would have expected them to raise clarification.
Now, it was at this meeting as well that we've heard from other witnesses that you discussed politics. If I could take you to page, maybe later on in this page actually, or maybe the next page, I'm not sure. Go down a little more. Do you see the comment from Trish? I want us to limit politics.
Yes, sir.
And the comment just before that, I suppose was attributed to you, Tom Tom Carrick probably,
Mhm.
is assessing if we are worthy of getting the additional ask resources.
Yes, sir.
What is your recollection of the discussion?
Just that. And it was made it clear to them that the folks that have arrived here have come with clear instructions from their command to assess the level of our planning, the adequacy of the resource requests that we made, and then to, assuming that we could come to that arrangement of integration, to then move forward on building that out. But they were coming to assess where we were.
Now, so there was a reference to the Deputy Chief Ferguson asking to limit the discussion of politics. Her own notes, these are notes taken by the legal services. Her own notes are more explicit. If we could go to OPS 30-14479 at page 67. We go down. Okay, talked about the plan. So keep going. See the dash? Talked about the plan. Not sure the talked about the plan for
Briefing.
the embedded cell of planners and commanders. And he spoke of a type of conspiracy that is happening at provincial and federal levels. And this team is being handled by their political masters and promoted the idea that they are not really here to help. Can you help us understand who are these political masters and what was the conspiracy theory?
Yeah, first of all, these are Tricia's, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson's words. I won't challenge her emotions or interpretation around it, but they're not the conversation that I was leading at this point. I had a very clear discussion about two elements. We are going to be assessed on the quality of our planning and the relevance to the resource requests. And if we cannot provide enough substantive justification for what we're looking for, we're likely not going to get the level of help that we need. Secondarily, I did talk about the politics that are happening in and around this entire event. By this time, it is a national event with global coverage. By this time, I had had several interactions with all three levels of government and the board. That was clear to me that there was increasing, intense, and in some cases, I believe, undeserved and unhelpful political pressures happening to the Ottawa Police Service. Pressures that could affect our ability to secure the resources. So I was letting them be aware, giving them situational awareness, and allowing a conversation to happen in a very tight room with my command team so they could have as much understanding before they went in front of the group of external agencies to have that conversation. I didn't want there to be any surprises, and I wanted them to be as fully informed as possible. An example would be the day before this, there was a public motion put forward by a significant number of city councillors asking for the Ottawa Police Service to be removed of police's jurisdiction for the purposes of the incident command. So these were very live, real-time issues. There were others that they were less aware of. So I tried to give them indications as to what was going on without delving down into the unfortunate details of it. It's in that context that I think Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson may have thought it was a conspiracy theory. These were very real experiences that I was aware of, and I was trying to bring my command team to a level of awareness so they could appreciate the challenges that we would have to show a unified approach around this going forward. And if we didn't have a unified approach, these type of politics could very quickly divide and conquer us.
Were you concerned that these officers coming from the OPP or RCMP may not come with a pure motive to help, but rather were acting on behalf of whoever was sending them for other politically related reasons?
if you're asking whether Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu were there for political reasons, no. I think they were genuinely assigned and they came with genuine hearts to offer the help that they could, to understand what was going on and offer the help they could. But I'm very much aware of the politics that comes to play on the heads of chiefs of police and commissioners. And I'm very much aware of a number of issues that my colleagues at that rank were facing.
Now, you were the one who was asking for help, and when they came, was there any reluctance on your part to share the information within the OPS in order to help them help you?
Not whatsoever, sir.
Did you have any issues of trust in relation to working with them cooperatively to resolve the situation in Ottawa?
Trust, no, but I was very explicit on 2 points. Integration means that the Ottawa Police Service remains police of jurisdiction, and the Ottawa Police Service remains in control of the incident command system, and that the resources I'm asking for are to be under the control of the incident command system. Those are the only 3 caveats. If they couldn't agree to those 3 caveats, we'd probably have to go back to the drawing board in some other way to get the resources and achieve another type of integration. Those were the 3 caveats. It's not a matter of trust, it's simply a matter of the baseline aspects, the red line aspects of our ability to move forward under an integrated model.
Your command team has told us that they perceive an issue on your part of not willing to let go of control, to a concern to hold on to, by way of this police of jurisdiction concept, to hold on to some kind of control. Do you agree with that?
Not at all.
Do you know what they're talking about?
No, I don't, sir.
What was it that was so important? Why is it so important to you that Ottawa remain the police of jurisdiction? What's the significance of that? What does that mean?
It's in the Police Services Act, sir. We are the police of jurisdiction.
But don't different police services often work cooperatively to figure out how to solve a problem? Isn't that what's ultimately?
And we did that every single day of my time in office. Joint Forces operations. I invited in the RCMP to do internal criminal conduct investigations. We did that every single day. That is a very, very different thing from we are no longer the police of jurisdiction in the nation's capital for 1 million people. The Ottawa Police Service will no longer be the police service here, even though we've been so for a century and change. That is a very different concept of operations.
But if it makes sense for like a major case investigation for, let's say a crime is committed in Toronto, but the expertise required to successfully solve the case necessitates a combination of expertise from Toronto Police, Peel Police, and York Regional Police. Isn't there some protocol that the lead would not necessarily be the police of jurisdiction? It would depend on the circumstances, what makes the most sense.
I can think of examples where, yes, a lead investigator would come out. The lead investigator in the criminal conduct investigation was from the RCMP. But professional standards were still under my control as the police chief in the police of jurisdiction. The decision to lay charges or not lay charges from a police act were still under Part 5 for me as a chief of police. But if I'd abdicated that role and responsibility, then it would have to be the RCMP lead investigator to decide on the totality of the circumstances around that case. So yes, hundreds of times, probably thousands of times, I've integrated police services for a wide variety of things. Administrative, HR, human rights, operations, guns and gangs. I have no trouble whatsoever with that concept. In my time in policing, let me be careful here. I can't think of a single time in my 30 years in policing where a police service said, we're done. Somebody else come do this for us. I stand to be corrected, but I can't recall a single occasion of that happening.
But why would it be a matter of someone else doing it for us? Wouldn't it be a true matter of collaboration? They would still count on the local expertise, but maybe this is a question for the policy round discussions. I don't know.
Potentially, sir.
But in any event, at this meeting, on February the 9th. If I take you to the notes, OPS 3014454. So we're returning to the legal services notes. If we go to page 136. If we go down, so this is still the 9th, I believe. Yesterday provided them the org chart of command. What more do you need to implement our plan? To implement or build into our plan, need to know what resources we will get here in Ottawa. That was attributed to you, and the OPP responded, strategic decision because of rest of provinces. Do you remember what this was about?
Yes, sir.
Explain to us, please.
I think a very healthy discussion. Look, we have a local need here, but we now have a national set of events. I think by the 9th, Windsor might have been starting to kick it up around that time. Toronto had just got through their Queen's Park piece. I think much of the prairie provinces had one or more things going on. Coots was still very alive. So yeah, this is a healthy discussion around, look, we know we need a lot of resources, but we also know you got a lot of other resource demands happening. Around this time, I believe there was a steady, almost daily call of all chiefs that were facilitated by the OPP, and they had already, I think, established 2 levels of resource integration, one on public order units explicitly, and another one on general resource requests. So we were already in a provincial national theater where we are trading off resource requests against risks on a scale that I'd never experienced, and I'm not aware of any police chief of my generation that says they experienced something similar. So that's the context of the discussion taking place here.
If we go scroll further down, OPP said, we stated 1,200 OPP staff over, it's hard to read, sorry, it's actually the below quote that I'm interested in. Can build a plan without a plan. And the chief said, fine, build a plan and get us the people.
I know what was taking place here. I don't think these notes are particularly accurate at this point. I suspect there's a lot of back and forth, and people are talking fast, as I am now. And there's a little bit of catch-up time here. So I will build off these notes. They're not incorrect,
yes,
but
tell us what you remember.
They're not accurate. So first, there was a discussion. I forget who raised it. It might have been Superintendent Abrams, but I'm not 100% sure. Around how many staff had been sent over. And again, I said, well, there was that miscommunication from the Solicitor General that left the impression that 1,500 officers from the OPP or from across the province were here in Ottawa on a daily basis. And I, again, explained the challenges that public trust and confidence challenges that caused us. That then pivoted out of that discussion into, again, I don't know who from the OPP would have led this, but I don't think this is an accurate statement, but it probably captures the theme. Can't build a plan without a plan. This is the chicken and egg discussion. Should you have a plan first before you get the resources? And I'm saying we are planning and we know we need a level of resources. We can fine tune the plan. I need a commitment of resources. So that's the gist of the discussions that are taking place, probably in rapid fire. And the scribe is, in this case, Christiane, is doing her best to keep up.
Now, you do recognize these notes are from the OPS Council, Ms. Hunt?
Yes, I just referenced Christiane,
because didn't you ask her, if we go to page 43, so I'm going back in time, page 43 is her notes on February the 3rd. As you can see here, do you see the bullet where she notated that he asked if I've been taking notes. I told him I'm acting like a scribe and capturing everything. So it appears that you've asked her to take notes, and she's been doing her best to take notes, almost like a scribe. in trying to capture everything. But you don't believe that these notes are, or at least the part that we
No,
referenced.
sorry, if I've let that impression, Christiane, you know, is many things wonderful and an excellent general counsel. She, for a period of days, offered to and took on this role of being a scribe. We were just so thin on resources. She offered to do that until she could free up Vicky Nelson, I believe is her name. I'm not suggesting that the effort on the 9th was an insufficient effort. That was a very dynamic meeting, and there was a lot of points being made, and she was doing her best to capture them. I'm only saying they're not actual quotes that I can attribute, and she hasn't attributed the people. So she's done her best, just not able to say who said what exactly when.
Mm-hmm.
The notes that she provided were incredibly helpful for me.
Now, in the interest of time, I think I'm going to skip ahead, but the last point I do want to put to you, because in fairness to you, Chief Party in his will say has said that the overall tone of this meeting was somewhat unprofessional and disrespectful. Chief Sloly was very clearly under tremendous pressure to act and was very suspicious of levels of commitments from police agencies. He went as far as to advise us that he had sources in the ministry office that his requests were not being supported, and essentially they wanted him to fail. There was disagreement on this point from our team. I just want to give you the opportunity to respond to those comments.
All of them, sir?
You can. Would it help if I put
if you could put it up? I just can't. There was a lot of things you just said there, so.
Of course.
Thank you.
Let's go to OPP 50792. And if we can go to page 4, please. So do you see the bullet that starts with the overall tone?
Yeah, it was a tense meeting at times. We certainly got into very contentious discussions, like the discussion. Sorry, I'm going to slow myself down. We got into contentious discussions, like the discussion around the Solicitor General release of the 1700 number. I could see if during those points, Chief Superintendent Party, who I believe was selected appropriately and sent quickly and came with the view of supporting, I suspect that would be the same for Superintendent Liu representing the RCMP. They were not aware of and had not been involved in these events. I suspect they weren't even following all the events, and certainly not the political aspects of it. They were operational people coming in to provide an operational support. In that context, I could understand why Chief Superintendent Marty might describe some aspects of it as disrespectful. Get the right words here.
Oh, do we?
Somewhat unprofessional and disrespectful. I needed to be very clear on behalf of my service in my city and the state of public safety that we're in, that we needed the resources, that we needed them as quickly as possible. They needed to be predictable, sustainable resources, and not, as we had experienced so far, through nobody's fault. But we can send you this, but if an event comes to us, we got to pull them back. Without any predictability of resources, I want to get back into the plan first versus the resource request, but absent the predictability of resources, planning for something that you can't resource becomes a waste of time. And we had no time to waste, and we had no resources to waste. So again, I come back, it's an and, not an or. The rest of this, I don't know if you want me to go through bullet point by bullet point and comment.
Yes, there are so many things I would like to get your thoughts on, but we do not have all the time that we want.
Suffice it to say, we discussed the political pressure aspects And that is always an uncomfortable conversation to have between police services.
Right. Now, if I could take you to a different topic, and this relates to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I want to ask you, before the 14th of February, did you ever form the view that additional powers that could be granted under the Emergencies Act could help OPS resolve the convoy events?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry, I may have just missed it. I apologize.
Right. So the Emergencies Act was invoked on the 14th of February.
Yes, sir.
Before that date, did you ever think about whether the powers under the Emergencies Act might be helpful for the OPS to resolve the convoy events?
Before that date, I never thought about the Emergencies Act. I think I might have been made aware of it over that weekend. My challenge, literally up until my last day in office, wasn't additional legislation or injunctions, it was resources. In fact, there was a period of time where we were hoping there wouldn't be any injunctions or emergency declarations because they would give us more powers and we didn't have any resources to implement those powers, and then we would be accused again of not doing our jobs or not using powers available to us. So for a significant portion of my time in office, discussions around injunctions, discussions around emergency declarations were maybe that's something that we actually don't want at this point. I was never consulted explicitly on the Emergency Measures Act that was put into place on February 14th.
If I could take you to the OPS document 3014566. It appears that these are notes of a meeting that occurred on February the 14th at around 10 a.m. So if we go to page 2. If we go to the section under the redaction, you see a note that Lucky did not get Prime Minister briefed on the plan. Prime Minister will be enacting the Emergency Measures Act. And then we go to the very bottom of the page, there's a notation that Chief grateful for every tool we get in the tool belt, but need the resources. Do you remember this discussion?
I remember the discussion. I can't remember word for word. And certainly that last line would be basically summarizing what I just tried to tell you. Tools are great. If we don't have the resources to use them, there could be problems with that.
So was Commissioner Lucky the first to inform you that the federal government would be declaring an emergency?
I don't have an independent recollection. This appears to be the first time I'm hearing about it.
Okay.
And it certainly wouldn't have been anything more than a day before if there was any other discussion on it.
Now, later that day, I understand that you spoke with Chair Deans about the Emergencies Act. Do you remember that?
I don't have an independent recollection. If you could take me to a meeting note or something.
So, yeah, I'll take you to OPS 3014566. At page 6. Sorry, if we go back up a little. I'm trying to see. Okay, so the last bullet. You have a municipal state of emergency, then a provincial, and now a federal. I have already said that we need more than just the OPS. Was that something you said during that meeting?
That would be in line with the sort of type of discussions that I can go back to there may not be a policing solution to this. This would be in line with that line of discussion. We have 3 levels of states of emergency. This is obviously more than just the OPS.
Now, you said also in your interview summary that you participated in several phone calls with Federal Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Rob Stewart, and Commissioner Lucky before the federal government declared an emergency, and that you made it clear on these calls that the number one thing that the OPS needed were more police officers.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I know I need to answer.
Did the federal declaration of emergency help OPS obtain more resources?
I can't tell you that because I resigned office within 24 hours.
I'd like to show you an email exchange between Commissioner Lucky and Mr. Mike Jones, who was Chief of Staff to Minister Mendocino. The document number is pb.nsc.can.403256. So the context in this email, Commissioner Lucky enumerates a few emergency measures that she believes would be useful, but then added that she's of the view that, well, I'll let you read it. We go down, she gave a few examples of additional tools, but then if we go further down, she said, that said, I'm of the view that we have not yet exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know what she's referring to, sir.
The available tools, if you want to, well, she explains in this paragraph, there are instances where charges could be laid under existing authorities for various criminal code offenses occurring right now in the context of the protest. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act, just enacted, will also help in providing additional deterrent tools to our existing toolbox.
Again, she may be relating to elements of Coots, Alberta, or other parts that they're involved in. I don't know if she's explicitly talking about the theater that I was involved in. It's hard to tell what she thinks could be done. These are certainly elements that we were doing in Ottawa. Where we couldn't arrest, we were getting information to lay charges after the fact. The Ontario Provincial Emergencies Act had just been announced on the Friday. We were still looking. I don't know if by this time on the Monday that we'd even had a substantial briefing from our legal team as to what those powers were and whether or not our incident command team had considered how to roll them into the ongoing evolution of the plans. I can't disagree with the position of the commissioner, but I can't say that it applies entirely to the circumstances that I was dealing with.
At that time, did you have a view on whether we have exhausted all available tools that are already available through the existing legislation?
We meaning the Ottawa Police Service?
That's right.
Again, I come back to it, sir. We didn't have the resources to fully effectively utilize the private injunction and the elements of the Ontario, the Provincial Emergencies Act at this point. So I can't tell you that I would even have an opinion on that, other than we were just trying to get resources.
Okay, now let's go back and talk a bit about, we began today's discussion.
I do recall, just as an example, I forget which day it was. It could have been the Saturday or the Sunday. It feels like it was the Sunday. One of those tri-level calls that you referenced with Rob Stewart and Commissioner Lucky. It was the only time that Ministers Mendocino and Blair were on the call, and I joined it late for some reason. I had multiple competing demands. And there was a question asked, maybe it goes to what Commissioner Lucky was talking here about existing legislation, but a question was asked of me by Minister Blair. Have you considered doing bylaw enforcement, which I thought was a strange question. And I said, yes, we've been doing bylaw enforcement from the very beginning. And then he asked the second question, well, have you considered towing trucks? And I said, yes, we've been towing trucks from the very beginning. but we don't have sufficient officers to do full enforcement, and we don't have sufficient trucks to do extensive towing. Maybe that has something to do with this, we haven't exhausted all the tools comment, but that's the only context that I can think of.
Okay. Now, we began our discussions today with questions about the Ottawa Police Service at the time the convoy arrived. And now we're well into February. I want to come back to the question of your confidence in the OPS team. On the day before your resignation on the 14th of February, we have this communication, your communication with Chair Deans. If I could find the reference. Could we go to OPS 3014566? Page 6. So this is a call on February the 14th. So if we scroll down a little, when asked by Chair if any of my orders were disobeyed during the demonstration, Chief advised there have been major issues with senior leadership team members, but he has not had time to do an investigation on what has been going on here. The best and the worst of us have been strained. That is why there has been tense meetings and why some have not demonstrated their best efforts. Like everyone, I have been at my best and I have not been at my best. Can you explain what you meant there?
There was a discussion in there with the chair around the quality of support that I was receiving inside the organization and my own sense of where we were at the leadership level. A reasonable question from the chair of the Police Services Board at the direct employee level that the board has with myself and in this case only Deputy Chief Bell, because Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was not an employee of the board. And I gave my best answer to her. There were some challenges. I mean, I actually think these notes capture it well. There would be elements of some of those leadership challenges that would need to be reviewed in an after-action report. Again, I didn't have a chance to ever conduct that. And I had made decisions on the fly in the midst of this very fluid situation to address conduct issues and park them or address them and move on from them completely. But I also gave the caveat that there had been incredible levels of stress and fatigue, and that clearly no one, including myself, could claim that they were always operating in their best, at their best.
How did that lack of trust affect the leadership of the OPS during the convoy events? In the sense, did it make you more likely to step in and provide directions because you could not trust others to lead at the strategic or operational levels?
No. It's an important question you're asking, and it's not an easy question to answer. So please, if you can give me some leeway here. There was a significant trust issue. It's the only significant trust issue that I was aware of and I thought had a material impact on the events that transpired over those weeks was the switching out of Superintendent Rion for Superintendent Dunlap. And we've been through that, so I won't go back to it. When I realized what had happened, as close as I can, good discipline should be in the small d discipline, should be applied as quickly to the event. I immediately called a meeting with the two command officers. I asked them a straight question, and to their credit, they gave me straight answers. I wasn't happy with the answers, meaning I was disappointed that they had chosen to go that route, and I expressed that immediately and clearly. And then I counseled them immediately, and I told them what good behavior would look like going forward. And then I moved on from it. And as I said earlier on, they both, in their own ways, worked back towards demonstrating trust and capability. What I was asked here was overall, what's happening? And I related that circumstance, but there were other elements of a lack of cohesion within the team. People making assumptions. We've heard already elements of people taking a rumor and assuming it's truth, and how that impacted a range of issues, from PLT to whether or not there was a plan, to whether or not the plan had been approved. So those were issues that I was dealing with on an ongoing basis. They were difficult issues to deal with. They took time and energy away from everybody involved, including me. And in some cases, they caused confusion. So those are the types of things I was trying to relate to the chair, but I was also trying to relate the context in which we had found ourselves. Unprecedented, uncharted, unrelenting pressures inside the organization and outside the organization, to not leave her with the impression that we were having some sort of a mass internal revolt. That was my understanding at that time. And that's what I tried to relay as honestly and as fully to the chair at that time.
Now, there are two other events I want to cover. So you had this conversation with Chair Deans on the 14th. I want to ask you about the 13th, as well as on the 15th. So let's start with the 13th. I'm skipping ahead. I jumped a few things because in the interest of time, we've heard from the other witnesses, including Chief Party and Superintendent Bernier, that Superintendent Bernier was working closely with the Integrated Planning Group as of the 12th, and by the 13th, they have signed off on a plan, and we've seen the plan. There's an email that was exchanged on around the 13th that I'd like to take you to, so as to clarify what your understanding was as to the evolving plan that you described. Can I take you to OPP 401547? So if we go to the very bottom of the chain, this email chain originated from you to Deputy Chief Ferguson. You asked her to please send you the latest version of the operations plan that you approved on Wednesday, February 9th. That was the day when you met with the Integrated Planning Group that we talked about. And then you also asked to please advise if the plan has received official approvals, signatures, etc., as there seems to be some concerns about this from the RCMP. If we go up one level, so Deputy Chief Ferguson replied to you saying, in checking with Rob Bernier, he finally had a chance to review the plan from the Integrated Planning team and has sent it back with his comments. He would prefer that it be completed and signed off, and will then share the plan as he is the final approver of it. As for version 3.0, Ottawa Truck Demo 22, 9th of February, I think she attached that as per your request. So we've heard from both Deputy Ferguson and from Superintendent Bernier. Superintendent Bernier was very clear that to him, the 3.0 and the February 13th plan were very different plans. So I just want to get your comment on that.
They were very different plans in that they were significantly more evolved. The 13th was significantly more evolved than the 9th plan, but they were the same continuity of iterations from the pre-plan that we had on January 28th.
So if we go one level up the email chain, you reply to Deputy Ferguson, thank you for the clarification. I was not aware of this delay as I had approved the plan last Wednesday. By last Wednesday, that would have been the 9th. And I put this question to both Chief Party and Superintendent Bernier, I believe. And they disagree that you had approved any plan the previous Wednesday, in part because there was no plan to approve the previous Wednesday.
And again, I understand the perspective of Chief Superintendent Party that he did not consider what we had presented to him as a plan. I disagree with that assessment. It may not have been to his standard or the OPP standard, but it was the plan evolved since January 28th through several iterations, some of which we've seen here today, that was signed off by Inspector Lucas and Superintendent Riom and continued through until the next signature blocks appeared on the February 13th version of the same plan. I can appreciate Chief Superintendent Party might not have known of the iterations that preceded it. He might not have understood our business processes and policies, and he might have assumed that this was a brand new plan. I'm also aware of an email from Superintendent Liu of the RCMP that shares my impression that the February 9th plan was being used by the integrated planning team to build on. And that is entirely my understanding. That is why when I sent the email to Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, send me the latest version, I wasn't talking about the February 9th plan. What was the latest iteration that had developed since then? I just need to see, is there a new org chart? Have you got an updated mission statement? Have you got a better sense of objectives you want to, are there sub-plans that I should be looking at? I just needed an update. And I was having phone calls on a daily basis with Commissioners Creek and Lucky, in which there was these constant questions of, have you signed off on it? And I would respond, I don't sign off on the plans. Well, we heard it's with you. It's not with me. I haven't even been briefed on it yet. Well, we've heard it's you that have to approve it. I don't approve the plans. And I have to tell you, we went around and around on that. And this is me trying to finally just say, Trish, whatever's the latest version, send it to me. If it's been signed off, please send it to me quickly so I can forward it to Creek and to Lucky, Commissioners Creek and Lucky. And that's exactly what I did at the end, I think somewhere around 9 o'clock that night. I said, here it is. You can see the signatures on it. It's Bernier, it's Liu, sorry, I should use the rank. Superintendent Liu, Chief Superintendent Party, and Acting Superintendent Bernier. It's signed off. It's done. I never had to approve it. There's no signature line. It's being implemented. I think there were still questions after that. I cannot to this day understand why there are still questions about whether or not the plan was approved and signed off. It had been approved. It had been signed off.
Finally, I'd like to take you to the events of the 15th of February. That was the day you resigned. At the time of your resignation, did you think that the OPS was well positioned to end the occupation?
I think we were well positioned. I wouldn't say that we had reached a position of certainty, but we were well positioned. We had, at that point, a significant level of integration. We had received significant levels of resources, including expertise, including experienced leaders of the quality of Chief Superintendent Party, Superintendent Liu, and others. I think at that time, we actually had the strongest of the different iterations of incident command teams, with Acting Superintendent Bernier as the event commander. I think at that point, he had a deputy commander in OPP Inspector Springer. Both of them seemed to have a very good rapport, and Inspector Springer, I believe, was one of the most experienced and trained incident commanders, if not in the province, across the country. And there really seemed to be a sense of structure to what they were doing. And they were building in positions that, in my experience as an incident commander and the roles I played in Toronto Police, were very useful for us. And I could see how they were being applied here. So my sense was we had a strong and increasingly stronger plan, a strong and increasingly stronger level of integration, and finally, demonstrably, a greater level of resources coming in. But it was that last area that I still felt that there were challenges in getting those resources. And it's in that particular aspect that played probably the biggest role in my decision to resign my office.
We've heard from other witnesses that after your resignation, things appear to move quicker. Do you have any idea why that might be the case?
We had a very strong integrated team. We had very strong leaders in that team. There was clarity around the plan. I suspect, yes, when there's a leadership change, there's always a sense of there's a change. And that change alone, as you've seen in decisions to replace a hockey coach mid-season or whatever, the team plays well for 3 or 4 games, and the old challenges that hadn't been addressed yet come back pretty quickly after. So I don't in any way challenge the notion that a change created a change. But I do note that the level of resources flowing in was incredible at that point, and that within 3 or 4 days, there was sufficient resources on the ground to execute successfully the operations that have already been described in this court.
When you attended your interview with us, you told us that the primary reason for your resignation was consideration of public safety.
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you meant.
Well, I think I started off my testimony here today, Commissioner, with my thoughts on public safety being one of, if not the number one reason, public trust being, if not one of the number one reason for public safety. I gave lengthy descriptions throughout the course of the day here around the impact of public trust in the first day, that Saturday. The public's opinion, opinion of 3 levels of government, opinions of civil society leaders that I think unfairly and unnecessarily laid the blame of this thing on the Ottawa Police Service. We did our very best for as long as we could. We sought the resources and the help that we could, and we integrated and implemented those resources ultimately successfully. But on the morning of February 15th, it was clear to me that the trust factor in Ottawa Police Service was still headed in the wrong direction. And the only person that could take that pressure off the Ottawa Police Service was me, and I made that decision to resign from office, to get the resources on the ground, to support the safety of our communities, and quite frankly, to support the safety, the health, and wellness of our own members and our partner agencies that were at that point in the theater.
Now, when we began our examination this morning, I took you to your CV. Can we bring up the CV again? It's document number COM 50759. So at the top of your CV, there's a motto: others before self, compassion for all. Why is that on your CV?
It's just how I was raised. It's who I am. Everything else after that's just what I did.
Thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions. My colleague, Ms. Rodriguez, will have more after the break if you see this as an appropriate time.
Okay, so we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back to complete the examination by Commission Counsel.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Here we go. Break time, which means work time. Others before self, compassion for all. We'll be right back.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, I'm setting up the phone lines. We're just about ready to rock. So here's how you can call.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
All right, and we're ready to take our first call during the break. And I'm not sure who we have on the line here. Hello.
Hi, it's Kimberly.
Hi there.
Hi. I just want to say I wanted to make a thing to the lady making the bread the other day. Yes, I cleaned this much today. I'm so freaking upset that they're wearing a poppy. How rude of them. The poppies are meant for somebody that fought for this country, not desecrating this country. Where did our money go? As much taxes we're paying, I feel like we're in a daycare center with all the little men and all the little kids running around, don't know who's doing what. This has gotten to be a real shit show, and it's embarrassing for Canada. And especially wearing that poppy, he should not be wearing that poppy. He did not fight for this country. The convoy did.
Difficult times. I understand your point of view.
Wow.
Yeah, and I have to wonder how much compassion did he have for the truckers, right? He says,
wow.
Others before self, compassion for all, but where was the compassion for the truckers, for the farmers, for the other protesters, the people who were forced to get a thing in the arm that they didn't want, people who lost their jobs? There hasn't been one word, not one syllable spoken in that context throughout this inquiry in 12 days.
I live way up in northern Quebec, and I'll tell you one thing, if not that everything went up to almost $3 a gallon, whatnot, it's just the taxes we pay, and to see that they can still wear those suits, and it's just an embarrassment to Canada. It is. We are a wonderful country, and it's sad to see that it's gotten to this. And thank God, everybody that has posted on your site, this is Canada. We're not, I have never seen, well, kill them, put a little lead in them, do this, do that. No, we are all about the convoy, and we are so nice. And it's so sad to see what this government is tearing people apart. and I hope CTV, CBC, all of them get called up to the platform. I don't understand why we are not allowed to speak. It's a really one-sided. It's always been with the government since, Castro's son took office, but I'm sure I'm going to be jailed in Facebook, but I don't care. I think that it's sad, as much taxes as we pay, that they make that much money and they can't get their shit together, yet us as Canadians can. It didn't take freaking 3 months to get a beautiful convoy together. And the government can't get their shit together after so many years. It's freaking unbelievable. And it wasn't their money that was spent. It was our money.
Yep.
That's unbelievable that they're even freezing people's bank accounts and everything. I'll tell you one thing. It's I feel like I'm reading the book from what's her name, Anne Frank. It's unbelievable. Show me your papers. Show me your vaccines. Show me your passport. No, you can't go here. You can't do that. You can't go shop. You're not allowed to. We're peasants.
Yep. Do you know how much money Justin Trudeau spent on his hotel room when he went to the Queen's funeral?
$400,000. And do you know what? I can go to a karaoke and I would never, ever embarrass somebody singing a song like that. He has no respect. It's all about him.
Yeah.
But then again, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We know what he is. We just don't know his price. Sorry. But you know what? Mama wasn't a good one either, so.
Wow.
You
Crazy.
know, it's like, I don't, pardon?
It's all crazy, isn't it? Just the.
It is. It is. I mean, you know what? We know who wears the pants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what?
Yes,
yeah,
right.
no doubt. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, if I want to, you know what? Why do I want to go to Cuba anymore? He's making it like Cuba.
Yeah.
You can't have anything to say. We're going to. It's like, I don't want no smart TV anymore. Give me back the old TVs. You won't be able to see what I'm doing. I don't want no camera on my TV. He's going to see everything what you're doing. It's going to be a Nazi thing, but I thought that was very, very rude for him to wear the poppy. It's desecration of no. It was lots of people fought for this country and the world, and then they decide to put the poppy on. Nope, that's wrong. And I bless that woman that was making the bread. And I'll tell you one thing, it must have been the best bread she made the other day, because while listening to it on your show, while we were listening to it, she said, I made the best bread. And I'm sure it was kneaded to the point that it probably rose itself, because I'll tell you one thing, this is sad time. We are wonderful people, and we love this country, and they have made it into a no. These
Okay, we gotta.
They're one-minded. They're one brain.
I'm sorry to cut it
brainless.
short, but we're on a short break, and I've got other callers, so we do have to move on. But I appreciate the call.
I
but they're gonna
hung up, but
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on. Is this Errol again?
It's Errol again. I got you on speed dial, Rick.
Yeah, that's okay.
So hey, yeah, I'll try and be quick. Yeah, I agree completely with that last caller regarding the poppies. I'm a veteran. Quite frankly, for the last year, I know damn well as a veteran that the poppy is only supposed to be worn for a week and a half or 2 weeks prior to Remembrance Day, I wear it 24/7, 365 until this COVID bullshit ends. Anyway, yeah, just a quick comment on Sloly's little motto there. I think it needs to be amended. At the end of it, where he says compassion for all, he needs to add the woke lefties, especially my hero Justin. Then it might make a little more sense. Yeah, this thing is certainly running long. I'm thinking it's going to go till midnight at this rate.
Yeah.
And I'm anxiously awaiting the Convoy lawyers to chew Sloly up and spit them out.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyway, I'll let it go with that.
Yeah, I was very focused on his comments about the Emergencies Act when he said that at one point he said they didn't even really want an injunction because they didn't really want the additional powers. They didn't have the resources, and they were afraid of being criticized for not making use of the additional powers because they wouldn't have had the resources to do anything with it.
Yeah, I was surprised by his comment as well, and so many other police who've testified have said they didn't know the Emergencies Act was coming. They weren't consulted about it. They weren't included. Nothing. It was which all goes to prove, in my mind, it was simply Trudeau's sledgehammer.
Yeah.
He saw the chaos that was going on, that was happening between all the levels of government and all the levels of police, and there's no question about it. It was a shit show, and that in Trudeau's warped mind, that justified him bringing in this sledgehammer and getting his hundreds or thousands of jackbooted Gestapo bullies, goons, and thugs to just go in there with their ARs and their billy clubs and beat the crap out of, turn what was a peaceful thing into, well, again, they were the only ones committing violence, was the police. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see how they can possibly come back with a report that says anything other than the Emergencies Act was not needed, and that's the bottom line. And then anything else after that would be subjective, right? But anyone looking at this has got to reach that conclusion. It wasn't necessary. They shouldn't have used it.
Yeah, well, yeah, and from what we've heard from the commissioner so far, it seems to me he is leaning our way. I mean, in the back of his mind, he's got to be thinking, hey, what happens to my cozy appointment here that Justin gave me if I rule against him? But hopefully he does the right thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got
And
his,
then
like this is just a temporary thing for him, right? As a commissioner, he's still a judge, so that's the end of that. But we have to go back. They're walking back in the room, so time to go back to the inquiry. Thank you. Talk to you again.
Thanks.
Okay, take care.
You bet.
Okay, well, we were supposed to resume, but the commissioner said he's going to take a couple more minutes. I don't know why. I guess they're not ready to begin yet. But they will be momentarily. He'll be back. He'll be back. But yes, that was surprising to see Chief Sloly, or hear him say that he hadn't really even thought about the Emergencies Act. Didn't even really want an injunction. He said his biggest challenge was resources. They needed more officers. not more legislation. When I heard him say that, I thought it's in a way so typical of the way Justin Trudeau approaches everything, whether it's this or even the economy. It's like, oh, people don't have jobs, they don't have food, they're not making any money. So what's his solution? Well, we'll just print money and give them money. We need to break up a protest. I know what I'll do. I'll just use the War Measures Act and we'll just declare war on them. But that doesn't give you any more police officers. It's just writing on a piece of paper. Gives the police officers more power that you do have, I guess. But we've heard from officer after officer, senior officers with the OPP and the Ottawa Police Service, and now even the former police chief. We've heard them sit up there and say, I think every single one of them, that while the Emergencies Act may have been useful as a tool, it wasn't necessary. And we've heard them say that even without it, they would have resolved the protest and probably along a similar timeline. When Justin Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act, for me, that was assaultive on the people. That horrified me, scared me.
To continue? Okay.
Threatened me.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
There we
Good
go.
afternoon, Mr. Sloly. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you too.
For the record, it's Natalia Rodriguez for the commission.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to pick up where my colleague, Mr. Au, left off with your resignation. Can I ask, was it your decision to resign?
It was ultimately my decision. There was a lot of factors that went into it, yes.
Did the board ask you to resign?
There were significant pressures. It's clearly to me, it was clear to me that the board, specifically Chair Deans, had lost confidence in my position, and that was a factor in my decision.
Now, I believe Chair Deans told us when she was here last week that she did not lose confidence in you, but you're saying you felt that she had lost confidence in you.
From statements made and yes, the totality of the circumstances, yes.
Okay, and did the board, anyone at the board or the chair express that they had lost confidence in you?
On the evening of February 14th, I received a phone call from the board chair, essentially asking what I consider resignation.
Okay, so I assume you're familiar, and maybe I shouldn't assume, are you familiar with the evidence that she gave on that exchange last week?
I'm aware of some of it, but I'd be happy to receive more context or information around it.
Well, maybe you can tell us how it transpired from your perspective.
21 days into an event of the size and nature that we were dealing with, and 9:30 at night at the end of, I don't know how many hours of days in that day I worked, to get a phone call from your chair discussing rumors and then pivoting into, have you thought about resigning conversation, for me is a pretty clear indication that I no longer had the confidence of the chair, and by the chair, the board of the Ottawa Police Services.
And as she tells it, at that time, you told her that you would not resign, but then the next morning you called her to say that you had reconsidered. Is that accurate from your perspective?
I told her that I put my heart and soul into this organization, the mandate that she had given me, and that I'd be seeing this thing through. And that at 9:30 at night, it was a very inappropriate conversation to be having with me. I wasn't going to be giving it any more consideration.
And so what made you change your mind?
The almost 11 hours worth of continuing to manage the situation in this city on behalf of the Ottawa Police Services.
And did anyone within the city of Ottawa or the government of Ontario or the government of Canada expressed to you that you should resign?
I'm a little bit, I realize I'm not supposed to be referencing other people's testimony or evidence presented already, but I am aware of a very alarming text, apparently from Brenda Lucky, Commissioner Lucky to Commissioner Carrique. I wasn't aware of it before my decision, but I am now aware of it now. So I don't know how to relate that into this situation. So,
Well, it's more about, did anybody tell you, did anybody put pressure on you or suggest to you that you should resign? That at the time, obviously you would have been aware of that if somebody had said that to you.
thank you. That's more helpful for me. I had direct experiences with officials at 3 levels of government. I had direct experiences with 3 levels of government over the course of the time that these events that left me with a clear sense that I had little to no support from elements at those 3 levels.
In all 3 levels?
Yes.
Are you aware of any political pressure on the board to seek your resignation?
Municipal, yes, definitely. There was a motion passed. Motion presented. I don't think it was passed. So clearly, yes. I don't remember if any of the board members, 3 councillors that were on the board, voted in support of that motion to remove the Ottawa Police as police jurisdiction. But there was certainly, I'm aware at the municipal level, significant pressure on the board for that to take place.
My understanding is that motion didn't make it to the floor. There was not a vote on that motion.
Still a clear indication.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to go back to the beginning, if I may, and just go through some of the events with you, kind of from the municipal/board lens, if you will. So I want to talk a little bit about pre-arrival intelligence, and you talked about that with my colleague, Mr. Au. And I want to just talk about what information was relayed to the board with respect to what could be expected before the convoy arrived. Now, Mr. Superintendent Abrams of the OPP confirmed in his evidence that on the 27th, there was an intersect call. And on that call, OPS confirmed that their planning was on the basis of assuming 3,000 trucks coming into the downtown. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
And I believe Interim Chief Bell indicated in his witness summary that as the convoy drew closer, they were expecting 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles to arrive in Ottawa.
I don't remember the 3,000 to 4,000 number. My memory is around 3,000, but I don't think at this point it matters.
Sure. And then I believe Inspector Lucas in his evidence confirmed that by January 26th, the OPS was expecting about 10,000 people on the 29th on that side.
I did hear that from Inspector Lucas.
Yes. And so now I want to just, having that context, turn to what the board understood would be the situation on the 26th when there was that board meeting. And my understanding is that the January 26th board meeting was the only pre-arrival, pre-convoy meeting that dealt with the convoy. Is that your understanding?
Sorry for interrupting. It was a specifically called meeting for the purpose of the convoy. I have a recollection, I stand to be corrected. Our regular January meeting was, I think, the week before, and there was some discussion at that level, but by no means was it a briefing, and I wouldn't expect the board to have sufficient information to even form substantive questions. But I just recall there might have been some mention of it at that previous regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay. My understanding is it wasn't discussed in any level of detail, but you can agree with me then that this would have been the briefing meeting in which substantively the details would have been discussed.
Yes.
Okay, so if we can turn to the minutes of that meeting, OPB 401257, and these are the minutes of that meeting. And I want to take you to page 5. So now this is the portion where, and we can scroll up actually, because we'll, just to note that there are no kind of numbers that we can see there being given. If we can keep going up. So these are, yeah. In any event, there's no actual numbers that are provided, but there's a question from one of the councillors at page 5 regarding the numbers. So I'll just take you to page 5 there. Councillor Brockington. And then the question was raised regarding whether the service had an idea of how many people and vehicles were expected. The service noted that although the information is in flux, the truck movement began on the West Coast and had swelled and shrunk as it has traveled. The service was also monitoring other groups expected to participate in demonstrations over the weekend. The service was anticipating in the 1,000 to 2,000 person range. However, they indicated that it could change even with an hour. So by this time, there was a plan in place assuming 3,000 trucks entering the downtown core. Why wasn't that information given to the board?
These minutes are not verbatim minutes. I would prefer to look at a more detailed record. These are all taped. They're available on YouTube channels. These minutes of meetings were never intended to be verbatim minutes. So I'm not suggesting the number wasn't given, but I can't tell you whether or not it was. So that's my challenge with trying to refer to these as scribe notes or detailed minutes of what was discussed in the meeting. They're substantive summary points as opposed to what we've been using as scribe notes.
Right, but I mean, the question is kind of very directly put. How many people and vehicles are expected? And the answer appears to be 1,000 to 2,000 people.
I don't know who gave that answer, ma'am. I don't know whether it was in relation to a direct question here. There was some context missing. I just don't know.
Okay, but you were present at this meeting.
I was, yes.
Okay. And so by this time, you would have known that that was the expectation, or that was what the plan was based on, 3,000 vehicles, right?
Again, just to be clear, I don't think anybody had a fixed number. The 3,000 vehicles was, I believe, and again, I stand to be corrected, an estimate that Inspector Lucas, through his traffic team and his planners, felt that could be accommodated. But that doesn't mean we were going to get exactly 3,000 vehicles. We could have got 5, we could have got 1. He was looking at an upper range that he could accommodate, but that wasn't a prediction of the number of vehicles that were expected to arrive 72 hours later.
Okay. But in terms of numbers, this was the only pre-arrival briefing, so there were no other updates that were provided to the board about the number of people or vehicles expected.
No, this was a formal board meeting, but I had been in regular daily contact with the board. There were calls that took place this week where the board chair was on with the mayor and team. So there was a number of other discussions, communications, formal meetings that took place in this time frame where questions around what we had, what was coming, were we ready, what messaging should we be providing, are you getting enough support from the city? There's a range of other meetings and communications. This was just the only formal board meeting where there was specifically for these events.
Okay. And if we can go to page 2. If we look at the first paragraph, they indicated, I'm just looking in the second line there, they indicated that there was a coordination of intelligence between agencies, and the service noted expecting that the Freedom Convoy would arrive in Ottawa as early as Thursday and likely remain through Sunday. Their destination remained Parliament Hill. Questions regarding counter-protests and other protest groups was expressed. So this was the information that was provided in terms of the expected stay of the convoy, right?
Yes.
Okay. But at this point, there was at least some indication from intelligence that there was the possibility that they could stay longer, right? Through the Hendon reports and other.
There was a possibility that some smaller group could stay longer, as opposed to everybody arriving was going to be staying longer.
Okay. And my understanding was that there was no in-camera portion to this meeting.
I honestly, at this point, can't remember. Take your word for it.
So I guess my question is that the OPS had much more detailed information about what was expected by this point in time. So my question is, why not share that with the board as they are tasked with oversight and assisting in helping to prepare for these types of events.
We answer the questions given to us by the board in the public meeting, and the board has the opportunity to move the meeting into in-camera if they choose. I can't control their decision on an in-camera meeting, nor do I control the questions they ask in the public session.
Right. So we did ask Councillor Deans about this, and she testified that she didn't know to ask for an in-camera portion because she wasn't aware that there was additional information that could have been provided in camera.
I will accept that that was her explanation, but as the board chair and a very experienced board chair on multiple boards, she would have known that that was an option.
Okay. And so I understand you're saying there were other updates with the chair, but in terms of the board as a body, this was the one briefing that they received, and there were no updated briefings before the arrival of the convoy as more information became available, right?
Nor would there have been time, quite frankly. I would have gone to a board meeting if directed to do so, but that would have probably not been the most optimal use of our time, given the circumstances that were unfolding.
Okay. Now, I want to speak about the injunction that you suggested to the city, or you had a call with the solicitor, David White, on January 30th about the possibility of seeking an injunction. Ultimately, we know that the city did seek an injunction and was successful, but by that time, it was quite further along in the events, and the injunction was not actually ever used as an enforcement tool. And we're trying to understand why that's the case. So you recall you had a call with Mr. White on January 30th about the possibility of the city seeking an injunction, right?
And again, just by way of context, my recollection, again, stand to be corrected, was that we had, within the Ottawa Police Service, we had discussed a range of options as mitigating factors, risk-reducing factors, and injunction was one of them. This was before the arrival of the trucks in the pre-planning phase. Once the events unfolded, as I've described earlier on the Saturday, there was an attempt to step that up. And I believe that is the call that you're referencing.
Yes. And so what exactly were you seeking from him?
We were seeking to now ask the city to get involved. It would be a city injunction, not an Ottawa Police Service injunction. We had now just seen what had landed in our city. And so we had a much better understanding of what we were facing, different from the sort of blue skying of, well, let's consider an injunction before. And so now we're having a real discussion about the real problem that is unfolding in our city, and asking the city to start to put their minds clearly to the possibility of an injunction. But we were not at this point strongly recommending or anything. We were just keeping all of our options on the table and trying to engage the fullest range of city supports that we could.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what the injunction would be for? An injunction for what?
Could be a range of different things. And again, it would be the city's injunction. It would be their decision to decide what to put into its injunction. We were giving them some base level ideas from a policing perspective, but we would not be the only perspective necessary for them to make a decision and to include clauses within that injunction.
Okay. And you felt that that would fit within OPS's overall plan to have an injunction from the city?
At that point, we were doing the pivot on the plan, and we were just looking at all the options that we could.
Okay. Now, my understanding is that at that time, there were enforcement opportunities that were not being taken because of lack of resources and potentially the concern that it might incite the crowd, if I will.
I'd maybe just rephrase. Officers always have the discretion as to whether or how to use enforcement actions. And certainly the crowd dynamics made it very difficult for them to do that. But I know you phrased it, there were enforcement actions not being taken. Officers were applying their discretion around enforcement, inciting other public safety issues and officer safety issues within part of that discretion.
Right. But I think we can agree that enforcement was not being consistently done on every occasion for various reasons, including lack of resources, potential safety concerns, et cetera, right?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So at that time, there were multiple bylaw, Highway Traffic Act violations. So I'm trying to understand what more, considering that there were violations happening that were not being enforced, what would the injunction then add to that?
Well, it could have added a range of different things. Again, it's not an area of expertise that I have, There could have been heightened fines. There could have been new bylaws passed. There could have been through an injunction, maybe there would be some way to engage other elements like insurance bureaus, hotels. Again, it's not an area of expertise. I'm not a lawyer. I don't believe I've actually been involved in the drafting and carrying through of an injunction all the way. I would have relied almost entirely on my legal services team to have those conversations, and they would have been entirely informed by the needs of the incident command group.
Fair enough. So I'll take you to OTT 30-29695. And this is an email from David White, city solicitor, to Steve Kanalakis, who's the city manager. And this was after his discussion with you, Mr. White's call with you. He emailed the city manager, copying others at the city about the discussion that he had just had with you. So that's the context for this email, in case you haven't had the chance to see it before. So he says, I just got off the call with Chief Sloly and his team that is coordinating the OPS response to the protest on the issue of an injunction. So then he says this is what they're looking for. And then if we go to the second paragraph. Okay, yeah, thank you. Oh, third paragraph, excuse me. I also took the opportunity to explain to the chief that any request for an injunction would need to be founded in public safety concerns. While the OPS's main concern seems to be around noise, traffic impacts, public frustration, based on the idea that the police should be doing something about the protest, mounting costs, air pollution, etc., there does not yet seem to be significant violence associated with the event, nor much in the way of public safety concern. So I just want to pause there for a second. Is that what you told the city solicitor on January 30th, that there was not much of a public safety concern at that point?
Well, thank you. I can't imagine why I would ever say that. I think this is the 30th, this would be the Sunday. I mean, we had seen massive public safety concerns across the downtown core in the red zone. They're well publicized on mainstream media and social media, events of assaults, threatening behavior, hate incidents. I don't know how he would have taken the impression from us that these were just minor bylaw issues, public frustration, and who's going to pay the bill. I suspect all those areas were part of our discussions, but he would only have to look out of his window at City Hall to understand what was happening in our city at this time, a significant public safety event happening in our city.
Okay, so you did not express to him that there were no significant public safety concerns at that time?
I have no recollection of that, and I couldn't believe that I would ever express that.
Okay, and he says according to the police. So do you have any sense where he would have gotten that information from?
Perhaps he talked to other people before or after.
Okay. So there seems to be a bit of a theme of conflicting narratives here about the degree of public safety, especially in the first week and the first weekend. So on the one hand, we have the city being told that, you know, enforcing bylaws and any laws really was too dangerous for public safety issues, that there was the risk of violence, there was the risk of injury and death, and I can take you to some notes where that's indicated. But on the other hand, the city was also told, at least in this email, seems to have been told, that there wasn't much in terms of a public safety risk. And we've seen actually from some EOCCG, which is the group that manages the emergency response on a municipal level, that group was putting out updates every day, and they use language such as party-like atmosphere, it's festive. So there seems to be these two competing narratives. Was this a tinderbox waiting to explode, or was this a family-friendly carnival with bouncy castles? And so I wanted to get your perspective on those two narratives.
It was a tinderbox waiting to explode. It was not a family festival.
Okay, thank you. Now, my understanding is that in terms of the discussions of the injunction, the city got to the point where they were looking at potentially seeking an injunction for various things, but they required OPS to provide them information that they can then use to support an application for an injunction. And that was never provided according to the city witnesses that we heard from. Do you have any sense of why that is?
None whatsoever. This had been assigned, I think, again, I may be corrected by documentation, but my recollection is that Christiane, as general counsel, would have been lead for this. She would have relied on the supports of the incident command team, as well as other planning capabilities outside of the incident command team within our general organization to be able to address any questions or information requests. I will say, on the spectrum of a million things we needed to get done in real time, this would probably be in the middle to bottom half of it. So it is possible that the city was waiting for updates, but everyone in the organization, my organization, was busy on higher priority items at that point. So that's the best explanation I could give you. But there was certainly no indication that I had that we were disinterested in supporting it. We'd simply passed it over them and washed our hands of it.
Okay, thank you. Now, I understand that you were looking to have the city exercise this kind of political influence at different levels of government in order to assist in getting resources, and there were various things you had asked them to look into and to do on that February 6th email where you told them, we need 1,800 officers. I believe in one of the, and actually maybe we should go to it, OTT 3018172.
Just while that's coming up, Commissioner, I have your indulgence for a second, sir. I don't know what the procedure around this is. I was asked a question earlier on, and I was giving an answer, and I changed midway through my answer, and it may have sounded like a complete phrase. It was a change of phrase. Can I just correct the record with your indulgence?
Absolutely. We're just trying to get to the bottom of things. So no, there's no.
And if I get this
problem, and in fact, if by the later in the day there's something comes to you, please interrupt and put it forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I get the question wrong or the context, please correct me. I believe you asked me a question, to what extent did I believe that the three levels of government had lost confidence or trust in me? And I believe part of my response was I felt that all three levels had expressed very low. What I was about to say was very, and then I changed to low. It came across, I believe, as very low. I just want that corrected for the record if that's.
So the answer was very?
No, it was low.
Low.
But I had experienced incidents where there was clearly some low level of lack of confidence in the organization from all three levels of government.
So this is the email of February 6th. If we go to the first email of the thread. Right, okay, go up a little bit so we can see who it's from. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, right there. So it's John Steinbach's from the OPS, and it's to Chair Deans and the mayor and others in Ottawa, and you as well. And if we go down, Chair Deans and Mayor Watson, please find below the list of Ottawa Police Service asks to the federal, provincial, and municipal levels of government that was requested yesterday by the board. So as my colleague pointed out, on the 5th of February, you were asked to provide a number of resources that you required, as well as other requirements that you needed in order to bring this to an end. And if we go down, we see that you have some asks there from the city. And I wanted to just briefly ask you about a few of these if we go down. Okay, so here, and actually this is an interesting question because I think we touched on it earlier, but maybe didn't get a clear answer. So it says there, the service requires 1,800 additional staffing and enforcement resources. So this is, I think, the first reference that we see to the 1,800 ask. And this is on February 6th, I believe it's at 4:07 p.m. There's later a meeting that you have with Chair Deans and the mayor in which you provide them that number as well. And then the following day, you send them an email with a chart. You might recall that chart, and that was on February 7th. So the question was, you had been asked by the board to come up with the number of resources that you required to end the protest on February 5th. And on February 6th at 4:30, you send this email. So at what point did you determine the number of additional resources you needed and how? Because my understanding is the meeting that happened later with your command team was after this email was sent in the evening at 7:45.
Yeah, and again, my recollection is that as soon as that board meeting ended on the 5th, we turned our attention to start getting the information we need. So I'm not aware of notes and scribe notes that say my executive officer and my EA started to assign things to CAO Dunker, but there is no way that I would have left that board meeting with that request in front of us and the extremely short timelines and simply waited 24 hours later to start to have people thinking about it. So that's just my recollection, and I stand to be corrected if that proves to be wrong.
Okay, so your understanding is that February 5th in the evening, you would have had a meeting.
As soon as that board meeting was over, we would debrief right away, as we would with any board meeting at the end of it. What are the substantive issues that came out? What do we need to do? What are the timelines? And certainly in this meeting, that was the direction that needed our full focus, and it would not have simply waited till the end of the next day to get to.
Okay, yeah, I just don't think we have in our documents a meeting on February 5th in the evening where resource numbers were discussed. So I think that's the question that we're kind of left wondering with. And so if we look at the third bullet point, professional mediation and negotiation capacity, what were you asking for there?
Again, we were trying to think of anything that could assist us. The concept of mediation and negotiation was clearly a live discussion at many levels in the organization and many levels of government. And so any particular advice, supports, expertise that we or the city could bring in could be helpful.
Okay. And so with that in mind, you're asking the city to exercise its political influence and to look into professional mediation even. You're aware on February 6th, it's also the day that the city of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. Do you recall that?
I don't recall it, but I'm not challenging the date of it.
And so according to some of the documents that we've seen and the evidence, the expressed intent of that declaration, or at least one of the reasons for that declaration, was to put pressure on the premier to exercise powers to resolve the situation in Ottawa. Did you ask the mayor to declare a state of emergency?
I was involved in discussions around it. I've been involved in those, had been involved in those discussions in my time in Toronto for a variety of reasons. And literally every time it ever came up in Toronto was, it may get you some money transfer payments. It might get you access to certain resources, but it's not going to give you. The declaration of state of emergency in our context here in the province isn't the same as it is in other jurisdictions in other countries. So it has put my police officer hat on, limited efficacy to support policing operations, and I have limited understanding of how it supports other city functions, but even there, my understanding is it is by no means even close to being a silver bullet.
Sure, but it can exercise some political leverage, can it not?
I can't speak to political leverage. I can only tell you what practically it would provide for a jurisdiction, and in my case, a police of jurisdiction.
Okay, fair enough. So I wanted to just ask about the legal opinion that you had received, in which you said you believe, based on that opinion, that you were not able to block access to trucks entering downtown. Did I get that right?
I wouldn't put it that way.
Okay, how would you put it?
We had a legal opinion. Sorry, can you just frame your question again, please?
Sure. My understanding is that pre-convoy, or when the convoy arrived, we saw an opinion in any event that was dated January 28, and I assume you saw it sometime after that.
No, we requested on the 27th. It arrived on the 28th. I don't know the date that I saw it, but it was still in and around that time. And again, the event started on the 27th, went through the 28th, heightened on the 29th, and continued through the 30th. So it arrived in the middle of the event, not prior to the event.
Okay. And that goes to the heart of my question. Councillor Fleury was here some time ago, a few weeks ago now, and he testified that at the pre-convoy briefing with you and the city manager, the mayor, councillors, this was on January 26th, he had specifically asked about maintaining truck routes in the city. And you said to him, in answer to that question on the 26th, that you had a legal opinion that said that the charter prevented you from doing that. That's what he told us. So I want to understand what would have been the basis for your understanding that the charter prevented that on the 26th of January when you didn't receive the legal opinion until the 28th? Was there another legal opinion?
Probably my general counsel. Again, I don't have an independent recollection, but before we go outside for a legal opinion, I would usually run it by my own general counsel.
And you testified that by the 29th, on the Saturday, I thought I heard you say this morning that the demonstration was an unlawful demonstration. Is that right?
By virtue of the first law broken in and around it.
Okay, and so what did you mean by that? What were the laws broken?
Too many to list.
Can you give me a sense? Like, are we talking criminal code violations? Are we
Bylaw,
talking about?
Provincial Offences Act, Criminal Code, federal statutes, too many to list.
Okay, so bylaw, Highway Traffic Act offenses. Okay. So my question is, with respect to the first weekend, I think it could be assumed that 3,000 vehicles in the downtown core would lead necessarily to Highway Traffic Act and bylaw violations, right?
I'm sorry, just I may have missed your question. That just having 3,000 vehicles would mean that there would be offenses?
Within a limited space would necessarily mean some violations such as blocking traffic, parking illegally.
In the context of a protest, yes. We
Yes.
probably have more than 3,000 vehicles in the downtown core here in Ottawa on any given day.
Right, but I'm talking about, 3,000 tractor trailers and big heavy vehicles coming into the downtown in a space that had been designated for them to be there, right? But they
Well-
weren't designated to be there to be legally parked. Clearly, they were all going to be taking up lanes and preventing traffic, and et cetera.
I think I understand your question, and so I'm trying to be deliberate in my answer. I can't imagine that the PLT would have negotiated, hey, when you come in, you can break our laws. I suspect, and I haven't seen PLT log notes, but when you come in order to not break our laws, in order to maintain the free flow of emergency vehicles, in order to not create as many problems as could happen, we're going to try to get you to do these several things. Park your vehicles here, carpool, ride share downtown. We will designate areas where you can park your trucks. And in designating those areas, it would be the police facilitating that, as opposed to an independent decision by a truck driver or pickup truck driver to violate the law on their own, through their own decision making. That's different from us trying to facilitate a peaceful, lawful protest.
Okay, so then I'm just trying to understand what changed from the moment they arrived to the 29th. What additional violations would have occurred? It seems to me that by the time they arrived, those violations would have already been crystallized.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'll try to answer it. If I get it wrong, please redirect me. And we've heard some, I think, very helpful. I want to be careful. I'm aware that Inspector Lucas describes a situation where there's sort of a race to Wellington Street, and it seems that that is one of, not the only, but one of the main factors that seems to kind of end the agreed levels of cooperation that had been achieved through a lot of hard work by these PLTs. It then becomes a series of snake-like efforts to move heavy vehicles and lots of vehicles through the downtown core, and the traffic plan that had been set up had to be in real time rearranged. All of that chaos, yes, in all of that, we started to see significant levels of bylaw, Provincial Offences Act violations, not to mention those who were either walking, riding, or in any other conveyance, starting to do a wide array of social disorder, threatening and intimidating behavior, physically and psychologically assaultive behavior, and yes, hate-related behavior, and ultimately criminal code violations, all of which happen in near real time over the morning and early afternoon and throughout the remainder of the time of the events in the city.
So, so if by the 29th it had become an unlawful demonstration, why was access not prevented into the downtown core by the second weekend, the 5th of February, when additional convoys came and joined? By then, surely you would have the authority.
You've touched on one of my frustrations.
Was not my intention.
That is why there's clear documentation of me saying, are we ready to go? Have we thought about all the things we need to do? Have we considered whether we're going to be closing more roads, more highway off-ramps, more bridges, based on what we learned from last weekend and what we've seen in other jurisdictions? And I was really kicking the tires hard on that. And that is why on the third weekend, I issued my only direct order at the operational level: close the interprovincial bridges and close the highways that give direct access to the downtown core. I rescinded that only when the then event commander, Rob Bernier, articulated a substantially robust traffic management plan to address the circumstances that were happening at that time. And it turned out to be a very successful plan. But that remained a significant concern for me and for the organization. There were more roads closed on the second weekend. There were more effective coordination around the interprovincial bridges. There was more assistance for the OPP on monitoring traffic along the King's highways. But I really still had a lot of concerns.
Right. The downtown core was never hardened, so to speak.
In the fullest sense, meaning that we blocked off all of the access off-ramps, which I saw as a private citizen? No. To that level of hardening did not exist in the 3 weekends that I was the chief of police for.
Okay. I want to turn to OPS 405665. And these are notes from a command briefing on February 1st. And I'll take you to page 3. And I think you testified today that by the 30th, you had recognized some elements of an occupation as opposed to a demonstration. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so it says that first point, if more demonstrators are expected back this weekend, early request for resources is required. Decision on whether this is an occupation needs to be made by tomorrow. Use experienced resources, i.e. Rob Bernier and others, pull from sections. Why did there need to be a decision about how to kind of classify this kind of a demonstration, whether it was an occupation or not? What turned on that?
This is the first time I'm seeing the email. I don't know the context of the meeting. Seems to be Inspector Bryden would be within the Intelligence Directorate, so I don't know the nature of this.
Okay, fair enough. And if we can go to the bottom of page 2. And trying to find my reference. Yeah, just at the bottom. The third line from the bottom, PLTs have done an excellent job in preventing rioting and de-escalation, but overall position and change needs to happen, looking more like an occupation than a negotiated end. If we can just keep going. Too many photos of police with protesters' trucks. Chief would like this addressed. Now you also conveyed the sentiment to the mayor and to the councillors on the 31st, explaining that you didn't think that this was okay, photos being taken between police officers and protesters. So I just wanted to ask, Inspector Lucas testified this week that this was part of de-escalation, that this was trust building. It seems like you might have had a different view, so I just wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure where you got the information that I said it was not a good thing, the council.
Okay, so I'll take you to OPS 405187. And this is notes of a meeting that you had with the mayor. So update from chief. And if we go to the bottom.
Right, whose notes are these?
Michael Anderson sent these to John Steinbach's. It's points of the meeting that happened on the 31st, update from mayor to chief. And then you give an update first, and then it looks like the mayor has some things to say after.
Okay.
So if we go to 7, if we go to the page 7. Okay, and I believe there were councillors here at this meeting as well. So at 7F, Councillor Menard says, curious on why certain behaviors are being allowed to continue, not peaceful, need to move on from that language, want services to be maintained and acts of hatred to be addressed. Residents should not feel intimidated, bylaw services should continue. And so F seems to be your answer. I had asked one of the witnesses who was answering these questions, and I believe it was Mr. Kanalakis said that for the most part you would answer these questions. And so the last line there, officers posing in images is unacceptable and are following up.
Again, sorry.
I can give you more context if you like. There's another notation, your last full day in office of February 14, when you also kind of address the same issue. And if it's helpful, I can take you to that. OPS 30-14566. And these are, I believe, your notes. And if we go to 1932, or sorry, 932. Okay, so Chief's morning brief. If you look at the first point, media report 2 times JTF2. Do you know what that reference is, what that is?
Joint Task Force officers.
Okay. We're supporting the demo here in Ottawa, supporting the command and control of it, now being investigated internally. Pat Morris, last night, I assume this means indicated that he was not indicted, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Pat Morris last night indicated we might have a significant issue with police members being involved in demos. So I just wanted to ask about that concept in general.
Yeah.
How did the public was seeing this? The public was pushing back a little bit. And so what is your view on that?
Thank you. The language used around the officers posing in photos are problematic to me. If I was not clear in my language, I'll accept that. I accept and adopt the view as relayed by Inspector Lucas. Officers will often have to do a fist bump or lean in for a selfie just to try to keep the temperature down in the circumstances they're in. That is just the reality of almost any circumstance, any day, not even requiring something of this level, just in order to try to build rapport in a minute, so to keep things at the right level or de-escalate things that could be escalating. And I'll always defer to an officer on that. In the broader sense, I could understand, and maybe that's where my comments were attributed, in the broader sense, these photos that are going viral on social media without proper context could be extremely problematic and were extremely problematic. They were used extensively in the social media disinformation and misinformation campaigns, and unfortunately crept into some of the mainstream media reporting as well. I think it's more in that context that I would be talking about it, as opposed to every single officer I saw in a photograph doing a fist bump or a thumbs up was unacceptable. That's never been my experience, and I would have done the same things and had done the same things throughout my policing career. I wouldn't expect to be sanctioned by a superior officer if they took the time to find out as to why I was doing it.
And do you think this might have contributed to the erosion of the residents' trust in the OPS?
There's no doubt that the photographs of officers, sometimes there weren't even officers in the Ottawa theater, that were being passed around on social media saying, look what's happening in Ottawa. So there was just a lot of that going on. And I can understand why the public, without the context that we're sharing here now, would just look at that and say, oh, that's sympathy from the officers to the movement or various movements represented there.
I want to talk now about the role of the board. How would you describe the board's oversight function? What is the scope of their oversight?
Primarily to set the strategic direction of the police of jurisdiction, ensure that the police of jurisdiction has adequate resources to develop, to deliver adequate and effective services, and to hire and manage the chief of police and the 2 deputy chief positions. Well, in our case, 2 deputy chief positions.
And what's your understanding of the board's role in a major event?
In the same respect, do they have an oversight body, or does it align to strategic purposes? Are there any policies that come into play? Are there adequate resources? What is the performance of chief in command, and through them, the performance of the organization?
And do they have a role ongoing throughout the duration of a major event?
They have the same role ongoing every single day, regardless of whether there's a major event or not.
Okay. Can I take you to OPS 30-14484? And I'll take you to page 36. And I believe these are some of your notes. We've seen these before, notes about meetings that you often make to yourself, and this one's dated February 5th. Subject line is call from Chair Deans. I understand here she's called you for a board meeting, and you say, I advise that I was fully focused on the major demonstration and all other operational priorities. I can refuse a board direction. I assume that means can't?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. I can't refuse a board direction for a meeting, but I stated that I would put my ability to lead the service in this critical operation in jeopardy and should be delayed until Monday. So was it fair to say that these meetings were distracting you from your operational responsibilities?
Not distracting. I understand the need that the board was trying to fulfill. But every minute, every hour, where one or all of the command and supporting personnel were not focused on managing the events, was less resources that we could put to those events, less leadership that we could provide to support those who were leading those events. So there's only a finite amount of time in any day. And on some days, I spent 3-4 hours on board meetings and had my two deputy chiefs there as well. I think in every occasion, we had the full command team there. So I understand it's not a distraction, but it is a demand on time. And it's in that context of demand on time.
And from her testimony last week, we understand that the board started asking for more information and more details of an operational plan to bring an end to the demonstration as of about February 5th. There was some more pressure to provide that information. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
And if I can take you to the meeting minutes of that board meeting on February 5th, OPB 401264. And at page 5, paragraph 2, although the board expressed frustration at the lack of clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration, the service noted having articulated a framework aimed at their surge and contain strategy. So what did you understand the board to be requesting in terms of information at this time?
Just what they're asking for, a clearly outlined plan that would result in the end of the demonstration.
Okay, and you were not able to provide that to the board?
Not on February 5th, ma'am, no.
Okay, and why was that?
Because there was no way to end the demonstration with the resources we had at that time. And we were in the process of pivoting the plan to put that in place.
So there wasn't a fully formed plan
right.
that you could
We're
take?
still evolving that plan from the pre-planning piece. We're still trying to gather the resources necessary to move from simply at this point on February 5th, still just holding on to the red zone and not allowing anything else in there, but not really able to do much more than that.
Right. So this meeting did go in camera, and I'm going to take you to the in-camera meeting minutes, OPB 401647. And so at page 2, the fourth paragraph. Sorry if we can, at the bottom, the paragraph at the bottom. The chief reassured the board that there was a comprehensive plan. However, he could not provide all the details of what the service was doing operationally. So I just want to marry that with the concept that by February 5th, there was not actually a well kind of conceived, fully formed plan, but the board is being told there is a comprehensive plan. So I just want to give you a chance to reconcile that.
It's not much reconciliation. I mean, there's a comprehensive plan. We've looked at the full range of issues from PLT to POU, enforcement, intelligence gathering, traffic. We are engaging in all sorts of efforts to get resources into the organization. It's comprehensive. It's just not into the detailed levels of subplans and dates and times when operations will take place, assuming that there are resources available. So comprehensive, it covers the full range of what we need to have in a plan, lacking the details in order to be able to say, a week from now, with these 1,800 resources, we should have the ability to execute a POU plan in the morning of, and by the end of the evening, we should have cleared 75% of the red zone. I couldn't give them that.
Right, but they're asking for a plan that would result in the end of the demonstration. And you're saying, well, there's a comprehensive plan, don't worry.
There's a comprehensive framework. I don't know if plan is the sense that, but that's the reconciliation I can give you.
Okay. Now, Councillor Deans testified that she understood there was an evolving plan, but she was asking for details about a plan to end the demonstration, which was not provided to her.
Because there was no, at that point, there was no plan that we could say this will end the demonstration.
Right. So had there been that plan, or once that plan was developed, my understanding is the board never saw a plan or even a high level or even a summary of the plan. So even by the time it was developed, that was not provided to the board. So I just wanted to ask why that would be.
Well, I can't speak to the final plan that was used in the week of after the 15th of February. So I don't know what was provided or not provided by then Interim Chief Bell.
Well, I'm asking about your time, not about Interim Chief Bell.
We never provided the operational plan in its totality in a bound document to the board. Let me be clear about one thing. The Ottawa Police Services Board provided a lot of support to the service and to myself, our executive team, on a range of issues. But there was a challenge around confidentiality on that board. There were clearly documented events where service information, board information, including in-camera discussions, had been leaked by board members to the public. And so there was a concern prior to the arrival and the events of the convoy around the confidential, the ability of the board to keep confidential information confidential.
And how was that being addressed?
I had formal documentation and correspondence with then Chair Deans around those concerns and specifically pointing to those events. It was up to her to investigate and remediate whatever issues. I never got a final update from Chair Deans as to the outcome of those concerns.
Right, but your obligation to provide the board the information they need in terms of to be able to exercise their oversight function, that's irrespective of whatever internal issues the board may be dealing with on its own, right?
It is a factor that came into my consideration as to the level of detail that I could provide on intelligence, threat risk assessments, operational plan, or other operational details.
So is your evidence that the reason that more information on the operational plan was not provided to the board because you had confidentiality concerns about that board specifically?
My evidence is that is one of the factors I had to consider, yes.
Okay, and so what were the other factors?
That I was not going to be handing over an entire detailed operational plan to the board. It's not a practice I'd ever seen done before. It's not one that I'd be comfortable with. And from my knowledge of the Morden report, not one that's required.
Okay, but a summary wasn't provided either, right?
No, we did provide summaries on a regular basis.
In terms of like a document which provides a high level summary?
A document? No. In hours-long board meetings, we all dedicated to this. We were asked repeatedly questions and provided as much information as we possibly could. I can't recall whether or not somebody provided a summary document. That I can't recall.
Okay. Well, Chair Deans testified that at times she did not have the information she needed in order to exercise her oversight function. Does that concern you?
Not at all. Well, it concerns me that she would characterize it that way. I had daily calls, sometimes twice and 3 times daily calls with Chair Deans. We offered the board and they accepted to do ride-alongs. I think 4 of the 7 board members actually participated in ride-alongs that were by my service sergeant major, who actually put them in a police vehicle and drove them throughout the theater in safe ways. They had hours with the service sergeant major to ask any questions that they wanted. I had given explicit instructions to the service sergeant major to answer those questions as fully and honestly as possible. So we went through a variety of means beyond public meetings to ensure that the board could literally see and be in the theater, talk to frontline officers, have direct access to the chief of police on a regular basis, on a daily basis, including the formal board meetings. I can't understand why Chair Deans would say that she did not have the ability to ask questions and receive information in a very timely manner.
Okay, I'll take you to OPS 3011037. And these are again your notes. These are from February 11. And I'll take you to page 6 of your notes. And if we go to 1301, there, where it says call back from Diane Dean's 1301. And then it says expectations for board meeting. Gonna do like we did on Monday, minimum level. Cannot and won't be drawn into what I cannot lawfully provide, i.e. staffing numbers, what the plans are. Need you to be clear and understanding about that. And if we keep going, the response will be as much as we gave you on Monday, cannot go into the confidential. Accusatory language and requests for information that is unlawful for me to provide you will not be provided. She is accusing us of not responding to crimes. We don't respond to Twitter. She needs to report any threats. Was reported to Stephanie Lemieux. Encourage the board to not ask questions which cannot be answered operationally. So I want to ask you a few questions about that. It sounds like that was part of your exchange with Chair Deans on February 11. What did you mean by gonna do like we did on Monday, minimum level? Is this, are you referring to the amount of information that you're gonna give her?
Going to be consistent with what we've been doing all along. We're not going to be changing and deviating from that.
So minimum level.
Well, I don't know what that means. I know these are my scribe notes. We're going to be consistent with what we did on Monday is a substantive theme that I'm trying to relay there.
And when you, just to go up a little bit to the first part of that exchange, so when you say cannot and won't be drawn into what I cannot lawfully provide, i.e. staffing numbers, what the plans are, you're indicating there that the board is not entitled to those, right? Staffing numbers and what the plans are?
Detailed plans, detailed staffing numbers, how many we're going to have on this shift, that shift, in public meetings, in documents. Those are problematic questions.
Why is that?
For all the reasons that have been explained before. This was a unique event, that's for sure. But the types of questions we were getting repeatedly over and over and over again. What is the plan to end this? I'm looking out my window now, I can't see a police officer out there. Unfortunately, these were the types of questions that just couldn't be answered. And we're taking up hours of our time, literally, at these meetings.
And then you say cannot go into the confidential. In camera would have allowed you to go into the confidential.
I don't think I'm referring to in camera there. I cannot go into the confidential elements of what we're doing, I think is what I was trying to say. I would have said in camera.
Right, but my question is, can't you get into confidential matters in camera?
Yes, and I think at the previous meeting, what's the date of this?
February 11th.
Right. At the previous meeting, I think I'd urged them at least 3 or 4 separate times in the February 5th meeting, let's go in camera.
Okay, so you are saying you can give confidential information as long as it's in camera.
I can give more information in camera. I wasn't at that point committing to give everything that I was being asked, but I certainly could give more information in camera.
Okay, And what did you mean, what did you understand to be unlawful for you to provide in terms of information, and what made it unlawful?
It's probably more loose language. I don't know if it would have meant unlawful, but I certainly wouldn't be giving, there are unlawful information around human resources, things, conduct information that wouldn't necessarily be lawful for me to provide, but I'm not sure what the actual reference there is.
In your view, as you sit here today, is there any information that you lawfully cannot provide an oversight board?
I'm sure that there would be something that would be allow for that to happen. I'm not sure I could give a member's blood type or something like that, but there might be some limits on that. But I think in general, we can share the information of the organization.
Generally, the board is entitled to any information
Yes.
they need in order to exercise.
There may be some restrictions, and I'm not an expert on privacy or human rights to be able to say that there's health information that we would have in the records of the Ottawa Police Service that relates to a member's psychological assessment that I could hand over in complete free form to the board.
Right, but I mean, the board, as you know, takes an oath of confidentiality, right?
I know that, and they had broken that at least on one occasion during my tenure. So that oath of confidentiality doesn't mean that there aren't problems with the board's ability to maintain its oath of confidentiality.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying is that whatever board, the issues the board may have does not alleviate your responsibility to provide information that the board needs, right?
You're right, but it does cause me to have to be very careful under the conditions that I do it. And this was a national security event.
So you would agree with me then that under the Police Services Act, there's no restriction on the information that can be provided,
Subject to other acts and legislation, I would agree with you.
Sure. And so right now, there's nothing specifically that you can point me to say it would be, it's unlawful for me to provide this type of information, right? Okay. Now, my understanding is that during these events, the board did not issue any formal directions to you, as it can sometimes do under the Police Services Act.
It did issue a direction to me to provide the staffing numbers on the February 5th meeting.
Okay, and that was a formal direction from the board? Okay. So aside from that, did the board ever specifically direct you to provide more information as a direction?
I don't recall now.
Okay. Now, had they specifically directed you to provide them with a copy of the plan once it was then formulated, the 3.0 that we hear about, would that have been provided to the board?
If it was a formal direction, I probably would have had to get consultation with my general counsel. And then assuming that there was no prohibition, we probably would have provided what we could, and that would largely be a heavily redacted document.
Okay. Now, we've heard from some councillors that they were concerned that the ability of OPS to police other areas of the city was compromised during the convoy because all of the resources were concentrated in the downtown area. You're aware of those concerns?
Yes.
So I want to take you to the Morden report, COM 50616. And we've talked before about the Morden report, and I know you're very familiar with it. So we'll go to page 37.
Just for clarity, I read it probably 12 years ago, but I am familiar with it.
Okay. And it's the independent review into the events of the G20 for those who may not be familiar. And it's often referred to as the Morden report. It was authored in 2012. And if we go to recommendation 22, the board should review the Toronto Police Service's continuity of service plan for major policing events. Where there is a large event that may impact upon the service's ability to deliver regular policing officers, in this case Toronto, the board should consult with the Chief of Police concerning how continuity of service can be achieved. The board should be provided with any plans developed by the Toronto Police Service to aid in the consultation. So I wanted to ask whether the board was ever, our board, the Ottawa Police Services Board, was ever provided with plans with respect to the continuity of service in areas outside of the downtown core.
They didn't request any continuity plans, but we briefed them on our ability to maintain business across the rest of the police services across the rest of the municipality while we were dealing with the incident command as well.
Okay, so they didn't receive any plans, but informal briefing explaining what the plan was, essentially. All right. I want to turn now to negotiations with the city. And I think you're aware, or maybe you can explain whether you were aware, that on February 7th, some protesters asked to meet with the city manager in exchange for facilitating a move from the Rideau and Sussex intersection to Wellington. Were you aware of that at that time?
I was not aware of it. I became aware of some level of PLT related negotiations happening around that location. That came up through Superintendent Patterson and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson at a briefing.
So my understanding is that meeting between the city manager and the protester in question was Mr. Marazzo took place on February 8th, but then the move from Rideau and Sussex to Wellington never happened. And according to Superintendent Drummond, who was here on Wednesday, he said that the move had not been approved. And I said by whom, and he indicated that it had not been approved by Superintendent Patterson or by yourself as well. So I just want to understand why that move would not have been approved.
That was Superintendent Patterson's decision. I gave no decision on that.
Okay. And earlier than the 8th, my understanding is there was also a potential move from the Rideau and Sussex again to Wellington that had been negotiated by PLT after the first weekend. So it would have been around the Monday after that first weekend, the 31st. There was a PLT negotiated potential move from Rideau and Sussex to Wellington at that earlier time. And according to Inspector Lucas, he said that that had been negotiated, but that the direction came from you to prevent that move from happening. So I wanted to ask about your...
I gave no directions in regards to PLT actions.
Okay. And were you generally aware that the Parliamentary Protective Service had concerns about moving more trucks onto Wellington after that first weekend?
My recollection of the first time hearing that directly was when, I don't want to get his rank wrong, but Larry Brookson, who is the head of the Parliamentary Protection Services, raised that, I think, on the weekend of the 13th, 14th with me directly.
Okay. And when you first learned of negotiations between the City of Ottawa and protesters, I believe was around the 12th of February. And is it fair to say that you were generally receptive to the mayor's office negotiating with protesters to come up with some sort of negotiated solution?
On one, maybe two singular, two caveats. It cannot direct policing operations, and it cannot run counter to the operational plan that was under the control of the incident command team.
Okay. So on February 12th, my understanding is you received a call from Steve Kanalakis advising you that over the last 24 hours there had been some discussions. And then you had a meeting after that with Deputy Chief Bell and Ms. Hanaud to inform them of that call. And my understanding is that Mr. Kanalakis had indicated to you that these discussions were confidential because they were ongoing, they hadn't been finalized yet. And my understanding is that in that subsequent meeting with Deputy Chief Bell and Ms. Hanaud, you asked Deputy Chief Bell to also keep that information confidential, right? Did you have any concerns about having to tell him to keep it confidential? And do you see any issues with that? The fact that you asked him to not share that with anybody else?
In hindsight, yes. At the time, I thought it was reasonable.
Okay, and you thought it was reasonable, why?
There were just negotiations that were ongoing. There hadn't been a final outcome, and at this point, it didn't have any major impact on our operations, any impact on our operations.
And since then, your view, you're saying, has changed. So what's your view of that now?
Probably one of those areas I would have wanted to share down one more level into at least to the event commander.
Who would have been Superintendent Burney at the time, right?
Oh, the date, sorry again, February?
12th.
Yes.
And so with that caveat that you gave us before about wanting to make sure that these negotiations fit within the overall plan, informing Superintendent Bernier on the 12th, or the earliest that you learned about it, would have facilitated ensuring that those negotiations meshed or fit into the overall plan, right?
No, would have given him situational awareness, but I would have told him, you keep working on your plan because this thing may fall apart. We didn't have the time or the effort to be putting a lot of resources into planning for something that hadn't been negotiated and might never happen anyway. So I would have given him for situational awareness, but not to give him more work to be done around it.
Right, but for example, he could have contacted the mayor's office and put some parameters around the negotiations, or...
No, because, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt you, I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Please finish your question, because I want to make sure I answer properly.
That was the question.
I would not have wanted anybody in my organization to then get involved directly in the negotiation between the city and I believe it's Mr. French and the Convoy organizers. I didn't want the Ottawa Police Service to be directly involved in that negotiation.
Why is that?
It was a political negotiation.
But again, if it's being done separately from the OPS's plans, there is the potential of conflict, isn't there?
And if there was, I would have defaulted to the OPS plans.
Right, but if something is negotiated without OPS input, can OPS then prevent it from moving forward?
That was the condition I gave to Steve Kandelakis when he had called me.
Okay. So you wanted to ensure then that the city's negotiations was completely independent from the OPS's plan?
Yes.
Okay. Despite the fact that this was a police-led operation and the police was the lead agency in the response?
Yes.
And then the February 13th in that morning, you got a call from Steve Kandelakis confirming that there had been an agreement reached, letters would be exchanged, et cetera, right? I believe then at noon, there was a meeting with city officials called by Steve Kandelakis. And the people who were on that call were Steve Kandelakis, yourself, Deputy Chief Bell, and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. And a subsequent meeting then took place to inform a broader group of your team, right? Now, I understand that day, shortly after 1 p.m., you called OPP Commissioner Karik to update him on the negotiations with the city, right?
Yes.
So he knew as of February 13 at around 1 p.m.
I believe that's the timing, yes.
On that call, did he express any concerns to you?
I actually don't have an independent recollection.
Okay.
But I don't recall anything being substantively discussed.
Okay. And Drummond testified, Superintendent Drummond rather, testified that at that subsequent meeting with the broader team was the first time that he learned about those negotiations. And he said everybody on the call was cautiously optimistic. Was that accord with your?
With my general recollection, yes.
Okay. And then after that meeting, you called RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky, and she said she was aware of the negotiations. Did she express any concerns to you at that time?
I don't recall any. Again, sorry, I don't have my notes. And I don't have a clear independent recollection.
Okay. And my understanding is significant resources were required to carry out OPS's assistance to implementing that deal.
I don't know. I just wouldn't know the level of lift, but I suspect it would be, we didn't have a lot of resources to spare, so any amount of resources could be considered significant.
Okay. And so if I take you now to just the next day, which is February 14, I want to take you to OPS 30-14566. And these are your notes again, and I'll take you to page 8. And at 16:31, so just to give you some context, the truck started moving at 1 p.m. on this day. it was decided that evening on the 13th, the night before, Superintendent Drummond went and coordinated kind of the details, and the following morning it was to start. It didn't start until 1 p.m. and this is now at 4:30 p.m. that same day. So trucks have been moving for the last 3 hours, give or take. So you have a Teams call with Brookson. So maybe you can explain who Brookson is.
It's Larry Brookson, who is leading the Parliamentary Protection Services. And I apologize, I don't know can't remember his rank or his title.
Yes, and I'm not sure either. So we can go with Mr. Brookson. He said, trying to understand the meeting to completely fill up Wellington Street. And then you say Chief briefed his team, understood that the Intersect team would then brief everyone, including PPS. So is it fair to say that you had reached out to the OPP commissioner and to the RCMP commissioner, but you didn't reach out to PPS, and he's essentially calling you out on it and saying, why didn't you let me know? Is that essentially what's happening here?
No, that's not how I took it.
Okay, so maybe just explain that discussion.
He's concerned about not being aware of it, which I can appreciate fully. But I'm explaining that the major incident command, event commander and incident commander would be able to brief all of our partners in the NCR and everybody who was contributing to, at that point, an integrated operation about what was taking place that day. And that my understanding was PPS was part of that Intersect team and would have received that briefing. I didn't get the impression that Larry Brookson was calling me out or the Ottawa Police Service out.
Okay, and if we just go down, there's more to the discussion. So again, these are point form notes. It's hard to really get a good sense for what's being kind of conveyed here, but maybe you can review those point form notes and give us a better sense of what transpired in that discussion. And specifically, I want to understand the references to, does city usually direct police on how this goes?
I don't know what that reference is. I looked at that myself. I don't know. It's obviously would be from Brookson. Sorry, Larry Brookson,
okay.
Mr. Brookson.
Yeah.
But again, it's hard to, like you said, it's a back and forth, sort of almost real time attempt to get the full conversation.
And then the note for an administrator to reach out on their own and then permit the vehicles to sardine in on Wellington Street. This was purely political. What was the discussion around that point?
I mean, I remember Mr. Brookson expressing his concern around the politics. And as I've said, there was a lot of politics going on all around this at so many levels. But I don't know who he's referring to as an administrator.
So I just want to confirm that by this time, certainly he's telling you that trucks have moved on to Wellington. So you knew by this time, correct?
I understood by this time. I still to this day have some confusion as to that portion of things, but clearly by this time I would have known that trucks are on Wellington Street.
Okay, and your witness statement says you didn't know, but I think we can agree that you did know. This is probably
yes.
Okay. And then my understanding is at 17:01, so you have this discussion with him. You're not able to give me too much more than what's there, it sounds like, based on your recollection. If we can go to page, is this still page 9? Yeah, 17:01. So it looks like there's a demo briefing call at 5:01. In the second bullet, we see Trish, that's Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson. Lots of convo with Carson at NOK. PPS not happy with trucks on Wellington. And at the bottom, it says, had to pivot due to new. Do you have any sense, there seems to be some words missing at the end of that. Do you have any sense for what that's referring to?
No, I don't, sorry.
Okay, and if we go to page 10, the bullet before the redaction, we need, or right, the first redacted portion, the bullet before, we need some significant legal advice regarding the mayor's position that they can be on Wellington. Can you just explain what that refers to?
I don't know, I apologize.
Okay, Are you able to give us any insight into what was the issue that was concerning?
I mean, it seems to be all a discussion around the relative sequence of the sequence of events that took place throughout the day, the relative efficacy of it, challenges experienced, logistical staffing, there's PLTs referenced there. So it's a general discussion that seems to be going on. I'm not sure who's leading and who's making what points.
So this is the day before you resigned at 5 p.m. So I don't know if that helps to situate you in the timeline of events and if you have a recollection of this meeting. It would have been one of your final meetings.
No, it's just another busy briefing on a very difficult period of time.
And we know that after this meeting, certainly by nightfall on that day, no more trucks were relocated onto Wellington, and that kind of ended the facilitation of trucks onto Wellington. Do you have any sense for why, what was the reason behind OPS no longer supporting the movement of trucks onto Wellington?
I don't. I mean, I've subsequent through disclosure, I've seen things, so I don't know if that makes my opinion valid at this point, but I understand, my understanding is, without getting into any more detail than that, is that the event commander made a decision to discontinue the operations. And the only thing I can say to that is that would be entirely within his purview. That was the caveat I gave to City Manager Canalac. I said if at any point the operations around the negotiation cross purposes with the operational plan, that we would default to our operational plan.
Okay, so you can't tell us why?
I don't know.
Okay. So just quickly, last time we spoke in our interview, I asked you about kind of lessons learned. We talked a little bit about that today. You spoke with Mr. Au about that. And I asked you if in your kind of reflections since these events, you had thought about anything you could have done differently as chief of police. And at that time, you mentioned, clarifying your comment about there may not be a policing solution, which I understand you've done that now. But nothing really else came to mind. And so I wanted to ask now, having had the benefit of hearing your former colleagues, going through documents in preparation for your evidence today, whether there is anything else that you would add to that.
Around recommendations going forward or lessons learned in
reflections on what you may have done differently or what you would do differently next time if you were in the same position. What could you have done differently as chief of police?
I think I did provide some list of recommendations for the commission to consider in my statement. I'll trust that will be followed up as the commissioner determines. I was about to say we have a board liaison person because we talked about the board quite a bit, but John Steinbach's was the designated board liaison person and had that position before I even arrived as chief. So I'm just thinking through sort of top down from board relationship. Intersect was there. There's a recommendation around funding and investing in Intersect to create more, deconflict some of the problems we've learned. I honestly, the list of recommendations that I've provided are the substantive reviews of what needed to be in a better level to address the structural deficits that I've talked about. And I've tried to provide both national, provincial in terms of Police Act legislation and local in terms of the unique aspects of the NCR region within my recommendations. I can't think of anything else at this point.
So I understand kind of at a systemic level, but I'm asking more on a personal level, something you could have done differently as chief of police. And if nothing comes to mind, that's fine. That's the answer. But I wanted to give you that opportunity.
I think the broadest statement around understanding how to be able to be even more resilient during that level of time. I mean, I think there's a whole new level of science around sleep and wellness that probably executive leaders who face these types of sustained levels of crisis and pressure just need to understand how to develop a level of physical and emotional and psychological resilience to get through these things. How do you, I mean, we talk about wellness for frontline officers and building resilience there. I think that would be probably just a personal lesson learned. There just never is enough sleep. I suspect people on this commission are sleep deprived as well and are not optimal in terms of what they're doing. So, I mean, it's just a human condition.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I know from my legal team, and I'm looking at sleepy eyes all around me here. So, I mean, I said it, I think it came up in a comment earlier on when I was talking to Chair Deans, like, we're just human beings. And none of us are supermen or superwomen. And this was a super difficult situation. And mistakes were made, moments were lost, relationships were strained, meetings didn't go the way that they were intended to. Language was not precise enough. Assumptions were made, rumors were passed around. It's just a human condition. Systems are built by human beings. Policies are designed by human beings. Institutions are just human institutions. And I said it before in standing committee. Someone asked, did the Ottawa Police Service fail? Canada was exposed in these events. Our institutions were exposed. Our systems were exposed. And our leaders were exposed. And our frontline members were exposed. Probably worst overall, our communities were exposed. We just got to get it better the next time. I'm fully committed to doing that. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. And you mentioned your recommendations to the commission. I understand you have spoken to some of those, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to highlight some of the other ones that perhaps we haven't had a chance to get to, if that's something you would like to do.
I think I'll leave it with the commission to see those areas, and I'll make myself available, Commissioner, to you and your team at any point to expand on that. I think each one of my recommendations could probably fill another 20 pages or so. But I just think for the time here, I'll leave it there and make myself available to you.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're finishing a little early. I'm not sure if we want to start cross-examination, but I promised we wouldn't. So I'm going to adjourn. I just want to raise if there are any concerns. Of course, as was mentioned, this has been a very tight schedule, a lot of documents, a lot of movement. Everybody, in my view, has cooperated very well. But if there's anything that is of concern to the commission, please don't hesitate to raise it either with commission counsel or directly with me, because ultimately I think we know it's been stressful, but I think we're doing a not bad job. Certainly I'm very impressed with everyone's work so far. So thank you, and have a great weekend.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Okay, so day 12 in the can. What I'll do is we'll run a couple of quick promos while I set up the phone lines again, then we'll come back. We'll get the conversation started. We can talk about what we've just seen. I have a few things I want to share with you with regard to the coverage, and then we'll get into the conversation. I'm going to show you why I think that this whole thing is being treated differently, was treated differently by the cops, the politicians, the people in power from the very beginning, why it's still being treated somewhat differently now. I don't know if freedom will get a fair shake out of this thing or not. Well, the testimony suggests that the freedom side is winning. I'm not sure that the process will lend itself to that in the end. And I'll tell you why I'm getting that feeling when I come back after this brief break. Stay with me. There's a lot more to come. You're not going to want to miss it.
Fighting the Great Reset by leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, I'm back. So hang on here just a second. I just want to draw your attention to some of the comments first that Chief Sloly made. And then I'm going to show you why the cops treated this thing differently, this protest differently than other protests. I'll replay a little clip of his, and this really alarms me, honestly, because they asked him about officers posing for selfies, right? And actually, I need to go here. I just need to get this clip. Okay. They asked him about officers posing for selfies. So I have this here. I believe it's this one, yes. Okay. I've got the clip. Here we go.
And I'll take you to page 3. And I think you testified today that by the 30th, you had recognized some elements of an occupation as opposed to a demonstration.
So,
is that right?
Yeah, they're first of all defining this now as an occupation.
It says that first
okay?
point, if more demonstrators are expected back this weekend, early request for resources is required. Decision on whether this is an occupation needs to be made by tomorrow. Use experienced resources, i.e. Rob Bernier and others, pull from sections. Why did there need to be a decision about how to kind of classify this kind of a demonstration, whether it was an occupation or not? What turned on that?
This is the first time I'm seeing the email. I don't know the context of the meeting. Seems to be Inspector Bryden would be within the Intelligence Directorate. So I don't know the nature
Because
of
there's
this.
politics involved.
Okay.
And they want the legal definition of
and if you can go to the bottom of
occupation.
page 2. And trying to find.
I'm going to show you how they treated this
reference.
protest
Just
differently.
at the bottom. The third line from the bottom, PLTs have done an excellent job in preventing rioting and de-escalation, but overall position and change.
And remember
needs to
earlier
happen,
testimony
looking more like an occupation than a negotiated end. If we can just
from
keep
the
going.
previous officer who said that there
Too
are
many
3
photos of police with
OPP
protesters'
officer
trucks.
who said there
Chief would like this addressed. Now, you also conveyed the sentiment to protesters' trucks. Chief would like this addressed.
Chief wants it addressed.
Now, you also conveyed the sentiment to the mayor and to the councillors on the 31st, explaining that you didn't think that this was okay, photos being taken between police officers and protesters. So I just wanted to ask Inspector.
Right. So remember, we heard from the OPP superintendent yesterday that there are basically 3 levels. There's a peaceful, lawful protest, unlawful protest, or illegal protest. Or actually, I guess there are 4 levels, right? No, 3. And then the third one was the riot. Then you have a riot. So they were declaring this to be not a riot, an unlawful protest. And yet we saw no major damage, no burning police cars, which Chief Sloly indicated today. You know, he was sitting there trying to take credit for the police service, saying that there was no major violence. There was nobody seriously hurt or killed. There were no burning police cars, no damage to any infrastructure, no fires, he went down the list of all the things that weren't present at this protest, as though that was because they were, through the execution of their plan, they were able to clear things out. And I'll throw it back to you and I'll say, no, the reason they didn't have any of those things is because the protesters were completely peaceful from the beginning right through to the end, even as they were being beaten by officers with batons. Let this go on.
Dr. Lucas
I'm gonna show you
testified
something
this
else.
week that this was part of de-escalation, that this was trust building. It seems like you might have had a different view, so I just wanted to ask about that.
And this is important about the photos, the selfies. Listen to what he says.
No, I'm not sure where you got the information that I said it was not a good thing, Council.
So he doesn't want his officers posing for selfies with protesters.
Okay, so I'll take you to OPS 405187. And this is notes of a meeting that you had with the mayor. So update from chief. And if we go to the bottom.
Whose notes are these?
Michael Anderson sent these to John Steinbach's. It's points of the meeting that happened on the 31st, update from mayor to chief. And then you give an update first, and then it looks like the mayor has some things to say after.
A lot of correspondence
So if we
between the
go to
cops and the
7,
politicians.
If we go to the
A lot.
page 7. Okay, and I believe there were counselors here at this meeting as well. So at 7F, Councillor Menard says, curious on why certain behaviors are being allowed to continue, not peaceful, need to move on from that language, want services to be maintained and acts of hatred to be addressed. Residents should not feel intimidated, bylaw services should continue. And so
Acts of
F
hatred.
seems to be your answer. I had asked one of the witnesses who was answering these
And he says, got to move on from that, that language of peaceful. Can't use the word peaceful.
questions, and I believe it was Mr. Kanalakis said that for the most part you would answer these questions. And so the last line there, officers posing in images is unacceptable and are following up.
Gonna punish those officers.
And
sorry,
I can give you more.
He'll
context
cover
if you
for
like.
them to a
There's
degree here, but no,
another,
he's
notation, your last full day in office of February 14, when you
reprimands.
also kind
That's
of
what they
address the same issue. And if it's helpful, I can take you to that. OPS 30-14566. And these are, I believe, your notes.
And
if we go to 1932.
I want him to say it in his words, and
932.
he's coming up with it. Thing is,
Okay,
this
so
is
chief's
not an
morning brief.
evenly applied policy or
if you look
philosophy
at
here.
The first point, media report 2 times JTF2. Do you know what that reference is, what that is?
Joint Task Force officers.
Okay. We're supporting the demo here in Ottawa, supporting the command and control of it, now being investigated internally. Pat Morris, last night, I assume this means indicated that he was not indicted, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Pat Morris last night indicated we might have a significant issue with police members being involved in demos. So I just wanted to ask about that concept in general. How did the public was seeing this? The public was pushing back a little bit. And so what is your view on that?
Thank you. The language used around the officers posing in photos are problematic to me. If I was not clear in my language, I'll accept that. I accept and adopt the view as relayed by Inspector Lucas. Officers will often have to do a fist bump or lean in for a selfie just to try to keep the temperature down in the circumstances they're in. That is just the reality of almost any circumstance, any day, not even requiring something of this level, just in order to try to build rapport in a minute, so to keep things at the right level or de-escalate things that could be escalating. And I'll always defer to an officer on that. In the broader sense, I could understand, and maybe that's where my comments were attributed, in the broader sense, these photos that are going viral on social media without proper context could be extremely problematic and were extremely problematic. They were used extensively in the social media disinformation and misinformation campaigns, and unfortunately crept into some of the mainstream media reporting as well. I think it's more in that context that I would be talking about it, as opposed to every single officer I saw in a photograph doing a fist bump or a thumbs up was unacceptable. That's never been my experience, and I would have done the same things and had done the same things throughout my policing career. I wouldn't expect to be sanctioned by a superior officer if they took the time to find out as to why I was doing it.
And do you think this might have contributed to the erosion of the residents' trust in the OPS?
There's no doubt that the photographs of officers, sometimes there weren't even officers in the Ottawa theater, that were being passed around on social media saying, look what's happening in Ottawa. So there was just a lot of that going on. And I can understand why the public, without the context that we're sharing here now, would just look at that and say, oh, that's sympathy from the officers to the movement or various movements represented.
I want to talk now about the role of the board.
Okay. But, you see, I can kind of accept what he says there. The problem is, this is not being applied evenly. He says he's not okay with it, but at the same time, he's saying that he understands why the officers are doing it, but they're not really allowed to endorse the truckers or embrace the freedom movement. They're not supposed to be involved. Okay, I can kind of accept that too, except that then we saw there was an officer who was disciplined for donating to the truckers after her personal information was hacked from a website where she donated, I think it was $40 or no, $50, and then was penalized 40 hours pay and had her name dragged through the media, through the disciplinary process. And we saw that Interim Chief Bell, who took over from Sloly, also made it very clear that his officers were not to provide any aid, comfort, support, either real or perceived, to any of the freedom protesters. But I'm telling you, the politics in this has been thick from the beginning. It's thick in the testimony. You can see that there's constant pressure from the mayor, council, members of the police services board, right up to the point where they're asking Chief Sloly if he would like to resign because they're not happy. They want these protesters gone. And this wasn't to them just a protest. This was an occupation. And they kept using those words. And the language that we keep hearing, even from the former chief, is, you know, it's words like assaultive. They were assaultive. The interim chief, violent. But he's talking about feelings, not actual violence. Accusations of people having their masks ripped off in stores by freedom protesters. Theft of food from the homeless, when we saw that it was the freedom protesters actually feeding the homeless. There was no violence. And these stories were fabrications, clearly. Not to say that there might not have been I'm sure there were bylaw infractions and noise issues and things of that nature. And I'm sure that it was a huge inconvenience for the people who lived down there. But these politicians, bureaucrats, these police services, they treated this different. And to prove my point, here's the BLM march at the height of the pandemic when outdoor protests are prohibited, but Ottawa police taking a knee. And it's not just Ottawa police taking a knee. We saw police across the country taking a knee with BLM. I'm not saying I'm against them protesting. Go ahead, protest. I have no issue with it. I just want the rules applied evenly. I want the policies applied evenly. I have a problem with this. If they're going to be apolitical, and they should be, they shouldn't be taking a knee with any group. If you're not going to allow selfies, then you just don't allow selfies. If you're not going, you can't say it's okay for this, but not for that. There's our prime minister marching with Black Lives Matter when outdoor protests were prohibited. Outdoor gatherings of any size were prohibited. But they bent the rules, changed the rules for that. And there's Toronto's police chief taking a knee with BLM and raising his hand into the air in a communist salute to support a Marxist organization that pretends to fight for civil liberties. How else did they treat the truckers and freedom protesters differently? Well, they said there were no serious injuries, no deaths, right? Well, that doesn't look like nothing serious to me. And they haven't even talked about this 12 days into this inquiry, 12 days in, not one mention of this. Or actually, I think they did mention this one time in passing, but indicated that this woman who had a walker, First Nations senior, with a walker, knocked to the ground, trampled, did suffer serious injuries, wound up in hospital. And they said, I think it was the interim chief, who said that the images had been photoshopped and then distributed on social media. They treated this differently. This was political. It's been political from the beginning. It's still political now. The politics is thick. Thick, thick, thick. And Chief Sloly was immersed in it. What really I find to be most disturbing in his testimony is he did indicate that his statement, while he was still chief, that there might not be a policing solution to the protest alone. When he elaborated on that, it became very clear that he understood the politics surrounding this. He understood that the long-term solution to the problem is to have the protesters, the freedom protesters, engage in discussion with government, community leaders, various stakeholders, bring the people together so that they can work out their differences as they relate to the pandemic and the mandates and the politics surrounding all of that, because that is at the core of all of this. He clearly understands and understood all of the issues, I think even the discrimination that the protesters had been facing over the past 2 years. I think he understood. And yet he still proceeded to create a plan to go in there and just shut it down and crush it. Along with all the other bureaucrats, politicians, elites who are completely out of touch because they don't care about the unvaxxed. Because it's not just about being unvaxxed or opposed to masks or opposed to the government mandates. They view them as political enemies. They view you as a political enemy. You are the enemy. We are the enemy. Anyone who advocates for freedom is the enemy. They're against freedom. They hate it. It's clear. They lie, they smear, and if they're not lying, they're telling half-truths. They sit there and spin webs of deceit. They don't apply policies evenly, and they've weaponized police. It's very, very, very painfully clear watching this. The testimony all points to a complete abuse of power by the Prime Minister and the government by invoking the Emergencies Act. They are under oath, so while they may not be telling the full truth, they're not lying, and that's why Chief Sloly said today that he didn't, while he didn't have enough resources, but it wasn't an issue of, because it wasn't an issue of tools. When asked about the Emergencies Act, this is what he had to say. And this is critical to the entire process here, folks, because this is what it's all about. The inquiry is here to determine if the government overreached.
I want to ask you, before the 14th of February, did you ever form the view that additional powers that could be granted under the Emergencies Act could help OPS resolve the convoy events?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Sorry, I may have just missed it. I apologize.
He's got to be careful. But he's going to tell the truth.
The Emergencies Act was invoked on the 14th of February.
Yes, sir.
Before that date, did you ever think about whether the powers under the Emergencies Act might be helpful for the OPS to resolve the convoy events?
Before that date, I never thought about the Emergencies Act. I think I might have been made aware of it over that weekend. My challenge, literally up until my last day in office, wasn't additional legislation or injunctions, it was resources. In fact, there was a period of time where we were hoping there wouldn't be any injunctions or emergency declarations because they would give us more powers and we didn't have any resources to implement those powers, and then we would be accused again of not doing our jobs or not using powers available to us. So for a significant portion of my time in office, discussions around injunctions, discussions around emergency declarations were maybe that's something that we actually don't want at this point. I was never consulted explicitly on the Emergency Measures Act that was put into place on February 14th.
Mm-hmm. If I could take you to...
They didn't even consult him. He's the cop in charge. He's the top cop in Ottawa with the police service of jurisdiction. And they didn't even talk to him about it. They just went and did it. He didn't ask for it. He didn't even want it. Because it wasn't additional power that they needed in order to keep, what it should have been is to keep people safe. He needed additional resources, more people, more officers. But you see, they needed a lot more officers to do what the government really wanted. They needed a lot of officers to shut it down, not just keep people safe. Justin Trudeau should have been dealing with this straight on. All he had to do was come out and talk to the protesters or have them come in to talk to him. And the whole thing could have been defused. That's all they wanted. Really, in the end, we all know that. But nope, they had to crank this thing up and turn the heat up high. They treated this protest differently because it was political from the beginning for them, and it's political now. Crystal clear. Not explicitly conveyed through the testimony of former Chief Sloly today, but you can see it. It's all there in his words. It's all there in the testimony we've heard over the last 12 days. 12 days of testimony. You tell me I'm wrong, because I don't think I am. I think the judge serving as the chair, Rouleau, has been fair. And he seems to be focused on the right questions when he does ask questions from time to time at the end of a witness's time on the stand. What will come of this in his final report, I do not know. Of course, I can't know. I'm hopeful that it will be balanced and fair and impartial, because the way this was treated by police, by politicians, by the bureaucrats, by the people with money in Ottawa, the business owners, the people with political influence, the people on the left side of the political spectrum, the woke mob. These are the people who are controlling things in that town. The left-wing socialists at every level. Federally, provincially, municipally, institutionally, through all of their institutions, including the police service, they are in charge. They've got control. They set the tone for the way they were going to deal with this freedom convoy. And they treated this one different. Different rules for different people. If it's something they support, it's all okay. They'll march with you. If it's something they don't like, you can't do anything right. In fact, everything you do is wrong. It doesn't matter. If you're peaceful, you're violent. These people live in an alternative universe, and they use their alternative universe to turn everything upside down. Freedom equals fascism. Honking equals Heil Hitler. So you can do no right. Violence equals feelings. Stay with me. We're going to go to the phones as soon as we come back after this.
Hello, world. Are you awake? Uniting humankind by liberating millions of minds at a time. Maverick News. The world is watching. Fear not the storm, for truth is on our side. Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, the phone lines are open. Here's the number.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-FREE. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
All right, we're back, and let's see. Let's take our. Oh, we lost that caller. We had somebody on the line there, and call got dropped. Hopefully, the phone line is working properly. Anyway, I'll put the number back up on the screen here: 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975-3733 to call in and join the conversation on the 28th day of October 2022, as we close out day 12 of the inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act by the federal government in Canada and Justin Trudeau. So give me a call and let's have a conversation. Let me just check the phone lines. I'll run this promo, and that'll give me a chance to just make sure it's all working properly.
Fighting the Great Reset by leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
Okay, I'm back. So before we go to the phones, and I know we've got somebody queued up there, but I just want to show you why I'm also concerned that this process in the end might not lead to something productive. And it's because of the mainstream media. This is the CTV report today on the testimony of former Chief Sloly. It says biased Ottawa police intelligence harmed its ability to contain Freedom Convoy, say security analysts. So they've gone out and they've found experts. And the story reads, declassified intelligence information shows the Ottawa Police Service may have hampered its own ability to contain the Freedom Convoy by relying on its own analysis while dismissing crucial threat assessments from outside agencies. Then they sit here and they cite the intelligence that was coming from the OPP. And they say that, the they're characterizing the intelligence from OPS and the way they interpreted their intelligence as being organic. And they say that the Freedom Convoy was organic and middle class, while the OPP, according to this report, highlighted a movement galvanizing behind, quote, strongly anti-government leaders who promoted tactics of intimidation and harassment. I don't know what the heck they're talking about here, unless this is completely different information than what was presented by the OPP with regard to their Hendon reports, because we heard testimony from senior OPP officers who said there was no credible threat of any kind of violence, that they were they found the lack of violence being displayed by the truckers on their way to Ottawa as being shocking, the lack of violence. But they've gone, and there's some sort of an internal report, a report from the OPS, Ottawa Police Service, Security Intelligence Section, dated January 25th, and authored by Sergeant Chris Keys, said the convoy was less a professional protest with the usual sad players, but rather a truly organic grassroots event that is gathering momentum. And actually, I would say that's true, based on everything we've seen and in hindsight, which is 2020 generally. So the Ottawa Police Service is seeing this, I think, for what it was, just not understanding the scope and the magnitude of it, misreading the level of public, what's the word, unrest because of the lockdowns over 2 years and the way they had been treated by government. But they go on and they find, who is this? Okay, so according to confidential emails entered into evidence at the Public Order Emergency Commission, OPP provided Ottawa Police with 26 strategic intelligence reports about the convoy and its organizers. The so-called Hendon reports focused on criminal extremism associated with COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. The first OPP intelligence report on the convoy was sent out on January 13th and warned a mass protest was mobilizing for Ottawa. Leaders had anti-government sentiments. Their goal was to reverse COVID-19 mandates. There was no credible intelligence to suggest armed insurgents, and participants had a willingness to go beyond what is peaceful and lawful. Wait a minute. This is all mixed up, man. They are focusing on these very fringy things and highlighting them in order to support a negative narrative without giving you a true picture of what was really going on. Oh, brother. I'm not saying that there aren't people out there, and we've talked about it here on the show, about people using language referring to things like a civil war. You hear it in the States all the time too, and they do polls on these things. They ask the public, do you think that, we're heading for a civil war? Talk like that. But but we also heard from these officers in testimony that there was no credible evidence of any real threat to the government or the country, that there was no, the mainstream media spinning it again. Just spinning it again. Let's go to the phones. This inquiry is also largely about, what impression the public is left with in the end. That's what worries me, because if you can convince the public of something, you've won the battle, because you've won their minds. We need to push back, folks, and keep it focused on reality and truth. We have to. That's all we can do. That's what we're doing here every night. Let's see who we have on the phone here first up. It's John. Hello, John. How are you tonight, my friend?
Exhausted. Yeah. You're right. We got to keep pushing, because I'm hearing there's a new variant coming out this winter. We're done with Omicron or whatever. It's done. You know, it's big. There's big money behind this. Okay, you know that.
Yeah.
And they're asking the wrong question. Like, why were the truckers there? Why were all these convoys? Why were they there?
Right.
Because of the mandates. And why don't they ask the cop? How many you have? 1, 2, 3, 4? Is it mandatory?
Yeah.
How do you like it? How do you feel about we don't know what the long-term effect is? Who knows in 5 years from now what could happen to you? Huh? Why don't they tell them?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, it's scary stuff. And losing your job over something they're pushing on you, like they're worse than drug dealers. You know, like, you can't do this, you can't do that. That's what they got to get to. That's why we were there. Simple. We went there because we wanted to party and dance and take the kids out for, you know.
Yeah.
We were there because of the mandates. Sacrificing, you know, losing, like, this is, get down to the grit. That's what we're there for.
Yep.
Forget about Mr. Polly there. He didn't shine his head too good and too much glare off it, and I couldn't see, and I smashed into the pole. You know, I tell you, these guys are, they're getting off too easy. And you know what? At the end of this, nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be, but I hope people realize what's going on. But the thing is, we have to make it exciting. Bring out the knit and grit so that it gets into the papers and everybody opens their eyes and say, "Holy, did you see what's going on here?" Right? Like, no, this stuff that's going on right now, nobody's acknowledging it. Everybody's just, you know, doing their own thing. But when you see a headline going, "Oh, big shock," eh? People open their eyes. When people open their eyes, that's when you get attention. When you get attention, because we're going back to lockdown. I'm telling you, it's not over. There's too much money. These guys. Another thing, you know, Rick. Let me tell you, okay, you buy a Tesla, or you buy a Ford. Ford bag goes off. The airbag goes off. You can't see. You smash into the pole. You die, or you're really hurt for the rest of your life. What do? You sue Ford, right? Why can't you damn sue these other idiots? Eh? What kind of privilege do they have that you can't sue them? Like, we are canoed, man. Forget about the mandates. You know, it's sad what's going on, and people gotta wake up. You know, people are starting to wake up, because I notice a lot of people, a lot of my friends, they want nothing else to do with it. They're done. Yeah. They're done. But when you can't go back to work, you won't be done. Yeah. Ford's another guy. You know, I don't honestly tell him. Just say, "Hey, I'll testify, but I want to be last." Okay, I'm the last guy. You know, like, what's wrong with that? You know?
Yeah, there's no way they should let him out of that. Parliamentary
you should
privilege.
just say,
my foot.
yeah.
Get your ass up there.
Just tell them I want to be last. I want to be last.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, Rick, it makes me boil. I can't watch it. Today I passed out a few times. I just can't watch it. I'm trying to work, and I listen to this, and I'm getting so hot. I can't work.
I didn't expect I would have the negative reaction to his testimony the way that I did. And even the way he speaks, he's choosing sort of the right words, but when when I really analyze it and understand what he's really saying, it's like he's spineless. He didn't really.
Why did he quit his job?
Good question. Very good question.
Why did he quit? Why? He couldn't handle the pressure, or he didn't want to get the third. I don't know, but these cops out there.
Hang on a second. Here we go. There you are. Sorry, John, I took you off for a second. Listen, Chris Dacey is on with me here, John, but don't sign off right this second. I do want to do something new with you, and I'm glad that you called. You're going to be the first one. I'm going to knight you, Sir John.
Oh.
Yes, that's right. I hereby knight you, Sir John. Yeah. And hang on, because I've got a special treat for you, because you're like one of our regular callers, and you're a favorite here. So here we go.
Okay.
We, the Maverick family, do hereby dub thee an official Maverick Knight, freedom fighter extraordinaire. May your courage and devotion to freedom and truth become a shining example to the people of our world and the Maverick universe. Maverick News. The world is watching.
There you go, John. Sir John.
Same voice. The guy who makes those he's really good.
You like him, do you?
Really good. I like him. Yeah, I like him.
There you go. Okay, we're going to sign off for a bit here, John. Because
I'm on the screen there. Oh, that's not me.
No, that's not you. That's Chris. He's here to join us and give us a recap on the week.
All right, I'll listen up here, and well, nice talking to you.
Okay.
I'm glad I was here for this.
Everybody, goodbye.
Okay. Thank you, Sir John. Hey, awesome. Chris, how are you?
That was awesome. I'm doing all right. How about you? It's been a while since we talked here. Don't mind my lighting. I'm not quite as professional as you, but I do what I can.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's professional, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, it's all right. Look at this deep black background. We can pretend it's on purpose. What a crazy week. So you've been streaming all week, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah. You too.
Yeah. So we're restreaming and giving a bit of commentary and trying to keep up where we can. It's been wild. I mean, out of 9-hour days streaming. So I don't know if you actually stay on stream, but John, Patriot Smoothie, Patriot Smoothie, and I, one of us at least, generally tries to stay on all the time, and we're finding our groove a little bit over it. You don't want to talk over all the important parts, but man, it's hard to not get fired up listening to some of this stuff.
Yeah. So what did you make of Chief Sloly today? What do you think?
Well, yeah, there's hold on, I just lost my audio. 2 seconds here. Setting. There we go. Sorry, just bear with me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go back to speakerphone.
Okay. All right. Stay with us, folks. He's going to work out his technical stuff here. So Chris, of course, is up in Ottawa, and he's him and Patriot Smoothie, they've been covering stuff, and he's been checking in with us from time to time and keeping us abreast of things, because he's right there on the ground. So can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm back now. Yeah. Okay, so much of those fancy JBL headphones.
So what did you make of Chief Sloly's testimony?
Well,
what do you think?
I mean, my first impression of Chief Sloly is that he was a very capable and well-experienced law enforcement officer. He speaks well. He also does politics pretty well. You don't get to become a chief
without knowing a little bit about politics, I guess. The testimony earlier in the day, you know, a lot of people seemed like they were setting up to throw Chief Sloly under the bus a little bit here. And he didn't come out attacking or throwing everyone under the bus, at least at first. He came out and he was kind of just being honest and giving his interpretation. We have heard testimony though, you know, so there's a lot of conflicting testimony now starting to become an issue. You know, we heard testimony from the top intelligence officer of the OPP, and you know, the OPP seems to be a very professional organization compared to the soap opera we're seeing from OPS.
Oh yes.
Like, it's weird. I didn't really have any with Acting Chief Bell. I have some personal I'm emotionally invested because when I got, you know, when I was down in the convoy and all that, I wasn't paying attention to who the police chief was, and I didn't know that former Chief Sloly wasn't willing to give an inch. That although he speaks about, you know, community inclusion, police liaison teams, diversity, inclusion, oppressed groups, all these key words, you know, and he's a diversity and inclusion type guy. Although he says all that, he gave no credence and no care to the fact that there's an oppressed group here in Canada.
That's right.
There's a group here that's been hurting and just wants to be heard for over 2 years.
Yep.
And he wasn't willing to give those people an inch. That was his testimony, according to Morris, who's the top intelligence officer for the OPP.
That's right.
You know, Sloly was not willing to give an inch.
Yep.
Vehicles could have been moved out of the so-called residential zones. I would beg to differ. In fact, next week I'm going to go into these zones and I'm going to do some video from the street and show that these are massive towers that a CF-18 can fly by and maybe not bother a person. And they're on the very, very periphery of what was the Freedom Convoy protest.
Yeah.
You know, he cried on stand. But he cried. I think it's important to realize that he cried talking about how misunderstood the police were.
How about
Like, the
how
police are the
misunderstood the
victim.
protesters were? Nobody cares about the protesters. Nobody cares about the people who were forced to get an injection that they maybe didn't want. You know, some people would call that medical rape, and nobody gives a damn about them. No tears shed for them. No, they're
I know.
evil people. They're selfish.
You got to be
They're-
careful saying rape. You can't say that word, and you can't. You definitely can't joke about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know. There's a lot of stuff there, and like I think that's probably an important conversation to have at some point. Like, like police officers were in a terrible position, and I do feel for the individual officers. Every one of them had to make an. I don't even know how you make that decision. I saw officers that had the look in their eye was. I saw ones that were full of fear. I saw ones that were completely lost. I also saw ones that looked like animals and like wanted to attack. You know, and police officers, like anybody else, you're a person, I'm a person, we're all people. And yeah, I mean, there's so many things going on here.
Yeah.
I find that the biggest takeaway is that there's maybe out of a 9-hour day, 8.5 hours of politicking and stories and feelings and you know, the verbiage that's used is absolutely unbelievable. But then you get the minute or two interspersed throughout the 9 hours of testimony that really matters. That we didn't need this. We have legislation in place that can take care of these issues. That the police can act no matter what their jurisdiction. If there's an issue in the moment, that the police can act. They don't need the Emergencies Measures Act to do so.
Right.
We heard that police had. They had a plan in place, a plan that wasn't adequate, according to the OPP. That's one great takeaway is that the OPP seem to be, we seem to have at least some very professional law enforcement in Canada still, in the OPP. I can't say the same for Sûreté de Quebec, the goons in green. Everyone thinks are UN. I think that's probably should be put to sleep. Those were not UN soldiers. Those were Sûreté de Quebec, Quebec Provincial Police, with full riot gear and low vis green camo. You had to get this close to see the patches on those guys, and they didn't have their nameplates on. They didn't have Canadian flags. They had Sûreté de Quebec, and they had giant riot gear and 4-foot beaten sticks. But they weren't UN. So, I mean, if we're gonna have accountability, let's not come up with conspiracy theories.
Right.
Let's hold these provincial police services that came in and beat civilians in Ottawa accountable.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm a little fired up.
No, man, that's exactly right. We need to be accurate without exception. And and we have to strive for that. So absolutely. Truth. That's what we're after here.
Yeah, and I think it's important that people understand when they're watching this, this isn't a trial. It's like we've all watched Law and Order, asked and answered, hearsay, all this. But the point is that now we have some real legitimate sources, and maybe nothing concrete will come of this, as in nobody's going to be found guilty of anything. Heads aren't going to roll specifically because of this. But thanks to what's going on here, and thanks to people like you and the people that are working very hard to not only share what's going on live, but counteract some of the narrative, we're going to have legitimate news sources that people cannot refute. We have testimony on the record now.
That's
And
right.
I
Under oath. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that can be understated, really.
Well, the work you're doing out there is extremely important as well, Chris. And I salute you and Patriot Smoothie for putting in the time as well.
I'm restricted like nobody's business right now on Facebook, but thank goodness for Patriot Smoothies, and he's doing a great job. Getting those streams up, keeping the logistics going, and we're new to this. I'm just some guy. I'm a carpenter by trade. I never expected to be here. My business shut down a year before the convoy rolled up. I ended up in downtown Ottawa. It wasn't easy. I lived in a tiny, honestly, basically a rooming house. I've owned houses. I've had a business for 15 years. That business is now gone. And I was there. It came in around me, and it gave me hope. And I went out and I tried to share the truth then, and I'm still going to try to share the truth now. And I'm figuring out this whole thing as I go.
Yeah. Well, you touched on a lot of very important points, and I picked up on those same things during the first part of his testimony this morning, where he talked and used words like assaultive behavior.
Not actual assault.
No, not actual assault, but they use these words to manipulate public opinion.
We heard the same thing from acting or interim chief Bell, and when pressed by lawyer Brendan Miller, #Miller time, he admitted that he was not talking about assault under the criminal code. He's not talking about assault under Act 2 of the CSIS Act or whatever it was.
Yep.
He's talking about how people were feeling.
Right.
That people felt
Yep.
assaulted, and that's a very important distinction.
Huge, massive distinction. Everything that he said about these officers suffering can be said about the people on the freedom side. It was too cold and too much, he said, for the officers. Too cold and too much. What about the protesters who were out there 24/7 with some of them no place to go, right? No shelter in some cases.
In many cases have lost everything. It didn't just happen this took 2 years of abuse, of oppression, of stealing people's jobs, of the elderly dying, helpless and alone, and left to die there. It took mandate after mandate, removal of our right to freely travel, removal of our right to board planes, to leave the country. Some people could leave the country. The Prime Minister could hop on a jet whenever he wanted. And we're seeing a lot of stuff about his recent trips too now. It doesn't just happen suddenly. These truckers that started this protest or this movement, which was a true grassroots movement. We've heard testimony of that as well. It was a grassroots movement. It was supported financially by everyday Canadians. Something like 87% of donations were just from everyday Canadians. It wasn't foreign funded. It wasn't Putin. It wasn't Donald Trump or January 6th. It was grassroots Canadians.
Yep.
People who had lost everything and They came to the place that we're supposed to go. You know, we're a G7 country. We used to be the pillar of democracy and a place that people, you know, people were weary to put American patches on their bags, but they put Canadian patches on there. Yeah. And you know what's truly amazing is that through all this, now Canadian flags are being waved all over the world in about freedom. I'm not saying Canadians are fascists, let's wave their flag. They're waving the Canadian flag now in support of freedom.
Yeah. You know, the other thing I picked up on with Chief Sloly today was he referred to the protest and said that the police had, I'm paraphrasing, but that they had done a good job because they were able to deal with this with no serious injuries, no loss of life, no burning police cars, no damage to infrastructure. He went down. That's because the protesters were completely peaceful, not because the cops did anything special.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah. And he puts it out like, oh man, we must have done something amazing. No, what happened was that although pressured, although pushed beyond any reasonable measure, you know, when you have your literal fundamental human rights taken away, these charter rights are no joke. The right to freely move about your country, the right to free speech, the right to freely assemble. These things are no small matter and should never be taken away, except under the most extreme of circumstances. And that is the standard of the Emergencies Act. It's the War Measures Act, in other words. It's martial law. It's literal police moving in. They're pop smoke. They're beating female reporters in the street in front of Parliament. The backdrop was Parliament as they beat Alexa Lavoie with a stick and shot her with a 40mm gas grenade.
Yeah. While the Canadian national anthem was being played by the protesters.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And so there's a video too circulating. I got a lot. I don't have them up here in the thing, but I'll send them to you. There's a video of a person in a backpack. He gets grabbed by the police, pulled behind the line. So that's a surge, and that terminology was used throughout this testimony. Advance and whatever they call it.
Surge and contain.
Surge and contain, which means police line advances. We grab a guy. They pulled that guy behind the line, pulled him back, and he was beaten with the muzzle end of a carbine rifle as a row of 10 to 15 horse stood in behind.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about when we talk about the Emergencies Act. We're talking about, I saw smoke. So the police said that protesters popped smoke. No. Police popped white smoke. Wasn't tear gas. They popped white smoke, and then the column of police advanced through the smoke, beat a guy, and took him away.
That's right. It was all.
We also have video too of active or interim police chief Bell being confronted about the number of people that were taken away without charges, being told they're not being charged. So they were put in paddy wagons. Some of them were violently arrested. They were put down. They were zip tied. Some of them were hog tied, carried away, put in paddy wagons, which is a racist term for Irish people, by the way. They were put in these paddy wagons and driven out to locations inside Ottawa city limits, but in the far south of the city. There was multiple locations. And when acting Chief Bell was confronted about this, he pretended he didn't know what they were, but he knew the location.
Yeah.
When asked if there was a phone there was no phone at this location. It was an empty parking lot where they were bringing towed and beat up trucks and people, not just shitty everyday men like myself, horrible misogynists, veterans. Chris Deering was put in the back of a paddy wagon. He was wounded in Afghanistan, I believe Afghanistan. I mean, the people that were wounded in that attack, they died. He's got a shrapnel wound in his leg. He was wearing his medals on his chest. He identified himself as a wounded veteran, and he got kicked in his wound. He got put in a paddy wagon, and he got taken away. He wasn't charged with a crime.
Yeah.
Like, I get emotional about this a little bit, but like, man, people don't understand that this stuff happened even. A lot of people.
Yeah, and the inquiry is far too sanitized for this stuff to come out, and they're just not highlighting any of what you just talked about at all. It's just not being talked about, really. I mean, it is, but then the cops come in and they kind of dance around it. You know, that I think what was the name of the officer who said about the protester being beaten with the gun? He couldn't see well enough to know what was really going on.
I could clearly see that Ottawa Police Service advanced on a group of people, grabbed one guy. He was pulled behind the lines. He was brought back well behind the lines. A column of heavy war horses were behind. And then he was not beaten by the butt end of a rifle. You could see the butt end of that rifle, the L, up in the air clearly, as he was jabbed repeatedly, smashed repeatedly in the abdomen, perhaps. It doesn't matter where you're hit. So a butt end of a rifle can be fatal. If I were to come at you and butt end you with a rifle, I would probably be charged with attempted murder.
Yeah.
You could quite easily die. If you apply that same force through this amount of area, you can rupture organs, you can break ribs, you could break a bone, you could break a skull.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting too, you know, they let everyone talk all day, right? So we have the former chief crying, we have some sound bites that will circulate for 2 days. And on Monday, when far less people are paying attention, we'll get some cross-examination.
Yeah. I'm honestly disgusted.
Yeah.
With what I saw today.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that to happen. I thought he would come on and say things that would make me empathize with him a little bit. You know, I thought maybe he's the guy who stepped aside because he didn't want to follow through with all this stuff. But
No, it
that's
turns
not the
out
story we got at all.
no, and that's not the story we had before he testified either. He's a hard liner. He might talk about caring about people, but he does not care about these people.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about the wrong oppressed group.
Yep. Well, listen, Chris, I know it's been a long week and a long day, so we'll let you go. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You know, looking forward to continuing to work with you, and the work you're doing down there is critical. So yeah.
Thank you. I'd say the same thing exactly about what you're doing, and it's a pleasure to come on. I will talk to you next week, I hope.
All right, and you know what? I'm going to knight you too, Sir Chris.
There we go.
Sir Chris.
Boom.
And here's your video.
Thank you so much,
Sir Chris.
Thank you,
Chris. Daisy Media, check them out online. Facebook, right, is mainly where you guys are streaming.
Daisy Chris on Facebook. I'm restricted there, but you can still find me if you look.
Okay, Daisy Chris on Facebook. Thank you, Chris.
Daisy Media everywhere else. Thank you.
Talk to you again next week. And he is now Sir Chris.
We, the Maverick family, do hereby dub thee an official Maverick Knight, freedom fighter extraordinaire. May your courage and devotion to freedom and truth become a shining example to the people of our world and the Maverick universe. Maverick News. The world is watching.
There you go.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sir
Have a
Chris.
great night. Yeah.
You too. Okay, Chris is gone. You are still here. We're going to go back to the phones. That was fun. Okay, hang on a second here. We'll run a little promo while I get the phones back online. And huge thank you to Chris Stacey, and make sure you check him out online. Daisy Media on Facebook. We'll be right back after this.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, I'm back and I'm with you. And we have our first caller in this section. Hello, how are you tonight? Who do we have on the line?
Is that me?
Yes, it is. It's you.
Oh, it's me, Maddie.
Maddie, how are you?
Good. How's yourself?
I'm okay. You go ahead. You've got the floor.
Okay. It's my first time calling, but I had to call you. First of all, let you know that I'm really glad you're on the line. I listen to a lot of stuff and I kind of stumbled across you and I'm really happy I did. So I just want to say, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the truth, this is my thing. So the truth is not coming out in the inquiry yet, but it's sure coming out somewhere else, and I'll tell you about that in a few seconds. But I just wanted to, what did I want to say? Okay. So the people in the convoy, I think the government wanted them to be as aggressive as possible and cause as much shit as possible. So that way they could, justify the War Measures Act, right?
Yep.
I think they wanted a replay of the insurrection that was in July 6th in the States.
Yep.
And if the protesters were chaotic and disruptive, what better way to justify the War Measures Act, right?
Yep. And to just have a political demon that they can blame everything on as well. Yeah.
100%. But the funny thing is, the protesters weren't, and that causes a problem for the government. Now they're going to have to be held accountable for what they did. There's no two ways about it. It's coming out. It's slowly, but you can't hide the truth, right? Eventually the truth comes out, right?
Well, I hope so.
Yes. So there's a big sideshow going on. I don't know if you know about it or not, but there's a committee going on. It's a committee of the Declaration of Emergency Act. And just 1 second, I wrote a few things down. Oh, yeah. So the stuff that's going on over there is wide open, and people are definitely being held accountable for what's going on that side of the house. So today or yesterday, they interviewed Mayor Watson and councillors, and they grilled them till they didn't have a leg to stand on. Like, I'll tell you how to get there in a second. I'll just give me 2 seconds, and I'll definitely.
I'd rather watch that.
So, you have no idea. This guy is so good. Actually, you might even know who it is because he was at the convoys and he recorded everything. He was right in the convoy filming the whole 9 yards, right? He's just a little guy, but a lot of good, solid information. So one of the big bombshells that came out yesterday, he interviewed, not he, but this council interviewed, what's his name? Catalakis? Is that how you say it?
Yeah. Okay. Kanalakis.
Yeah. So they had 4 of them, the mayor and some councillors, and the committee grilled them to no end. So one of the big bombshells that came out, that of course you're not hearing on this side of the house, is so the federal government, he said, would not even they wouldn't call out the military, they wouldn't call out the military special forces or consider any other option to clear out the protesters. And I say protesters very lightly, like I'm 100% behind, listen, I'm 100% behind everything.
Yeah.
But so he said, straight up,
the federal government wanted to bring the War Measures Act in. Bottom line, and everybody's jaw just dropped. So, like I said, what you're seeing on this side is definitely not what's, there's stuff coming out that's wide open. So what else did he say? Oh, yeah, he said they wouldn't consider any other tools other than the War Measures Act. That's the bottom line. So this guy that was in the convoy, and so his name is.
I'm confused. Like, what is this a formal committee, or is it like some?
Yeah.
Like, where is this happening? Where do you see this?
So it's so I just get it from this guy. So this guy. Actually, I was going to do research on that and find out for you exactly where the committee is. Like, it's wide open. You can watch it. I've watched it wide open, but I can't remember
What's the name of this thing?
It's called. Now, one second. Yes, but I wrote down a few things so I wouldn't forget. It's called the. Where'd you go? It's called Committee on Declaration of Emergencies Act. But they're doing committees on a lot of stuff, like the Nova Scotia shootings. Like it's a whole roundtable of a lot of people, right?
So is this happening in Parliament, or is it just a citizen that's doing this? Or I don't understand.
No, it's Parliament. I would say it's in Ottawa somewhere, but like I said, man, I'm on the East Coast. I don't know. I just listen to a lot of stuff and watch a lot of stuff for the past years, right? And like I said, man, you would never believe the stuff. Like I said, man, these guys don't hold anything back. They are grilling these people like no tomorrow. But the thing is, you don't get to see that on mainstream media, or you don't get to see that on, on the news, because they hide all the stuff, the fact stuff, right?
Because I know that they went through this process some time ago. Is this new and it's happening right now, or is this from months ago?
No, this guy has stuff on there from, like I said, from the Nova Scotia mass shootings, and this is all connected, man. So he has everything there. So this is just yesterday, because I just checked. It was 18 hours ago or whatever, right? And I just happened to check into this channel, and it's like, wow, there you go. There's Mayor Watson. But I'll tell you, it's not like, what we're watching here. It's like they are grilling him. Like, they're not even giving him 2 seconds to answer. It's like, no, we're going to tell you. And they're just, you have to go see this guy. Anyway, I just want to tell you one more thing. I'm
looking at this, and the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of the Emergencies Act, that was back in August. August. I think what you're probably watching is, and I'll have to look at this. I'll get the facts on it, and we'll share them here. And maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I suspect what you're watching is these things from back in August, these hearings through this committee, and then there was also stuff that happened in the Senate. You're probably watching a live streamer who is pulling these old clips and just doing narratives around them, but it's not actually stuff that's happening right now. It's from earlier in the process. That's what I think you're watching.
You could be right, but this guy, and actually the show is, or it's on YouTube. It's called This Guy's Garage.
Yeah, see, that's what it is. He's just a streamer, and he's pulling old clips, and he's just talking about this stuff, and it might look like it's happening now, but it isn't. It happened.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't.
He might pull
now.
current clips too, but yesterday. I understand. I totally get it.
I say. But I've watched the committee live, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, because the stuff is still up, but it's not actually live.
It's not live.
Not live. It's
I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. So it was They were grilling him though on
Oh yeah, there were
you
some,
know, on the
there was some
protest
heavy
and
duty
stuff,
stuff
right?
that happened back in the summer, because the the conservatives were trying to hammer down on the liberals, use this as a
Yeah,
political tool, right? So that's the other
yeah,
thing that gives me a little bit of hope, is that as the cracks form in the storyline from the government, you're going to have the conservatives and the liberals opposition, the official opposition, trying to take advantage of this to hold the government accountable on that side,
yeah.
and hopefully they do. But we'll see.
Well,
I just don't know.
yeah, like you say, man, it's got to break. Like there's no way all this stuff can be hidden, and I mean, like it's just so much, right? It's like a spider with a million tentacles, right? And each tentacle has different, different facets to it, right?
Yep.
But there's like I'll have to double check. Sorry about that. Like if it's in
okay.
June or July, but I seen it was like
August.
17 hours ago. It's like holy shoot, like that's
Yep.
crazy, right?
Yeah, no, it was.
But
It was.
there's
I'm
another
sure that's
guy.
what I'm pretty sure that's what you're watching. So, and it's
Oh,
okay.
okay,
Yeah,
my
that's cool.
bad. Sorry
Still,
about that.
that's all right.
This stuff I've never seen it before. But there's another guy, and he's called the Little Gray Cell, and he's been covering. Like I said, I'm on the East Coast. He's been covering the mass shootings down here, but his dad or his grandfather was a lawyer, and I don't mean cover it. I mean he's broken things wide open, like just wide open, like it's so connected, it's unbelievable, right? But
No, I understand.
yeah, like you say, man, it's just crazy, right?
Yep.
But like I say, man, I think, listen, my last thing is like, we can't go through it, or can't go around it, can't go under it, can't go over it. We got to go through it, and everybody's got to go through it to get to the other side. And hopefully, with channels like your own, people wake up and say, "Wow, my family thinks I've lost my mind 10 times over." Right? They're still, you're crazy. But like you say, man, the truth has got to come out, one way or the other for
Yeah,
sure.
well, you're in good company over here, because everybody here is crazy. So welcome to the club.
Yeah. Well, that's what I say. I'm in good company with millions and millions of people around the world that are wide awake for years. Like, hey, we're not on this earth for no reason. And like you say, man, I really think it's to inform and help people see what the heck's been going on throughout history, not just since COVID, right? Throughout history, this has been going on, and hopefully, people stand up and say, "Hey, listen, it's not right, and we got to do something for it," right? But this is their home, like it's their home, man. I'm ex-military. It's like there's nothing. People don't even understand. It's like freedom, how important that word is. My sister says, "You're crazy. It's freedom." It's like it's no big deal. It's like, yeah, it's no big deal, all right. So somebody tries to take it, and then it's like, hey, how did that happen, right? So. I just hope, man, with channels like yours, that people tap in and say, hey, what the heck, right? Wake up a little bit at a time, right?
Thank you very much. We're going to move on. We've got a call stacked up here, but I
Sounds
appreciate
good.
the call.
Thanks a million. I appreciate it. Thanks a million, Rick. Have a
Thank
great
you.
night.
All right, you too. Take care.
Bye.
All right, we've got Rose up next. Hello, Rose.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, since we're following every day with you, Rick.
Yes.
Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations on hitting your 20K subscribers.
Big D phoned me and told me that
that
happened, and I have to say thank you to everyone, because I appreciate the subscription drive that took place today among the Maverick family, and that pushed us over the 20,000 threshold. And that shows YouTube a thing or two, because every time we get to a threshold like that, they start to unsubscribe people, so we can't reach it until we get a surge, and then we push over and they can't do anything about it. So thank you to everybody for doing
certainly
that.
surging.
That's awesome.
We're certainly surging, and not slowly way, because he keeps calling it a surge. But anyhow, the reason why I was calling was in reference to that article that you put up with CTV, and you were saying you don't know where they get that information. I don't know if you recall if it was a day or two ago when the cross-examination was happening with counsel for the country of Canada, apparently. She had referenced an intelligence agency out of California.
Oh, that
and
private
police
company, that
officer
documents.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So perhaps they're not looking at the Hendon report from the OPP, because Morris did a fabulous job, I believe, on day one. And I believe what they're referencing and feeding to the media is their other intelligence, the federal government, I'm thinking, that's what they're referencing in the news with CTV. I'm not sure, but
you know what? You've
that's
touched on
why
something.
I
Now you've really set off alarm bells for me, because you see, I would not be surprised at all if we were to dig into something like that some of these companies probably receive government funding, and then the intelligence that you get isn't really clean. It's skewed.
That's right.
And then it gets
Well, they
injected
tried
into
to
a
brush it off
process like
by-
this, and it helps them spin up a narrative to achieve a political goal. That's what that crap is.
That's
It's the
right.
same with the
They're
Canadian
saving-
98 network. It's the same with these polling companies. That's the way these things work, and the public does not understand this. That is the dirty side of the information war.
That's right. And in regards to this, so many plans, I believe, if we heard it today correctly, there was 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, right? And had no idea that was coming down on the 14th. I find that very difficult to believe. From what you've been saying and from what other fellow Mavericks have been saying, and from the beginning, I mean, he was speaking disparagingly about Canadians before they even entered Ottawa. And we went to Ottawa too, not on the first weekend, but on the second. And what they're not saying is that it's Canadians from all walks of life that have made it there to Ottawa. It's, being proud Canadians, it didn't matter where you were from, but you just felt like you were drawn to have to go and attend that. I was so proud of everybody. Thank you very much, Laurie Spencer, and thank you very much, Rick. Very much appreciate everything you do, and all the Mavericks throughout the day. We have wonderful chats.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rose. And speaking of Laurie,
thank you.
She's next up. She's on the line.
Hey,
Alrighty,
I heard
Laurie.
Rose. Hi, Rose.
Yes. Hi.
It's late tonight.
It's a party line. This shows how old I am.
Yeah, I'm Rosemary. Laurie, I'm Rosemary Longtarek-Spatero, the one that
Okay, yeah,
goes with
you're
you.
Rosemary.
Okay, yeah, I am. But I
So
went
nice to get to this
undercover
talk.
with Rose.
It is
Thank
so
you
nice
so
to
much.
talk to you.
All right,
Wonderful
you guys
call.
take care. I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much.
Take
Have a
care.
great evening.
You too. See ya.
You too,
Thank
Rose.
you.
You see how old I am, Laurie? I called it a
know.
party line. You know what a party line is?
I remember party lines. Yeah, we had them when I was a kid.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm so freaking old.
I haven't done that in about 40 years, though. That was cool. I got to talk to you, and I got to talk to Rose.
Yeah. You know, you do know what I mean by a party line. Maybe you think that's the other kind of party line. A party line was like, it was like a line that, like a phone line that multiple neighbors would share. And sometimes you would pick up your phone and you'd hear your neighbor on it, right? Because you all had like one phone line on your street, sort of thing.
Yeah, and you could listen into your neighbor's conversations.
Talk
Wanted
about
to.
tapping the phone lines.
Yeah, exactly. You knew everything your neighbor was up to.
They were
Well,
just
let's
getting rid of
try to
those
get
when
this
I was,
off.
very young. Like I was just a real youngling. But yeah, I'm just on the edge of that era, which shows just how ancient I really am. So
Yeah,
what are you thinking about tonight?
Well, mainly I just wanted to call and congratulate you on 20,000 subscribers. Woohoo! That is so great.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Rick. This channel deserves at least 200,000 subscribers, but we're on our way.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, that's because of, Big D called and he said that he put the word out and then everybody sprang into action and they went out and recruited more subscribers. So thank you, everybody. That was awesome. Yeah.
Power to the people.
Yes. That's
we can do it.
That's right.
We can do it. So in honor of the occasion, I think you deserve a knighthood.
Oh.
And since anybody can be a queen these days, right? Canada has a couple of queens. You got Queen Trudeau or whatever her name is. So I'm going to proclaim myself the new Queen of Canada for 5 minutes so that I can give you a knighthood.
All right. Well, here we go. All right.
As your queen, I proclaim you are a knight. You just woke up.
We, the Maverick family, do hereby dub
Make
thee
that
an
man a
official
knight.
Maverick Knight, freedom
going to
fighter
touch you with
extraordinaire.
Excalibur.
May your courage
your
and
shoulders.
devotion
Top of
to
your
freedom and truth become a shining example to the people of our world and the Maverick universe. Maverick News.
Oh, okay.
The world is watching.
I love it.
Yeah, they can hear you now. I don't know if they could hear you before or not. Well, thank you.
Are you going to wear your suit of arms tomorrow? Are you going to show up in your suit of arms for Halloween?
My suit of armor? I don't know. I don't really have one.
We'll have to get you a proper coat of arms now.
Well,
I'd like to see you do all that in a coat of arms.
Well, these days, knights are people like Paul McCartney, right? So,
Yeah.
I think of all the people who have been knighted of late, and it's usually like celebrities and the like. But
Right.
no, we only knight freedom fighters around here. So.
Yeah, you're probably not woke enough to get a proper knighthood from King Charles, but
Yeah, not these days.
but
Yes.
you definitely are our knight. You're Sir Rick now.
Well, thank you.
Mav-
Thank you. Yes.
I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you your thoughts about Chief Sloly today. What you thought of his testimony?
Well, I guess you missed my Rick rant this morning.
I did.
Yeah, I
Did you have a good one?
Oh, yeah. It isn't just what he's saying, it's what he's not saying. It's reading, the information for what it really is. I just went down the list of all the stuff. He cried this morning because of the way his officers were treated in the media. Oh, yes, they were so misunderstood and there was so much disinformation and misinformation. I'm reading the list of the notes that I made from this morning. Yeah, he cried because his officers, it was too cold and it was too much for them. There was too much disinformation in the media for his officers. It was crushing to morale, he said. It was crushing to everyone. It was unrelenting, 24 hours a day. He went on, public trust and confidence was shattered. They were doing their very, very best, but the truckers and the protesters, they were engaging in assaultive behavior, and they had to keep responding to reports of hate. And yeah, and then I started to listen to that, and I thought, you know what? He's so full of crap. He's so full of it. All these things can actually be attributed to the freedom fighters. Too much disinformation and misinformation, smeared as Nazis, smeared as fascists, smeared as Islamophobic, smeared as misogynistic, and the list of insults went on and on and on. Lied about.
They've been smeared as, yeah, that's right. They've been smeared as yard troopers too.
Yep. And violent. When we then find out that when they're using the word violence, they're really just talking about how people were feeling that there really was no actual violence. Right? It was crushing to everyone that lost their jobs, their livelihoods, people who had to take an injection that they didn't want, or if they didn't, they couldn't get on a plane or a train. And yet you've got a police chief who was in charge at the time, who was hired to deal with systemic racism, in response to, I guess, a history of discrimination against a certain group of people and or various groups of people. And yet he's got discrimination right in front of his face and can't acknowledge it or have any compassion at all for the people who are down there frozen to the bone in minus 35-degree weather. Didn't care about them. Didn't care about them. Oh, but he cried for his officers who had, got to take breaks and they had to take time off to sleep. Give me a freaking break.
It is kind of shocking when you tell me that a police officer cried on live television, because it's just kind of unbelievable. But the word that always comes to mind, and as I watch Sloly testify, one word comes to mind, and that's weak. He was a weak police chief in that he caved to all this pressure, and he was under a lot of pressure from the local Ottawa residents who didn't like the noise, and from the Liberals on the city council and the mayor and the press and everyone saying, do something about these damn truckers. And, he didn't stand up for the truckers' rights, and they have rights too.
Yep.
And instead he caved to that pressure. And I think you and I, all of us, had high hopes that today he would come in and testify truthfully, like Superintendent Morris did last week.
Yep.
And instead, once again, he caved. And I know he's probably under incredible pressure now, as to how he testifies. But once again, he proved himself weak, and he cried on the stand. I mean, that's pretty weak.
Unbelievable. Just, he cried. He freaking cried.
If you can find the little video of that, I missed it earlier, but if you can find a clip, I got to see that.
Yeah, I didn't highlight it. I do try to record things through the day, but it was early on this morning. I can maybe try and cue it up before I sign off, but he cried. He wiped away his tear, and I thought, are you freaking kidding me?
Wow.
Come
well,
on.
I catch up, I work during the day, so I missed the live stream of the hearings, and I catch up in the overnight hours because I'm a night owl. And I just wanted to thank you very much for the late night live stream you did last night, where you did a replay of the day's hearings.
Yeah.
For those of us who missed it, anybody out there who works a day job, you know what I'm talking about. You only get to catch up later. That was really cool that you kept that going all night.
Yeah, well, I know some people can't see it at certain times, and it was kind of crazy because it's like it was a 12-hour show yesterday. So I started it actually about an hour or two after we were off, and then it was still running this morning when we were still on live. So I'm sorry if that distracted people or got people misdirected when the live stuff actually happened, started rolling again. But we're doing so much right now that I don't even need to put it on a loop to make it 24 hours a day. It's on all the time, 24/7.
I wondered when I was watching the live replay last night if you were getting calls to the phone system in the middle of the night. The call-ins, people might have thought they were live, right?
Right, I never
so they're
thought
calling
of that.
Yeah, I thought, well, maybe somebody at 3 a.m. calling Rick on the phone wanting to talk to him.
Never thought of that. I hadn't thought of that. I better put something on the screen so people understand that it's recorded.
Yeah.
I do a thing at the beginning of the broadcast, but oh man, yeah.
Maybe put one of those little red bars over the screen, this is pre-recorded.
Yeah.
But I wondered if you were getting calls at 3 a.m. Hopefully you were sound asleep, knocked out, you sleeping like a log and didn't hear the phone ring.
I got a little sleep last night. I'll tell you though, this stuff, there's so much through the day. This stuff just echoes in my head now. 12 days of this, and I'm listening to it constantly. It's like nonstop. I don't get to take a break because as soon as they go on a break, I come on here. Then I'm back listening to it again. Even if I go out, I've got it in my ear. Constant. Constant. And then I'm trying to absorb the news of the day as well, in case we need to talk about the news. It's actually kind of screwing with my head.
Well, I bet it is, but I wanted to thank you for your coverage because I think you as a journalist are probably paying much closer attention to these hearings and following these hearings, every word that's said, closer than any mainstream media journalist, anybody with CTV, anybody with Global, anybody with the CBC. You know they're not watching these hearings all day. I seriously doubt it. They're probably catching a few highlights that, you know, express their side. And I've been watching the media coverage in the Western media about your hearings up there. And I've also been watching a lot of RT lately because there's so much going on in Russia.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting? The Russian media, at least on RT, they're giving these Emergencies Act hearings excellent coverage.
Yeah.
I saw about it. I saw about it. Did you see that? It was about a 7-minute segment this morning on RT.
No,
Live.
I didn't see it. Didn't see it. But
Yeah, they're
I have to say, you know, anything I've seen off RT it is, generally speaking, old school journalism. That's what it is. I find it to be very balanced.
I do too. I think they do excellent work at RT. And that's why they're banned on YouTube, right? I mean, but you know, before they got banned, if you remember back in January and February, RT was giving the Convoy great coverage.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were very fair to the Convoy. And I honestly thought RT's coverage of the Convoy was better than anything I've seen in the American press and certainly in the Canadian press on these hearings that are going on.
Yeah, I
It was
agree.
really refreshing to see that. Speaking of RT, I don't know if you had a chance because you were on the air yesterday. You probably missed Vladimir Putin at the Valdai Discussion Club.
Yep. Yeah.
Boy, that was something else.
I have that clip because you sent that to me, and I did review it so that I could find the spot on it. I don't know. Do I have it queued up on this computer? No, I don't. But I'm going to get that for people because it is important. And
wasn't that something else? I mean, first of all, he makes about an hour-long speech, and then he sits down and he takes 4 hours of questions from the audience, and it was unscripted, and they weren't screening who gets to ask him a question. You know, like when we see our politicians over here in the West, Trudeau, Biden, when they do town hall meetings, the callers, or rather the people who get to ask questions, you know, they're pre-screened. I think a lot of their questions are pre-written for them. And the answers are also very scripted and controlled. And if you have a hard question to ask a politician, you don't get to ask it at a televised town hall. They screen you out, right?
Yep.
And if you do ask them a hard question, you get thrown out or you get shouted down by people in the audience who tell you to shut up. Like everybody's seen that viral clip of AOC recently getting confronted over her support for the war.
Yep.
You know, she keeps voting to send more and more money to Ukraine, and yet supposedly she's anti-war. She was one of those 30 Democrats this week that sent a letter to the president. You know, these so-called progressives sent a letter to President Biden asking him to negotiate peace with Russia, and then immediately the next day, after getting some calls probably from Nancy Pelosi, Mama Bear, they backed off of that. They put out a correction. They retracted their letter and they swore their allegiance to the military-industrial complex, you know, and they'll continue to send money to Ukraine. And they blamed their staff. They blamed the staff. Can you believe that?
Well, tell you what, you hang on the line. I've got that clip of Vladimir right here. And I also have another clip of Ilhan Omar also being confronted because of her stance on the war. We can run that afterward. But so let me just get this set up here. Here we go. So stay on the line. In fact, you know what? Hang on. I'm going to do this different. I'm going to actually do this different so you can stay engaged. Let me bring you back up here. You're off the screen right now, but I'm going to put you back on, and then I'm going to do it this way. So do that, and then here we go. Now Putin is on there with you so that you're both on the screen together. And I'll roll the clip of Putin being asked the question by this courageous Canadian. Here we go.
Mr. President, I come from Canada, a NATO country, whose future Prime Minister's grandfather was a banderista. We've heard the worldwide opposition to the stance of NATO and the many voices that exist in the global south. Those voices also exist in the north. They also exist in the collective west. Why don't we hear them? Because they are suppressed. Just look at what happened to Julian Assange. The media, the political elites, the academic elites have mounted an unprecedented campaign, which is racist and Russophobic, which intimidates people to prevent them expressing the full extent of their disagreement with what their governments are doing. And so you do not see here the full extent of the opposition that exists in Europe, in Canada, in the United Kingdom. You don't see it. What can we do to build relations between those in the collective West that are fighting what their governments are trying to do, and the support that exists in the global South and in Russia for Russia's courageous actions and position in world politics?
Мне кажется, что никто не должен ничем жертвовать.
No one should sacrifice anything as far as their national interests go. You have to fight for your national interests.
И мы будем работать с вами в унисон.
And we will work in harmony with you, in sync, as it were. Certain we do not know in detail how the political fight is unfolding in the collective West. Something you've just said, you know far better than I do what's happening over there.
Почти на уровне спецслужб работы с оппозицией у нас могут быть как Запад в отношении нас, в отношении нашей оппозиции.
As far as our opposition goes, special services are working with it. You know how the West is acting. Hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, are spent by different channels to support opposition in our country. They're coming up with different ways of sending these resources over, and we find it hard to keep track and keep up. But we're not doing anything like that. But be that as it may, as I said in my speech, our very position on the fundamental issues of development, of international relations in particular, of development of society, we believe this position is attractive to a large number of people, not just in the West, but across the world. We know there are many supporters, many proponents over in the Western countries. And based on these proponents and supporters, we will build further our relations with the collective West. And to you, I would like to wish you every success in your fight for your national interests. I think this will be sufficient for us to be able to build good relations with Russia.
Ну что ж, я думаю,
Well,
давайте последнее слово
let's give
за мной, и я
me the last word. I would like to ask to raise your hand. Well, anyone who is there, raise your hand and I'll answer your question. Gabashtiat, please. Good evening, Mr. President. At the beginning of our conversation, you said a lot about the special military operation. You spoke about the goals, your assessment of the situation. My question is as follows. On February the 24th, did you think that after 8 months, the operation would still be there, not just still continuing, but even getting worse? Now, many people in the world are scared that a third world war could erupt. And you know, one of my favorite cities on the post-Soviet territory is Odessa. Give me a piece of advice. If I want to go there, say next summer, or maybe in 2 years, well, do not tarry. Go there as soon as possible. Oh, that's a joke. Okay. In 2 years, maybe. And what visa should I apply for? Ukrainian or Russian? If I wanted to go there. You know, Odessa is truly one of the world's most beautiful cities, as is known.
No, something happened.
Oh, that art
In our relations. Reluctant, you know, to bring down the monument to the founder of the city. Odessa can be an apple of discord, or it can be a symbol of conflict resolution. It can serve as a symbol of a solution that can be found to everything that is currently unfolding, but it's not up to us. On many occasions we said that we are open to negotiations. And when I spoke at the Kremlin just some time ago, I said that publicly once again. But the current leaders of the Kyiv regime have decided not to pursue talks with Russia. There are many, but you know, there are those who have this final say in Washington, and it's very easy for them, you know, to solve this issue. They need to give the proper signal to Kyiv for them to change their position to seek a peaceful solution, and that'll do it. As for your possible voyage to Odessa, jokes aside, I recommend you should go there. It's a good, beautiful city with beautiful traditions and history. It's worth seeing and admiring. Well, when I last was in Odessa, it didn't give me the best impression. You know, the utility sector back then was in disarray. You could see it, judging by the facades of the buildings. It was better at the center, but should you take a step outside the center, it was not as presentable, but still, Odessa is worth looking at. And the last question, yeah. Carlos Ron, Venezuela, we cannot do without it. Well, we would like to give the last question to someone from Russia.
Mr. President, well, greetings from Venezuela, from President Nicolas Maduro, your friend. You know, right now, about 30% of countries around the world are under some kind of illegal sanctions from the United States. You mentioned defending the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Last month, the group of friends in defense of the Charter met in New York, and one of the issues they addressed was contributing to create a zone free of illegal sanctions where business can
30% of the countries around the world are under some sort of sanction from the U.S. Jesus.
It's true.
And if you have a message also for the people of Venezuela. Thank you.
So much for free trade.
Россия
Or the other capitalists.
You see?
Противодействуя тем санкциям,
Russia counters sanctions that have been imposed on us. And through these very actions, Russia creates a certain space of freedom to free you of fear of sanctions pressure, to make it possible to develop ties between different regions and different countries. No specific decisions are required in that regard. The very example we give, I think, is very instructive. A colleague of yours has just asked me what signal we can send to the citizens of the West. I told him about these signals, and I also spoke about the errors committed by the leadership of the West in the global economy and global finance, in energy, in food. A testimony to that You know, there are sanctions introduced against Venezuela, whereas Venezuela is one of the biggest world oil producers, well, until recently. Iran faces sanctions. Russia is also under sanctions. There is a threat of sanctions against Saudi Arabia currently. There are also plans to introduce an oil and gas price cap for Russian oil and gas. At each and every step, they commit mistakes that result in most grave consequences for the countries that introduce sanctions at the very beginning, and then they're trying to find someone to blame, even though they're the ones at the origin of these consequences. But all that notwithstanding, Venezuela is still developing. Yes, there are problems, but Venezuela is overcoming them. Look at sanctions against Russia. When they were introduced, our economy was expected to collapse. And we spoke about that at the beginning of our today's meeting. The blitz against the Russian economy failed. As you can see, our inflation rate is going to be 12% by the end of the year, more or less. And there is a downward trend. In the first quarter of next year, our experts project inflation to stand at around 5%, whereas European developed nations are facing 17%, in the Netherlands 21, 23%, in some other countries, so it's twice as high as here. Our employment rate is 3.8%. It's slower during the pandemic. Before the pandemic, it was 4.7%. The budget deficit next year is projected to be 2%, then 1.4%, and in a year, 0.7%. And it's almost in all Eurozone nations, it's higher. Our public debt is several, by magnitudes, it's smaller than in the US or in the European countries. Yes, this year, our economy is projected to contract by 2.9, 2.8%. Yes, it's going to contract. But the industrial output and the manufacturing will stay at the same level. The construction sector has grown by 5% during the first 8 months of this year.
You know what? He talks like a conservative. He really does. He's sitting there talking about the economy the way a conservative would. Anyway, I'm gonna pull out of this. Do you want to see that Ilhan Omar clip?
I sure would if you got it handy.
Okay, here we go.
I haven't seen that one. Is it Jose Vega again?
I only watched a short amount of it because I haven't had a lot of time. So I don't know all the context. I just know that it's somebody shouting at her about the war. And I think she dismisses this person as a propagandist. Yeah. Oh, hang on a sec. I accidentally took you off. I took you off the screen. Hang on. Let me bring you back up. I screwed up because I did it backwards for this. Okay, there you go. Now, here's what I need to do. All right, you're back.
Can you hear me now?
They can hear you now.
Okay. I was just going to tell you guys, there's a gentleman named Jose Vega. I think he's in New York State. And what he does, he makes these viral videos. He goes around to different politicians, congressmen, senators, town hall meetings, usually when they're campaigning, right, for the midterms. And they've got a room full of people and media there.
Oh,
and he confronts them.
Hang on. Oh yeah, you're still there. Okay, keep going.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Anyway, he confronts them about their support for the war and why they keep voting to send more money to Ukraine and more weapons to Ukraine. And he calls them out, and he usually brings some people with him. His movement's growing, so usually he'll show up with a whole bunch of people. And so once the crowd shouts him down or the police drag him out, then somebody else in another part of the room stands up and they start spouting off about the war to the politicians. So it's a really cool way to do that protest, to have several people in different seats, different areas of the auditorium, so that when one gets shouted down and arrested, then others pop up and more pop up.
See, if they did that in Canada, really cool. Trudeau would declare martial law and roll out the War Measures Act, eh? So,
yeah,
got to be careful. All right. Well, here, you listen to this and you tell me if this is the guy.
You are
Okay, yeah,
supposed to
let's
be a
do it.
progressive Democrat, anti-war. Anti-war. 80 billion to Ukraine is not anti-war. Ukraine is killing its own citizens in the Donbass.
We are helping little children like me that have been out of war. So unless you have not been paying attention to what is happening, there are millions of Ukrainians that have been displaced. There are piles of bodies that are being found in mass graves. There are little children whose lives are being lost.
By Zelensky!
Here.
Yeah, by Zelensky in the Donbass.
But unless you are someone like me that has been that child, you do not get to tell me what my votes mean and how I get to vote in supporting people who desperately need
Listen to all those Democrats sitting there cheering for war.
Yeah.
Wow. It amazes me when you see these videos, and I think that is Jose Vega. When you see them, it's astonishing how brainwashed the crowd is. You know, they just support the politician no matter what, even if that means World War III. Yay! World War III! Awesome.
Yeah. It's very discouraging because I don't know how you get through to people. And
Well, yeah, well, it's like that question that the Canadian asked Putin. How, you know, there is support in the West for Russia, but we're not getting the information we need. You know, when they ban RT, when they ban all Russian media, when they silence all journalists who are trying to tell the other side of the story, and still, what do we do about it? How do we get that information out there? Well, we're doing it right now.
Yeah.
We're talking about it right here on Maverick News, and we're showing you Putin's own words. And there's a video out there. You can find the video. It hasn't been completely censored, of Putin's 5-hour forum yesterday in Moscow. I recommend it to everyone. I didn't think I could sit and watch anything for 5 hours, right? One politician talking for 5 hours sounds like torture.
well, you know what I can do is I don't dare put that up on YouTube, but I can stream that to Rumble. So I'll do
Ooh,
that.
that would be great.
Yeah, I'll put that up on our Rumble
Oh,
channel.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's a great idea. Could you imagine Joe Biden sitting anywhere for 5 hours and making a 1-hour speech and then taking 4 hours of unscripted questions? Really?
Unbelievable.
You're never going to see that. You're never going to see Justin Trudeau do that.
No.
You're never going to see Joe Biden do that, or whoever the Prime Minister of the Month is in England right now. I mean, they just, our Western leaders, they don't talk to us like that. And one more thing I wanted to point out about the Putin forum yesterday.
Mhm.
Have you noticed the ethnic diversity of the audience?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here in the West, we talk a big woke liberal game about, you know, diversity and inclusion and all that kind of stuff. But when you look at the people who are running the Western world, look at the G7 meeting this year, right? That was in Germany at the old Nazi resort, Schloss-Elmau, famous old resort for Nazi officers in the Alps. That's where the G7 met, was at a former Nazi resort. And go to Google and look up the group photo that they take every year of all the world leaders at G7. With the exception of one, the Japanese guy, everybody there is white as a ghost. It's the whitest group of people you've ever seen.
Yeah.
White, white, white. So white you got to put on sunglasses. Their skin is so white. Then, by comparison, then compare that to the group photo that they took at the BRICS conference, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's everybody there is a different color. Everybody there is a different nationality, representing the whole world, not just the Western world, the European, white European world, the whole world. We forget sometimes there's a big world out there. Yeah. And when you look, every time Putin does this, he does these forums all the time. Like every few months, he's out doing a 5-hour Q&A, what they call a plenary session. And he'll just take questions. And these are always attended by such a diverse group of people representing all countries of the world. And at yesterday's forum, he took questions literally about every country of the world from a representative of that country. And Canada was there too, that one brave Canadian who stood up and asked that wonderful question. And if you or I, and he called out Deputy PM Breland's granddad for being a Nazi. Did you catch that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's important because so many people out there in the world outside of Canada, they don't know anything about Freeland.
Yeah.
They don't know her granddad is a Nazi.
Yeah.
So that's a forum that a lot of people watch who would never know that. And when he said that, I bet you a lot of people around the world sat up and went, what?
Yeah.
The Deputy Prime Minister of Canada is the granddaughter of a Nazi? Wow.
Yeah.
So kudos to that Canadian. If you or
we had their pictures up. We had her grandparents' pictures up on the show here one night, and we talked about it a long time ago.
Oh yeah, you talk about it quite a bit.
Yeah.
You do wake people up, and I think a lot of Canadians. There's probably a lot of Canadians who don't know that about her. Mainstream media certainly doesn't talk about it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
So anyway, I won't hog your time any longer. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. I just wanted to congratulate you on 20,000 subscribers. I'm so happy for Maverick News Channel. That is so great. And I'll be watching overnight. Will you be playing the Sloly testimony tonight?
Yeah, we'll cue it up and we'll let it roll out again. Yep, we'll do that.
It's great that you can do that while you sleep. You can literally live stream while you sleep, Rick.
Yeah. I don't know. It's is that a good thing, or I don't know. Technology has a way of just taking over your life, right?
Does.
But, we got to get the word out there, so we'll do our best.
I know that the news and doing this show has a way of taking over your life, and you don't have much of a life outside of Maverick News these days. But I appreciate you. We all appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you're doing to bring us these hearings and the news every day too.
Yeah, thank you for your help, as always.
My pleasure. My pleasure, Sir Rick.
Okay, Dame Lori, and I hereby knight you as well. So I'm going to play the knighthood thing for you. Here we go. I'd say knight Lori, but I think the correct term is dame. So.
Or lady?
Lady? No, I don't think so. You look it up. I looked it up, and it says dame. I mean, it sounds like a negative pejorative thing because it's like a slang thing from like the 50s, 60s, right. I think. But I think the correct term is dame. Yeah, if a female knight is dame. But you can be a knight. I'm cool with knight if you're cool with knight. Knight Lori. I'd call you Sir Lori, but it's like it doesn't quite work, right?
Don't assume my gender.
Yeah, I mean, you just tell me what you want to be called, and I'll call you that. Whatever you want. What pronoun do you want?
You know, I like lady. I like Lady Lori has a nice ring
that's
to it.
pretty nice. Okay, well, I'm going to knight you, and then we'll just call you Lady Lori from this point on.
There,
okay.
I like that.
All right, here we go.
We, the Maverick family, do hereby dub thee an official Maverick Knight, freedom fighter extraordinaire. May your courage and devotion to freedom and truth become a shining example to the people of our world and the Maverick universe. Maverick News. The world is watching.
You are now officially Maverick royalty. There you go.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Lady Lori.
Hopefully I'll see you this weekend. I might try to jump on Saturday or Sunday.
Cool.
Catch up a little bit.
All right, we'll be here.
All right.
All right, see ya.
See you later.
Ciao.
Bye now.
All right, let's take a break, and you guys can come back, and we'll take some more calls right after this.
Fighting the Great Reset. By leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
Join the conversation. Call 1-833-975-3733. That's 1-833-975. Free. Speak up. Speak out. Make your voice heard. Maverick News. Fighting for freedom by defending your right to free speech. Be a Maverick. Join us.
Okay, I'm back, and that's the number you can call, 1-833-975-3733. I just need to make one more adjustment, and then we can take some more calls. Hang in there.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News, the antivirus program for your mind.
Fear not the storm, for truth is on our side. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I'm back. So, yeah, we need to get somebody on the line here. 1-833-975-3733. We'll go for a little bit longer. If you guys want to call in, you can. If we've got calls coming in, I'll stay on. It's been a very, very long day and an extremely long week. So if we don't get some calls in the queue, I will maybe sign off a little earlier tonight. But we've got some in the queue now. So who do we have on the line? Oh, hang on a second. I have to add you to the screen. There we go. That's better. You okay? You're on the air. Hello. Is everything working? Okay. Oh, no, we lost that one. Okay, let's bring this guy up.
Carrie.
There you are. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. Who's this?
Rick. Rick the rat guy. Carrie.
Hey.
From Alberta.
Well, welcome. Alberta Carrie. You've got echo in the background. You've got your volume up. You might want to turn that down.
Oh yeah, go a long way. Oh, I have my intercom on. So
yeah, you better turn that down. It gets a little confusing. Gets into an audio loop, and the next thing you know, your brain melts. It's not good.
It's already melted after watching this clown show going on.
Yeah. How are you feeling about all this?
How am I feeling?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I campaigned for Danielle Smith, right?
Okay.
And Alberta's going to make huge changes, let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
And Canada's woke up to her, or waken up. I shouldn't say woke, because we're not woke over here in Alberta.
Are you still having trouble because your audio's up? Is that confusing you? I can hear it in the background.
It might be, hey?
Yeah, I think it's screwing you up. You might want to just mute it, like turn your volume down while you're on the phone with me.
There, I turned it down.
Okay, that'll make it easier for you.
No, I just want to say, where did you get your graphics for all your break advertisement?
My graphics?
The coolest.
You mean like the videos and stuff?
The videos, yeah.
I make them.
The cricket.
I make them.
Do you?
Yep. I've been in the media business for a long time, so yeah, I make that stuff. You know, some of it I use a little stock footage here. I make stuff over there. You know, I know how to do some basic animation. I know how to I know how to do up the graphics and edit video. I've been doing it all my life. It's just I'm a media guy. That's what I do. That's why I'm here, because I figure this is the best way I can contribute. I know the media. I know how to use media. I'm a media person, and I know that it's an information war right now. So I thought, well, how can I best fight for freedom? By being right here and doing this. Are you still there?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm just having a bad connection. I don't know why.
Yeah, kind of weird.
Yes, I am. I'm just having a bad connection.
Yeah, you're struggling a bit with the call. Maybe maybe we'll dump off the call and you can call back if you want.
Yeah, I just want to say you're doing a great job, and cheers, happy Friday, and don't worry too much. I think we're going to beat this.
Thank you. I appreciate the optimism, especially on a Friday night. Heading into the weekend, that makes me feel a little bit better. I appreciate it. You have a great weekend, and call back.
You
and
too.
We'll talk to you another night.
I will.
Take care. Bye for now.
Okay. Ciao.
And we have Cheryl up next. Hello, Cheryl.
No, it's Carol.
Oh, Carol.
How are you, my darling?
Well, I'm above ground and still breathing.
Yeah, we are too. I didn't sit and watch the whole thing. I had a Halloween party to take my son to.
Oh, yeah.
So I ended up leaving, but I seen where the chief of police there, Mr. Bell, started bawling his eyes out.
Oh, that's actually former Chief Sloly, but yeah, crying.
What was that scene all about? Is he taking lessons from Trudeau?
Unbelievable.
Right?
Yeah.
I think we all should get together and send him a couple of sookies. You know those sookies that the babies suck on, when they start crying?
Yeah.
Maybe we should send him a couple of those.
Yeah. His poor police officers.
Yeah, in that cold, oh
yeah.
My.
Yeah, it was so rough on them, wasn't it? I mean,
wasn't it?
Yeah, it's so cold while they had to beat the people.
And my God, they had to beat the people, and it was so cold outside, they froze while they were beating everybody, so we beat them back.
Yeah. Yeah, tough job. Tough job.
Yeah, I say the same thing. I just sat here and I just shook my head. I was like, "Are you for real?" Like, I got Indian background. Yes, I understand that's a way of crying is your feelings, whatever, getting it all out. But with him, there's something definitely not right.
Well, look, man, if you had to resign from a job that paid you like $210,000 or $220,000 a year, you'd probably cry too.
Yeah, I guess. If you look at that way, yeah. I agree. I agree, Rick. I agree.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Like I want out of this fake world. Stop it. I want to get off the matrix.
Yeah, me too.
That's what it feels like, you know?
Yep.
Like the thing with Putin and, you know, we all know the situation there. And that's just another red flag, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody had commented to me the other day was, well, you know, everybody's concentrating on this Emergency Act and nobody's watching the House and the bills that they're passing. I said, oh, but we are. Oh, but we are.
Yeah.
You know, like, I watch you and you do everything. Like, no, we know. We know what's going on over in that world, and they're a bunch of communists, shut up, Carol. You know, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. Because I can go on forever, Rick, but it's just not worth it. They make me angry. And with your rant this morning, Rick, I watched it and I loved every minute of it. You have the right to rant. You go through a lot. You listen to a lot. And, you know, we all feel that. And, you know, you tell the truth, which is great. We don't get this anywhere, you know? Like, I love you so much with all of what you've done for us and bringing this to us. And I've been watching you since you started up with the Convoy.
Well,
so, and oh, by the way, I'm going to congratulate you.
For what, the 20,000 subscribers, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. But that's not me. That's not me, man. That's you guys. So congratulate yourselves.
I know.
And thank you to everybody. You know,
I share the crap out of it.
It is amazing to me, you know, that you guys spend the time here. It is a privilege, and I thank you. And I'm doing my best to make sure that I try to provide value for your time.
Yeah, well, you know what, Rick? I love you, and one day I'm coming out to where you are, and I want to meet you in real life. I thought I recognized you, and every time you say you work for CTV News, I thought so. And that's what I said to my mom. I said, I think he works for CTV. And it turns out you did.
Yep.
And I missed you on CTV because you're the only one that I watched on there.
Wow. Well,
I
don't know how
enjoy
you
your
only watch
company.
me enough to, you know, yeah, but I understand what you're saying. Thank you. Yeah.
You are so welcome. You are so welcome. Well, I'll let you move on, Rick. I don't know if you got anybody else in the queue, but I'm okay. Well, I'm here. I'm listening. I may not be here all the time, but I'm here, my friend. Love you, Rick. You take care and have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too, Carol. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, let's move on. Who do we have? Oh, I think it's John. Is it my friend John?
Good evening, sir. Rimby John Scotty. How are you, my friend?
Oh, I have to knight you now, John. Well, here we go.
I just I'm breaking my own rule, my friend. Boots on the ground, Maverick reporter, self-appointed Alberta. But I just want to give you such a shout out tonight from Alberta, my friend. You are doing God's work around the world for freedom. And I've told you that many times when we talk offline. You and Brendan you're just doing God's work, my friend. And I could just cry. I'm so happy for the 20,000 subscribers, my friend, Maverick News family around the world.
Yeah, well, you've contributed, you've helped as everybody in the Maverick family. So it's a group effort, man. That's the truth.
Well, I give you a huge shout out from Alberta, Canada. And we've talked many times, Rick, that there's always a big open welcome for you and Brendan and the Maverick News family around the world. Bouncy castles in Alberta, barbecues, and we welcome the world here, my friend. So I'm just so proud of you, and keep doing God's work, my friend. We love you. Love you from Alberta, sir.
Well, hang on here a second, Sir John. I hereby knight thee, Sir John. Stay on the line. Here we go.
We, the Maverick family, do hereby dub thee an official Maverick Knight, freedom fighter extraordinaire. May your courage and devotion to freedom and truth become a shining example to the people of our world and the Maverick universe. Maverick News. The world is watching.
There you go.
Wow, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. Well, Alberta loves you, my friend. Keep doing God's work, and Alberta just loves you, my friend.
We love Alberta. I love Alberta. Alberta is awesome. It's a great, great, great place. Yep.
Well, I tell you, Rick, we are so happy with our new leader here, Daniel Smith, and really leading the charge for freedom, the Sovereignty Act. And I think there's really positive days ahead for this country, my friend. I really believe that.
I think so too. You know what? She is awesome. And I see that Saskatchewan and Scott Moe, they're taking similar steps to ensure that their sovereign rights as a province, their provincial jurisdiction constitutionally is protected with legislation as well. So she's setting the trend, and I think you're going to see more of that.
Wow. Well, Rick, we've talked before many times offline, and I've always said with tears in my eye, don't give up on this country, folks. Don't give up on this credible country called Canada around the world. And don't give up, my friend, because there's much, much better days ahead. And it's people like you, Rick, with doing God's work. And we know the dedication and the hundreds and thousands of hours you put in to this Maverick multimedia Freedom Reporters show around the world. And Rick, the world loves what you're doing. The world loves our friends in the United States, our brothers and sisters, and our Maverick friends around the world and Europe. You really, my friend, are touching people's hearts around the world and giving them true, honest, sincere journalism, my friend. We love you. Love you, love you, love you from Alberta.
Thank you, John. You're doing good work out there too, so we really appreciate it. We're going to move on because we got Mr. Classic up next.
Thank you, sir, for the night. Thank you. Okay.
Sir
Bye-bye.
John, we will speak later. Thank you, sir. And I think I have another knighthood to bestow this evening. Here we go. And it's Mr. Classic.
Yes, I'd love to be a knight.
Oh, well, you've got it, Mr. Classic. We'll call you Sir Classic. Here we go.
Sir Classic.
We, the Maverick family, do hereby dub thee an official Maverick Knight, freedom fighter extraordinaire. May your courage and devotion to freedom and truth become a shining example to the people of our world and the Maverick universe. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Here I am.
Yeah, we're going to have a whole...
Actually, I could have did backflips when I was younger.
Well,
My brother
you're one up on me. I never liked doing that stuff when I was younger. Not backflips and gymnastics and stuff. I didn't like that. I was always afraid I was afraid I was going to break my neck all the time. But yes, Sir Classic.
No, I couldn't, to tell you the truth, I couldn't do it. But my brother would. My older brother, maybe 5 years older.
Mm-hmm.
But he only did it when he was drinking. And I don't know how he didn't kill himself.
Oh, my. Oh. So, yeah,
So the reason I'm calling today, and I hope I'm wrong when I was getting the gist of this, is Doug Ford, is he, because he's been subpoenaed,
yeah.
is somehow he's getting out of that. That's what I want to get, because everybody else that's been subpoenaed, they have to show up because it's law.
We'll
So
see.
go ahead.
I mean, he has to go to court next week. He'll argue that he has parliamentary privilege, so he won't have to. We will see. I think that's revolting that he won't take the stand.
Yeah.
He should get his butt up there. And if he doesn't, I think voters should vote him the heck out of office, because it's just, people should just put the pressure on him. He owes it to the public. This is a mandatory process that the federal government has to go through. He's involved with it. How can they get all of the proper information? How can they get to the truth, which is the objective here behind this inquiry, if you have a premier of a province and he won't participate? It's obstruction.
Right. Well, I'm hoping if Jim and Belinda, I can't say the last name, you know what I'm talking about.
Carhalios,
So
the
Leo,
New Blue Party, yep.
yeah, Carhalios. I hope they put pressure on them.
I should get him back on the show to talk about it. That's what I should do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know something? I'm really missing some Maxime Bernier, buddy.
Yeah, we're going to have to get him back on too. Yeah.
That would be awesome. But, here he was last week joking about him, and, if they ask me, to come on the list, and I have no problem with that. So when they actually asked him, he says he doesn't want to do it. I mean, come on now. It's ridiculous. He's like a little kid, he was rubbing it in everybody's eyes. I'm going to come on there if they ask me. And then now he's going to court to try to get out of it. Because I think once they put him on the stand and the lawyers start talking from our side,
yeah,
I think he'll screw up. And I don't think they could, he wasn't the smart one. He wasn't a smart one between the two brothers,
Yeah.
And the other brother, I remember watching a film about cut up all the cars. So, Rob.
Yeah.
It was like over $100,000 that all them counselors got. They could take as many people to the zoo.
Yep.
And they could take, whatever it was. I think it was over $100,000, and he was cutting them up. Did you remember seeing that video?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
But yeah. But
Rob Ford was the media hated Rob Ford when he was the mayor of Toronto. Doug Ford was a counselor. They didn't like either one of them, but it was Rob Ford who was the real conservative. Doug Ford is just an opportunist.
Yeah. And I really believe that they have got something on Doug Ford. That's why he's doing what he's doing. He's like a liberal light. I can't even call him a liberal light now. I'll just say he's turned into a liberal.
Yeah.
And he's not working for any of us conservatives. So Yeah, it can be interesting. So he's going to court next week to try to get out of this.
Yeah, in fact,
Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I actually have that video of Rob Ford all set up here. I'm going to roll that for you, actually, because this shows you what this is how, this was what a true conservative was about back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Here we are. Here it is. So this was this was a big deal at the time. And this is one of the things that made Rob Ford, Doug Ford's brother. Doug Ford is the Premier of Ontario, for those of you who maybe don't know. But this was Rob Ford before he passed away.
I've got all the free passes for councillors. I call them free perks that are tax-free, which is costing the taxpayers millions of dollars. So let's start off. Free zoo pass. Toronto Zoo VIP pass. The VIP named on this card and his or her family will be granted parking, admission, and rides at the Toronto Zoo without charge. I can bring everybody in my family here to the zoo for free. The average person has to pay $15, $20 to get in, $10 or $15 to park, $5 or $10 a ride. The poor average family is paying $200. Councillors that are getting paid $100,000 get to get in for free. It's absolutely wrong. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Let's get on to some other stuff here. Metro passes. Here's a Metro pass. This is equivalent to $1,300 a year. Again, councillors make $100,000 a year. I take home $1,400 a week net. Why should councillors get a free Metro pass? The TTC is dying for money. We've just increased fares 25 cents. The average person out there, the poor working student or the poor working senior that has to get out there and get on the bus every day has to pay $3. But we, the councillors, get on the bus for free. This should be eliminated immediately. The parking passes. Parking. We can go to any parking lot in the city of Toronto and park for free. Be it Friday night, Saturday night. And all the councillors say is, oh, well, we're doing city business. Well, when I ask, what time are these passes being used at, or what day are these passes being used at, they aren't going to give me that information. But it's taxpayers' money, years and years and years of parking passes. So when the average person has to go to Rogers Centre to watch a Blue Jay game or go to the theater on King Street or go out for dinner, they have to pay $20 or $25. Councillors get to park for free. This is absolutely wrong. This should be eliminated immediately. Let's move on. Exhibition. Exhibition. We get in the X when it's on for free. We get the park for free. The average person, you go to the X during August and September, costs $10, $15 to get in. Parking's $10, $15. Councillors who get paid $100,000 a year get to go in for free and bring their family in for free. How's that right? The taxpayers are paying for that too. Conservation passes. So if you want to go up to Algonquin Park or go to a park in the summer, go camping, you have to pay $30, $40 to get in to the campgrounds. Not councillors. Councillors get to go in for free. Here's all the conservation saying you can go in, take your family, come camping, any park in Ontario for free. On the back, it says the person named here within, together with a vehicle and its occupants, are entitled to a day entry into any conservation area in Ontario without charge. Again, taxpayers are paying for it. Memberships, Board of Trade membership. Board of Trade, what's it cost to be a member of the Board of Trade? Hundreds of dollars. This is a prestigious club to be part of, or a board to be part of. Councillors get a free membership to the Board of Trade. Outrageous. Casa Loma. Casa Loma. Everybody knows Casa Loma. Here's more passes for free. The person named on this card and his or her party will be granted parking and admission to Casa Loma without charge.
Wow.
This is taxpayers' money. Again, we make $1,400 a week, take home $100,000 a year, but yet we get all these free passes. It's absolutely wrong. When the average person has to pay $15 or $20 to take their family into Casa Loma, might cost them $100 a day to go to Casa Loma. But counselors get it for free. Here's another perk that counselors get. Free golf passes. So if you want to go golfing on any city golf course, there's just 4 tickets for this year only. You can take a foursome, go golfing. You get to go 18 holes of golf on any golf course. You can get a cart. You can even rent clubs. You can do whatever you want, free of charge. The average person has to pay $20, $30, $40, whatever the green fees are to golf in the city of Toronto. But again, counselors get them for free. So at the end of it all, if you add up the golf passes that we get for free, the free Board of Trade membership, the free exhibition place, the free Casa Loma, the free conservation, the free TTC pass, the free zoo pass, the free parking pass, you multiply that by 45 members of council, you're looking at minimum savings of $20 to $30 million of taxpayers' money. This is what I talk about of wasted money at City Hall. This should be eliminated every single budget meeting. I try to get rid of this, and they laugh me out of the council chamber. Go to robford.ca and see the voting results. See who votes in favor of this, and see who votes in getting rid of these passes. And you'll be shocked. Thank you.
Very good.
There you go.
That's something, hey?
Huge money, man. Yep.
Huge money.
And I was second here. I was thinking too, Ottawa police chief, last I checked, was making over 200 grand a year. Vancouver police chief, I just looked it up, 349,000 per year, I believe. Yeah, Vancouver police chief. Adam Palmer, $340,000. McPhee. Yeah, Adam Palmer, the highest paid chief constable in Canada. That was, what year was that? Yeah, that's this year as of August. $340,000 to be a police chief.
Wow.
Yeah, so like I said, no wonder former Chief Sloly was crying. He had to resign from his chief job. I wanted to hear good things today from him. I thought maybe he'll come on and say things that will make me feel better about him. I wanted to feel good, and he made me feel terrible. It's terrible.
Well, is that the guy that was crying? That's the guy that was crying, Rick?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's not like he came on and, was hammering on things. It's just that when you listen to him, he just didn't have any compassion, no empathy. He didn't care about the truckers, the protesters. Ultimately, just doesn't care. None of them do. They're completely out of touch, man.
This is like a big show, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people are talking when they're online, on Rumble or, by the way, it's fantastic. You've hit 20,000 subscribers, but yourself, that number is likely a lot higher. That's what I think.
Yeah, I know that they play games with us. I see it in the analytics.
Oh yeah,
they do.
Exactly.
I don't like to talk about it too much because you hear people say it all the time. Oh, they're shadow banning me, or they do this, or they do that. But
yeah,
maybe it's because your videos suck. I don't know. Maybe it's because nobody's actually watching you, or they don't care. But at the end of the day, this is the truth. There on YouTube or any of these platforms, you are only ever going to be as popular as they let you. They control it all.
Yeah.
It's all under their control to a large degree. As soon as you're on their radar, as we already are, I know that because we've been penalized so many times.
Right.
So they're going to throttle you. It's like, we'll let you go a bit and then they pull you back and let you go a bit and pull